Even without my iPad, I don't have anything happening on this system. Cool. Bye. Hey, what's up, man? Okay. All your stuff is up there. What? That
one's pretty hot, huh?
Shkapow, shkapow. I don't have the power, because I can't get hooked up.
So you're good.
Yo. Yeah, I can check it. This room is mirroring your stage, Sean, so I will be able to do a few things in that moment before I settle in here for the day. If you know what I mean. Oh. Who did that? Huh? You're... Someone's cold coffee? Heat it up. I'll go eat. No. What? Yeah, no. The game structures are super weird in here. I wasn't sure if you had those, so I couldn't find that. Well, I was maxing out any small things or would be the free pair with maximum out.
HDMI. Good to go. It's not a Mac.
Oh, is it 2011? Sweet. Superb machine.
It doesn't seem to be going there. Or is that just because of the source?
Yeah, he's not source.
Okay.
We'll test.
Maybe, just to make sure.
We'll test his computer. Just see if it. Double check. You can use the podium.
Yeah, it's fine. Do you guys, in the recording, do you like grab the screen with the audio? Okay.
I think you can get audio from him too. Can you get audio through his HDMI? Right? Or no,
Oh,
this
well,
is
no.
for. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you in that? Did you get this?
But like for like putting the thing online. Oh no, I don't need to play audio from the computer.
No.
I'll just like, cause you're gonna like put these on YouTube, right? Yeah. So for like the post, you guys grab like the screen and the audio together. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I was gonna record on OBS, but I guess I don't need to.
I'm pretty sure we're recording all the screen, everything, and then smash together later. He's wondering if his screen will be recorded.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Zing.
So,
Choo.
it'll be there.
Okay. Yeah. Nine.
Hey everybody, we're going to do orientation in 2 minutes, going over some crucial details for your hackathon enjoyment. Couple minutes for orientation. If you're downstairs and you don't know what you're doing and you don't know where you are, you should come downstairs, if you're upstairs. All right, everybody. Is everybody awake? Austin? Griffiths? Are you awake? Okay. All right, guys. Welcome to ETH Denver. My name is Matt Lockyer. I'm one of the stewards, and I'm going to take you through a very brief, hopefully exciting, make you chuckle a little bit logistics intro here, and then we're going to kick it off with our first talks. So, just going over a couple of things. Hang on to your lanyards and wristbands. Don't lose them. You need them to get everywhere, basically, in and out of those doors with our lovely security staff. Food trucks and buffet dye. I don't know if you guys were here last year, but it worked pretty well. That guy right there in the flannelly looking shirt, Austin Griffiths, is your man if you're having trouble getting food. He's not going to like that I'm pointing him out. Stages. There are 3 stages. This one gets confusing. There's Rainbow, there's Moon over there, also known as the side stage, and then there's the mountain stage. So the mountain stage is not the mini stage directly above us right here, just past the sponsor hall. It's even further. It's above the Moon stage. So you go up this ramp, up the next ramp, and up another ramp, and to your left. And you will see the Moon stage. Oh, sorry, the mountain stage. Oh, see, I told you guys it was tough. So Rainbow's here, Moon is there, and then Mountain is way up there. So check your schedule and just make sure you give yourself some ramp time. My personal recommendation is if you're not used to the altitude, drink lots of water. You will be walking up these ramps and getting a nice workout. Okay, bounties. Bounty presentations are going to be at 7:30 after the opening ceremonies right here, okay? So we're gonna have a lot of rapid fire bounty presentations at 7:30. And messaging, you can use the Discord, the Peppo app. There is a childcare Zen zone. Most people never find the Zen zone. It's too Zen for them. So basically, you go up this ramp to your left, and when you think that you're entering into like a garage and a loading zone, you are. Just keep walking. So keep going straight. So up this ramp to your left, straight, and you will enter into this super quiet, zen, chill zone. There's yoga classes over there and stuff. It's all on the schedule, so check it out. Code check, first floor. The gentleman at the back on his phone. He's waving. That's where you can, dump your suitcase, even on Sunday. So if you have a flight to catch, you can drop your gear off there and then pick it up when you got to go. Volunteers are wearing the red shirts. These guys. So they've got the red shirts on. Stewards like myself, if you're a speaker, sponsor, or you just need an adult, we're wearing these sublimated moon shirts with lots of fun characters on them. You'll hear more about that story later. Yeah, there's the steward crazy shirts. Okay, Wi-Fi. If you aren't already hooked up, this is how you get hooked up, okay? So take a picture or do whatever you gotta do. I'll wait. Okay, we're all good with the Wi-Fi. You can always figure that out later too. Okay, so a really high level of the schedule. First, go to ethdenver.com/schedule. Just leave it open. You'll use it a lot, okay? And also tonight, the opening ceremonies will start at 5:30. But before that, we actually have the governor of Colorado coming for an exclusive interview. And some other special guests. So that's happening at 5 p.m. So whatever sort of dinner plans you're making, if you're really interested to see kind of what the state of Colorado is doing with blockchain, then you should be here just before 5. And we will be doing, as I said, the meta bounties here at 7:30, and then there's basically the biddling starts. But if you wanna check out how your team can win the bounty, you should be here at 7:30. Saturday, the content goes from 9 until 8, so there's content running all day. Panels go from about 2 till just before 5, and then we have some special evening content, live podcast recordings, lots of cool interviews. And then Sunday, if you're a hacker, you should take special note of all of these deadlines here. I have to really stress this, though, for the judging team. 8 a.m. submissions are due, and this year it's done like with DAO voting and everything, so it is like a really sharp cutoff. There's no sneaking it past the finish line at 8:07. So what that means is if you don't get it in by 8, you just can't win anything. So make sure you guys get it in by 8 if you're hacking. That is all the content I have, guys. So let's kick it off. Up next, we have Deborah from Althea.
Yeah, great. Just to make sure everything goes okay here. Where's the...
There's an HDMI here.
Perfect, that goes there. I want to plug this in just in case. And timing?
I'll give you a 5.
Okay, perfect.
But
It's about half
about
hour.
20.
Okay, yeah.
like 20.
All right. Good morning, East Denver. Today, our first talk of the morning is a Joe Petrowski from Parity Technology. He's here to talk about Polkadot shard validation. So without further ado,
Okay, how about
Joe.
talking? Hello? Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having me, and for all you folks that are here bright and early this morning, thank you. I am Deborah Sampier. I'm one of the co-founders of Althea. And I'm really excited to share with you a little bit about what we do and how we've been
Yeah. You get my screen? All right. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about validity and availability guarantees of Polkadot shards. So just to get started, we have a single shard here. So there's like the relay chain, and then we call most of these shards parachains, and then we have these other guys, validators and collators, who are gonna take part in making this happen. So each shard in Polkadot has its own state and an abstract state transition function. So they all have their own state, but they're sharing state and validation logic with the relay chain. And so we've talked a lot about like heterogeneous versus homogeneous shards, and this actually depends on like what angle you're looking at it from. So like one of the interfaces of Polkadot is that you have to be able to compile your runtime to WebAssembly. And so we have like a WebAssembly interpreter and a compiler within the relay chain client. And so every shard, if you're looking at it from the perspective of the relay chain, it's just presenting a single execute block function that's like an abstract blob of some runtime behind it. But if you're looking from the outside in, then each shard can look different. So you can put in your own modules like balances, democracy, social recovery, or like a smart contracting environment, or just create your own. And so whether or not it's like homogeneous or heterogeneous, it really depends like where you're looking at this shard from. So like from the inside, all the shards look the same. It's just this blob that has like a single execute block function. So actually like getting these blocks to finalization, it starts out with the collators. So parachains have a set of nodes that are called collators. And these aren't really consensus related. So you don't really need to have like any kind of BFT considerations or anything. As long as you have at least one collator, you're basically good to go. And then it's up to you to decide like how you choose these collators. So you could have like proof of stake or proof of authority or proof of work. And so this doesn't really have anything to do with finalization yet. This is really just choosing like who has the right to produce the next block. And so like if you think of like a pure proof of work chain like Bitcoin, you know, the proof of work is actually like who gets to add the next block to the chain, whereas the finality is like which chain is the longest one. So as far as collators are concerned, they're just proposing blocks for their parachain, but it's up to the relay chain to actually finalize them. So we actually have to like match these collators with validators, and we're going to do that randomly. So we might have like 1,000 validators in Polkadot and say 100 parachains. We're going to actually do this every single block is just based on a VRF. We're going to randomly assign validators to parachains. So if we have like this amount, it would be about 10 validators per parachain. And so then they need to find each other. We actually haven't like finalized how this is going to happen yet, but there's kind of two ways you could do it. One is that all the collators have access to the DHT of the relay chain and can like find these validators, or you kind of make the parachains have like an entry node or like a boot node, so that validators, once they get their parachain assignment, they can just go like start making the connections there. And then once those connections are established, then the collators are going to send a proof of validity to the validators. And so let's go into that, like just a really quick overview. Like you have a state tree, just all the storage entries get hashed, and then they kind of just get concatenated and hashed all the way up to a single state root. And so like this is just a normal like state tree on its own. But we have this thing where like these validators got randomly assigned to one of the shards. But of course, like they can't be full nodes on every single shard. They're basically light clients. So on all of the parachains, they're acting as light clients to the relay chain and full nodes on their own parachain. And then the relay chain is a full node to itself, but it's acting as light clients to all the parachains. So basically, these validators come along to a parachain, and they're a light client, so they know what like the latest state root is and the last header of this chain is, but they don't have access to the full state tree. So in order to validate this block that they're going to get from the parachain, they need a little bit extra info. So they're going to take like a pruned state tree that only has the modified balances or like the modified storage entries. And so in this example from like the last one, I only changed, I like Louise sent 50 tokens to Ben, so those balances changed. And then a referendum got added to the democracy like storage item. We have this function called onInitialize that basically runs at the beginning of every block. So like in the democracy module, this might check like, are there any proposals that are up for a vote now? And so in this example, there was, and so it got bumped into this referendum count. And so the entries that don't get modified, we can just leave like the hash value, just constant size, and then so we're just passing like a block and this modified state tree, and so this is all the information you need as a light client to be able to validate that this block is valid. So just to like kind of put everything together, because like that's just one parachain, and this is all happening kind of in parallel. So like this is a lot of information here, and we're not going to like be gossiping this all around Polkadot. You're going to have this in every single parachain within this like cluster of 10 validators. So this will be unique for every parachain, and then this just gets gossiped around like a subgroup of 10, and it's not really going to leave there for still a little while. So yeah, just like to back up a little bit, like we could have 1,000 validators with 100 parachains, 10 validators per parachain. Each parachain has submitted a proof of validity, and then they're gossiping that around that group, and then once more than 50% of that group agrees that the state transition is valid, then they start moving on to the next stage, which is to construct a candidate receipt. And so like a proof of validity is really big, and we want something that's constant size, because like a proof of validity that's just modifies like one storage item, that might not be that big, but we really don't want the size of these candidate receipts that are going into the relay chain block to vary based on whatever state transition happened in the parachain. We want them to just be the same no matter what happened, no matter how big that state transition was. So we're going to put together this candidate receipt. I'm not going to like list off every single thing here because you guys can read, but like the main thing here is that everything in this list is constant size. So like the parachain ID and collator ID, this might be like a U32. Signature is constant size. Everything else is like a hash or a Merkle root. And so this stuff just kind of gets like concatenated together into a single candidate receipt. And no matter what happened in this block, this is always going to be the same size. And so the next thing I'm going to go over is the erasure coding part. So yeah, before we move on, like you need to create this Merkle root of the POV's erasure coding. And so we're going to do this. This is kind of how we get away with having only 10 validators per shard. So like ETH2, I think it needs like a minimum of 111 validators per shard, but like 256 to get the finalization within one epoch. And we're kind of here saying like, hey, we can do this with 10 validators per shard without worrying about like collusion or anything. And this is how we do it right here is the erasure coding. So overall, like an erasure coding is a way of taking some message and breaking it up into a bunch of little pieces such that some subset of those pieces can reconstruct the message. And you can kind of choose the subset fraction. So in Polkadot, we set it to 1/3 because this kind of goes along with like BFT assumptions that less than 1/3 of your validator set is Byzantine. And so we're going to create one chunk for each validator in Polkadot, and then you need at least 1/3 of them to reconstruct it, or greater than 1/3. So if we have 1,000 validators, they're each going to get a unique chunk, and then if you get any 334 of these, then you could actually reconstruct this entire POV block. And so we're going to create another Merkle tree with all of the chunks as the leaves, and then compute the Merkle root of that, and then that's what's going to go into the candidate receipt here. And so now we're going to start like actually gossiping this stuff around the network. We're going to send one chunk and the candidate receipts out to all the validators. So you kind of have this like tuple of items that's going to all the validators. The candidate receipt is the same to everyone, and then each validator is getting a unique chunk of this erasure coding with it. And so this stuff starts to like get thrown out all over the network. And at that point, we can start thinking about like how are we going to construct this block of the relay chain, because now we're no longer dealing with like isolated shards anymore. This stuff has started to gossip like all over Polkadot. So your validators are going to be receiving candidate receipts and erasure coding chunks from like all the other shards now. And so they're going to store the candidate receipts in like some other part of memory, the erasure coding chunks, and then the candidate receipts are going to go into the transaction queue. And so when they start thinking about like, okay, I'm going to put together a block for the relay chain, how do they decide like which candidate receipts to put in that block? So first, every like candidate receipt that they're going to put in a new block, it has to have a parent candidate receipt in a previous relay chain block, which of course like you have the state root of the parachain block or the parachain before executing the block, so you can go look this up. And the author has to have a corresponding chunk for that receipt. So it would be possible, since like transaction queue stuff gets gossiped around the network, that and then like the erasure coding chunks are actually looking for a specific validator. It is possible that like somebody receives an erasure coding or receives their candidate receipts before they've received their erasure coding chunk. And so if that validator is selected as the next block author on the relay chain, they're just not going to include that candidate receipt. They're going to wait until they have their corresponding chunk for that. And that's going to go along with the availability guarantees. And then they'll only hold that candidate receipt for a limited amount of time. And then after some number of blocks, if they haven't received their erasure coding chunk, they're going to kind of like send out an alert that says, hey, we have an availability problem. I got this candidate receipt, but I never got a chunk for it. And then like that period, we call it the availability grace period. And so if more than 1/3 of the validators say, hey, I got this candidate receipt, but I never got an erasure coding chunk, then we're just going to like throw out that candidate receipt and it's done. So these candidate receipts just stick around in the transaction queue for a little while until finally like everybody gets their chunks and they can go into a block. So yeah, now we can start talking about like once this candidate receipt gets into a relay chain block, how are we going to actually get this to finality? So we have to make sure that the validators actually received their candidate receipts, that they actually saved them, and that I should actually say received their erasure coding chunks, my bad, that they actually save them, and then that the blocks are valid. So actually save them, this has to do with availability, and then that the blocks are valid, that they're like valid. So at this point, like we've been in like the validator land for a few minutes here, but now the collators are going to come back. And once they see that one of their candidate receipts is included in a relay chain block, they're going to start asking random validators around the network to give them their erasure coding chunks and report any unavailability that they see. And so this is really important. So like this is why we do the erasure coding. And so you kind of imagine that like you have a collator who wants to attack a parachain, and he just comes in and submits a new block, and it's a perfectly valid block. But as soon as he submits this proof of validity to the validators, just turns off, goes offline, nowhere to be heard from again. And then this candidate receipt goes and gets finalized by the relay chain. Well, now this parachain is like really shit out of luck because they have a finalized state root, but they don't actually have the pre-image. They don't have like the actual state tree to compute that state root, which means they can never make a valid state transition again. So they're just stuck like forever. And so they need to make sure that they can always get their blocks that are getting finalized back and reconstruct them so that all of their full nodes can stay current. And so they're just going to start asking for their chunks from the validators and reconstruct these blocks. And if they can't, then they're just going to flag this as this block is unavailable and should be thrown out. And then fishermen, which also exist on parachains, they're also nodes that are going to ask for these POV blocks back, but they're actually going to like execute them and report if they're invalid. So you can kind of see that like collators are in a really good position to also be fishermen because they're already asking for this information anyway. But like an important distinction to make, like if you don't want to be a fisherman, collators don't need to have like any kind of Polkadot tokens or anything. They can just deal with their parachain. They just need to be able to send the POV blocks to the relay chain to get validated. Fishermen do need to have some dots because if somebody doesn't have dots, then they could just like throw out arbitrary invalidity reports and spam the chain. So when you submit an invalidity report, you have to kind of stake some dots behind it that says like, yeah, I actually think this is really invalid. And if it does end up getting finalized, then you'd get slashed. So if a collator is okay with owning some dot tokens, then they could also be a fisherman. And of course, like a fisherman wouldn't even have to be like, wouldn't have to have like its own parachain tokens. If you just wanted to like run a full node and own dot tokens on some parachain, then there's no reason you need to like own those tokens. You could just be a fisherman because you feel like it. So now we get to like the secondary checks that the validators are going to do. And so the collators and fishermen will send alerts that like something is unavailable or invalid, but ultimately it's up to the validators to decide like what's going to the relay chain, and like they're the ones who are ultimately held responsible for it. So besides these like 10 validators that were randomly assigned to a parachain to actually go through the POV process, we're just going to like randomly select other validators again from Polkadot to construct this, like ask for the erasure coding chunks, reconstruct the POV block, and validate it. And so only after we've done enough secondary checks can one of these validators actually cast a vote for this block in Grandpa, which is our finalization algorithm. It's a ghost-based thing, so like we're voting on chains and not blocks, and so we can have like a long unfinalized head. And so I think okay, I'll talk about the Grandpa stuff in a second. But so number of secondary checks, like our analysis shows that if you have more than 13 checks, then it would take more than 50 years to get a successful attack by getting like all these validators to like incorrectly attest to something's validity. And so if nobody reports any invalidity or unavailability, it's just going to be like greater than 13 checks that you need. But if some do, then it's going to start triggering like more checks all the way up until you get to like 1/3 of the validator set. So if people start flagging these as unavailable or invalid, then it's just going to start requiring more secondary checks from the validators. And if more than 1/3 of the validators say that this is invalid or unavailable, or more than 1/3 say it is valid and available, then it's going to be either like rejected or finalized. And of course, if more than 1/3 say both, then we have a problem because that violates our assumptions of BFT that less than 1/3 of the validator set is malicious. So yeah, in Grandpa, like we're voting on chains, not on individual blocks, like one at a time. So it kind of gives like 3 zones to the relay chain. You have like the finalized chain, which is everything that's been like finalized, and then there's this Grandpa voting zone where this is all past the secondary checks, and you can start voting on these blocks now. And then there's a phishing zone where we're still kind of waiting for these checks and reports to get done. And so these, like the phishing and the voting zone are kind of dynamic, right? Like if everything's going smoothly, we predict that like from the time you submit a POV block to the time it gets finalized is about 1 minute. But if people start raising like flags on certain blocks, then these zones can kind of grow or shrink as those reports come in. So some final thoughts, because I still have a few minutes. Like just some of the principles around this is, in order to scale the system, we want to push as much information to the edges as possible. And like we don't want the relay chain to be any kind of bottleneck. So number one, that lets us do like the having the different zones in the chain, is that block production is not on the critical path for finality. So like other PBFT-based algorithms, they'll like do the block construction and finalization all as part of the same round. But since we separate those into 2 things, we can kind of have this dynamic chain that has different zones in it, and finalize like only when we think it's appropriate without actually slowing down the rest of the chain construction. Relay chain information is always constant size, so we're basically only putting like IDs and Merkle roots and state roots, stuff like that in there. Collators and fishermen increase with the number of parachains, so like you have to do all these like availability and validity checks. But as you add more parachains, the collators and fishermen exist on the parachains, not on the relay chain. So this stuff all scales with the number of parachains, and it's not really adding parachains in this sense doesn't add any extra load onto the relay chain. They're taking responsibility for that themselves. And then cross-chain message passing, which didn't really talk about here, except that like the Merkle root of outgoing messages will go into this candidate receipt. But the way that works is that if 2 parachains share any full nodes, like even if they're not validators or collators, since this message root is going to the relay chain, they can just pass this message via their shared full nodes, doesn't even touch the validators at all. And then if they don't share any full nodes, then yeah, the validators will kind of do like a push and pull model to get these messages where they need to go. But the messages are still never going into the relay chain itself. They're just being gossiped by the validators. And then finally, a Hermit relay chain, which is pretty cool. So we talked about like parachains only here, but of course we do have actual transactions as part of Polkadot, like transfers, governance, staking, all this stuff. We actually want to move like all of that outside of the relay chain. So there would be like a parachain for dot balances, a parachain for staking, a parachain for governance. And so in that case, the relay chain would literally just have candidate receipts of parachain blocks, and it wouldn't have any kind of these like Polkadot transactions. And so like Polkadot would be a parachain of Polkadot, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I think that's it. So I think I have a couple minutes for questions, or we started late, so the next person can go. Yeah.
Where are the best resources online that kind of go into this?
Yeah, so I actually just like wrote, so there's like the Polkadot wiki, which we've been putting quite a bit of work into. And then I actually like based, oh shit, I don't have internet. I based this talk off of a blog post that I just wrote. I can hotspot my phone real quick and throw it up here. See how long. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Come on. Yeah, so like everything I just talked about is part of this thing that I wrote on our blog. So I guess that resolution is not very good, but it's polkadot.network. So I kind of did all this here, so you can check that out. Yeah? So yeah, the question is like, how do you decide which nodes keep track of which chunks? It's just like every single validator is going to have a chunk from every parachain. So then they just get kind of random, like every validator has a validator ID in storage. So you can just like take your chunks from like 0 to 999 and then just like queue them up with validator IDs from 0 to 999. Yeah. All right. Any more? Cool. Thank you guys.
All right. All right, our next speaker is from Block Native. It's Matt Cutler coming today to talk to us about the Mempool, exploring how transactions sit in the ether before they end up here.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Happy ETH Denver. Give me just 1 second here while I figure out how to wire this up. See, did you hear that? That's us. I was told there would be a USB-C. I do not see USB-C up here. There's no dongle. Oh, there is a dongle. Sorry. Got it. Sorry. Okay. Lovely. And I was told I can do the menudo here. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Hey, good morning, welcome. This is Mastering the Mempool. We're gonna spend 25 minutes going deep into a relatively unexplored part of the blockchain. And there's a bunch of new data, a bunch of new stuff we've never published before that we're gonna be happy to share. And I'll be hopefully have some time to take questions at the very end. So we like to make this comparison that traditional transactions, whether you're depositing a check or swiping a credit card or doing an equities trade or shipping a package run like clockwork, they're pretty confidence building. You know what's going on. And like you can take your Swiss watch and turn it over and you can see the movement inside. And while there's a lot of complexity there, it's pretty well organized. And it gives you confidence that everything's gonna work according to plan. But how many of you have ever done a blockchain transaction before? Okay, yeah, we're at ETH Denver. It's kind of more like checking your luggage at the airport. You hand the transaction over and you have that sort of uneasy feeling like, oh, I hope this is gonna go okay. And then the person who gets it just sort of throws it over their shoulder into some maze of complexity. And then you wait on the other end, refresh, 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 refresh. And most of the time your bag comes out, or the transaction, and you're like, I'm happy that happened smoothly. But when it doesn't come out, you're like, you know, I got bit by this. And then you go and you talk to someone like, hey, where's my bag? And they go, we don't know where your bag is. It's in the system somewhere, right? And you know, if you're on vacation and you got to go get a new swimsuit, it's inconvenient. But if you're going for a business meeting or something else, it could be catastrophic, right? And therefore, Ethereum transaction anxiety is a real thing. And this is not something which is just for new users. In fact, in our research, what we find is the most experienced users with the most data, with the most at stake, have the biggest issues. Do you guys need something on the video feed here? Is there an issue? I'm going to do something here. I'm going to unplug and replug. I spent so much time on these gorgeous slides. Let's hope that they show up. There we go. Transaction anxiety is real, and you know what? It's okay for us to talk about it. This is a safe space, okay? We're at ETH Denver. It's a safe space. And we're going to come back to this theme a lot because the notion of transaction anxiety in our ecosystem does not get anywhere near enough airtime. And as I talk to people, as I talk to investors, this is a very real and deeply problematic aspect of our ecosystem. People are not going to use things that induce anxiety in them, particularly when there's value in motion. Now, how big of a problem is this? Well, interestingly, we did some research in combination with Coinmetrics, and you can see all this stuff. You're not going to be able to read it all. But believe it or not, since the beginning of time, since the advent of the Genesis block on Bitcoin, there have been 3.1 billion transactions in aggregate, of which 1.1 or just over 1.1 billion occurred in 2019 alone, or fully 37% of all blockchain transactions across all public chains have occurred about in the last 12 months. We're growing really fast. And in aggregate, this represents $4.6 trillion of value in motion. We spend so much time talking about stuff on chain. On chain, by definition, is value at rest. It's settled, it's confirmed, it's locked, right? It's not changing. The most interesting part of this, we think, and the most interesting opportunities are in the value in motion. And the value in motion is contained by definition in the mempool, okay? And this notion of, we have this cache of transactions called the mempool, but it works in this very specific and somewhat unusual way, not very well documented way, not very well explored way, sort of changes everything, and that's what we're here to talk about right now, mastering the mempool. Now, before we get started, what the hell is the mempool, right? Now, believe it or not, there's shocking amounts of controversy on this. If you do a Wikipedia search on the mempool, this is what you get. 404 not found. There is no mempool entry in Wikipedia. We have submitted one, it hasn't been approved yet, right? And if you Google Ethereum mempool, you will find effectively not very satisfying results. Now, we just have this definition, shared staging area in front of a blockchain that enables transaction ordering, transaction fee prioritization, and general block construction, right? Except if you go to Geth, it's not called the mempool at all, it's called the transaction pool. And if you go to Parity, it's not called the mempool at all, it's called the transaction queue. So we can't even agree about the vocabulary with which to articulate this critical area of our infrastructure. Now, we go across the industry, Bitcoin calls it the mempool, and Libra calls it the mempool, and Tezos calls it the mempool, and pretty much everybody else calls it the mempool. So for our purposes and for the purposes of people understanding what the hell this stuff is, we're going to call it the mempool, okay? We're going to acknowledge that different implementations have different terms for it, but we're not here to endorse specific implementations. We're here to talk about important concepts to the ecosystem, and remember, this is a safe space, okay? We're here at ETH Denver, it's a safe space, okay? Okay, so now mastering the mempool, there's another word that requires definition, and it's not the word that you expect, it's the. Because believe it or not, there's no such thing as the mempool. There is no canonical mempool. There's no master reference mempool. Instead, there are many. In fact, every single node has its own unique instance of the mempool. And if you could read this, it would show that there is about 8,650 Ethereum nodes online as of last night, I think is when I took this screenshot. And every single one has its own unique set of transactions in that, which is determined by a variety of factors, including its peering relationships, its network topology, the local peering relationships, interesting factors like the Great Firewall of China, the distance between nodes, and also the individual settings of each node itself. So Geth, this is the default configuration of a Geth node, contains 4,096 mempool slots and 4 gigabytes of memory. What that means, actually the 4 gigabytes of memory is shared, so you actually get less than 4 gigabytes of memory, is that if you have 4,096 transactions in your pending mempool and your node receives a 4,097th, you drop transactions off the back, okay? And there's all sorts of interesting little settings you can do in here, not so little and not so little, that determine which transactions your local copy of the mempool happens to accept at any given time. Believe it or not, Parity has double the slots by default, the same amount of memory, and different rules for what governs its queues. So again, the tools that you're using to look at a mempool matter quite a bit, okay? Different nodes, different settings, different data. And as a result of this, mempools often miss transactions. Now, what's a missed transaction? It's a transaction that gets written to chain, that's confirmed in a block, that your local copy of the mempool never saw. It literally pops into existence from your perspective, and it's confirmed. And then it went into no intermediate state. Now, that's not what actually happened with the chain, with the transaction. What actually happened is your copy of the mempool was looking at a different set of transactions. Now, this data is from our own internal network. This is a node, this is a cluster of 3 different nodes running together at the same time. And we basically do this analysis as part of our core operations. And what we find is for a single node in a single geography in a cluster configuration, you're going to miss anywhere from 4 to 8% of all transactions, okay? And so transactions missed in mempool is the percentage over here. It can fluctuate and vary, right? A volume of transactions, actually, sorry, I said that backwards. The orange is the volume, the blue is, it's less than that. But at times you'll see these spikes where you're gonna miss stuff. Now again, what does it matter? It only matters if the transaction you care about is the one that's missed. There's a whole bunch of work that goes into ensuring that you can get full access to all transactions. Furthermore, while transactions are on-chain are immutable, everything in the mempool can be overwritten. So you can overwrite a pending transaction with a replacement transaction, commonly in our space called a speed up or a cancel. And this chart right here, again, you can't read it, shows the relative percentage of speed up and cancel transactions in the global mempool at any time. And so most of the time, the orange is cancels. It's like a 0.1%. But at certain times, it spikes up to like 8 or 10%. Same thing with speedups. And we watch this behavior. We watch bots go to battle with each other to get confirmed on a block. And they start ratcheting it up each other's, the gas price associated, or the gas associated with each transaction. And to do a speed up or a cancel, you have to replace a transaction that's currently pending with an identical nonce from the same wallet with at least 10% more gas by default, okay? And so you have this ratcheting behavior where the gas price starts to escalate quite quickly until one of the algorithms nopes out and someone gets that transaction put in. And we see these battles rage. They spike in existence and they spike down. And this creates all sorts of interesting congestion factors in the mempool. We'll talk about that in a second, okay? So remember, there is no canonical mempool. Transaction anxiety is real. Our belief, our assertion, is the root of transaction anxiety is the complexity of this underlying technology. And because this underlying data is not well characterized, not well understood, not well leveraged by builders, it results in an end user and enterprise experience which is like sort of uneasy. We toss transactions in, it's value in motion, and we cross our fingers, and this is problematic, okay? Remember, we're in a safe space. Okay, so let's get into the meat of it, mastering the mempool. This is a real simple day in the life of a transaction. It gets signed, it gets submitted, you wait for a while, hopefully it gets confirmed. Well, this is what a transaction in the mempool actually looks like. This is a mempool entry. So you can see at the top the transaction hash, you can see a from address, the gas price, again the hash, the input, which is just a call in, the nonce, which is the number 8 up there, this is the hex of the nonce, 2 value, and that's sort of it. It's quite sparse and it's quite compact by design. This is actually derived from the architecture of the Bitcoin mempool, and they were very concerned about keeping everything as small and compact as possible. Now, what actually happens in our world, in the world of Ethereum, is there's all this innovation happening to make transactions faster, to make transactions cheaper, to make transactions easier, to make transactions more private. And what they do is they introduce massive amounts of complexity into the nature of transactions and how they're constructed. So now you have all of these factors both happening at layer 1 and at layer 2 with smart contract-based wallets and relayers. You have layer 2 state channels and payment channels. They can get thrown into a mempool that they either wait, and you can replace them with a speed up or a cancel, and they can have any one of a number of different states or outcomes, some of which are not very well characterized. And you got a lot of transactions pending at any given time. So this is a screenshot I took from Etherscan. They have a running graph of this is mempool pending transactions by minute. This is from last night. And this scale is in tens of thousands. So 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. And you can see these massive jumps and then these drops, right, as transactions surge in and out. Now, keep in mind that at any given moment, there are tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of pending transactions. Oh, by the way, each transaction can result in multiple internal transactions. Again, you can't read this, but the light blue line is mainnet transactions. The dark above it is resulting internal transactions. And at many moments, the number of internal transactions can be 2 to 5x the volume of mainnet transactions. So when we think about what transactions are actually happening, what's going on here, you have to pay attention to both the external transactions and the internal transactions. But for perspective, this is from Blockchair. This is the average number of transactions in a block. It's measured in hundreds, okay? So you have tens of thousands of pending transactions competing with each other in this mempool where you have this surge activity sloshing in and out to get into one of anywhere from 50 to 150 transactions, maybe a few hundred more transactions per block, right? And by the way, these get written out on a probabilistic basis about every 15 seconds. So in the mempool, you have continuous flow data sloshing in and out, coming constantly, and every 15 seconds, give or take, you get the top of the mempool skimmed off, theoretically. And this results in all sorts of interesting behavior. This is a transaction which we noticed last night. The gas estimate for this says this should complete in about 1 hour and 44 minutes. It's been pending for almost 5 days. This is probably still pending right now. There's a 6,650% discrepancy between the predicted performance of this transaction and the actual performance of this transaction, okay? Now, does it matter? Well, it all depends. Are you buying a house? Is this part of a whole chain of transactions which is expected to complete, or is it some sort of test? And there's no way to know. And as we drive mainstream adoption of these technologies, as we encourage more and more users to do more and more stuff, these sorts of incidents become a bigger and bigger headache for the ecosystem, okay? Real-time gas estimation, I won't talk too much about this, is an open loop. We hear about this all the time. It is an incredibly hard problem for the protocols and the dApps out there to accurately give guidance on what a given transaction gas price should be, given current real-time mempool considerations. Anxiety is real. Again, we're in a safe place. But now what's nice about this is this mempool data can be enriched. You can actually stretch all of the information out that's contained, and you can get all sorts of useful things that's useful for you as a dApp developer. It's useful for the protocol manufacturers to figure out what's going on with their transactions. It's useful for the end users themselves. So the sparse amount of data which is associated with a mempool transaction can be expanded to include not just from and to, but counterparties, can include the ABI for the individual function calls, can include the internal transactions themselves. These can then be organized into live data feeds. This is an example of the 0x protocol data feed. And this transaction visibility can begin to yield transaction confidence. Transaction confidence for you, the builder, transaction confidence for the people leveraging the tools that you're building. In particular, we're seeing a lot of people using real-time transaction feeds during their development process to have much faster feedback loops to debug their smart contracts, to debug their dApps, right? This is an example, again, you can't read it, of a transaction that failed after 684 seconds, right? Why did it fail? What's going on? And we do a lot of work with our customers to help them understand why the resulting transaction behavior occurred and what changes they can do to improve things, okay? We can take this data, you can use this data, and you can improve the user experience. So rather than expecting the user to poll and search things and understand what's going on in Etherscan, we can just push the information to them and let them know what's going on in their transactions. And we're powering push notifications for wallets like Pillar and IDO to tell you as an end user, not just when you're sending value, but when value is coming in and being received. Interestingly, we're helping DeFi protocols benchmark real-world transaction performance. So you have your DeFi protocol in the wild. people are transacting with it. How long do those transactions take? The reality is they don't know. They have no way to monitor. This is synthetic data that we have made up, but this is reflective of real world work. We had one of the major DeFi protocols approach us and say, we have a target of 30 seconds or less to confirm a transaction, but we don't know how long it actually takes. We helped them understand that fully 26% of all transactions against their smart contract were falling below their benchmark. So what? This was more than $10 million of in-flight transactions that were performing below what they expected. Super eye-opening for them as a protocol. And now that they have visibility and can measure it, they can work on improving this. They can work on improving this by making their protocol more efficient. They can work on their gas price estimation, and they can monitor this over time. In the early days of the internet, everyone was so focused on making websites that work. And then people realized faster websites perform better than slower websites, and everyone started to focus on performance. So this data can be used in this regard as well. So in closing, just key takeaways and recommendations. Look, in-flight transactions represent value in motion, which is among the most interesting aspects of our ecosystem. But this anxiety is holding us back, and the secret is in the mempool. You can leverage live mempool data today to build faster, improve your user experience, benchmark your protocol performance, and we believe trigger real-time events. So based on things you are getting off of these data feeds, you can trigger live, dynamic, interactive experiences for your end users and for your infrastructure. And it doesn't need to be difficult. Now, I share all of this, of course, because this is what we do here at Block Native. You can get going with our API in literally less than 5 minutes. You can be receiving live data in the way that we described in less than 5 minutes. What should happen here, there's supposed to be a QR code that I put on the slide that's supposed to be part of a game, but we never got it. So there's a game. Come find me later if you want to scan it. Hopefully we'll get it. But that was Mastering the Mempool. I'm Matt Cutler from Block Native. I don't know if do we have any time? Are we good? I think we're good. Okay, we'll ask some questions. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Any questions? Sure. Yes. Yeah, so what we do is we solve a lot of the challenges that you just saw here. It requires a lot of infrastructure and a lot of operational expense. So you can work with us and get it for free or by the SIP as opposed to having to build all this infrastructure yourself. Yep. Yes. Oh, it's a very good question. So the bidding wars that happen between bots, basically the miners are incented to prioritize transactions of higher gas price, right? And so the bots are basically competing to get more attention of the miners by increasing the fees associated with their transaction. They're not competing necessarily for the miners' attention, they're competing with each other, right? Because they're trying to be the first one into the next block. And there's certain economic situations that they're looking at, by the way, powered by a lot of this similar data, to try to get economic advantage for doing so. There's a bunch of information asymmetries that are happening in this space. Part of what we're trying to do is eliminate that. We're trying to democratize access to this information because we think it's super valuable for the whole ecosystem. Yep. Have we seen any evidence of miners prioritizing differently? It's all probabilistic. So this is one of the big challenges. It's not a rule set. So you're going to put it in and you're going to hope that the right thing happens. And all I will say is we see weird behaviors, weird transactions, unexpected results, things that have occurred, but we can't explain why they occurred all the time, right? So as you really get into this data set, as you really start looking, there's a lot of anomalous behavior that's happening, and we're trying to surface this as rapidly as we can. We blog about this stuff quite a bit, so if you're curious to learn more about speedups or cancels, curious to learn more about various aspects of the mempool, by all means, check out blog.blocknative.com. We're just beginning to start publishing some of this data. So I would say we have a vast amount of data that we ourselves are just beginning to scratch the surface of. In fact, what we find is we don't have all the answers. It's by working with members of the ecosystem that the interesting questions start to surface up. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible to get into and start manipulating this data. We don't publish it yet at a macro archive level, but that's something that we plan to do as a Mempool Explorer-like functionality. But again, we're early in the cycle, and we want to invite everybody to come in and check it out. Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great ETH Denver. It's a safe space.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Nanopayments, the game. I'm Nathan Handler. This is my colleague, Justin Sheek. We both work at Orchid. So VPNs have been growing more and more popular as a means of stopping governments and corporations from monitoring, inspecting, and blocking your internet traffic. While traditional VPNs typically work well enough, they suffer from inherent weaknesses around centralized trust-based models. How do you know that your provider isn't logging or sharing your data due to government coercion or for additional revenue? Lock-in from macro payment limitations or the length of contracts also prevents cheaply and rapidly switching providers when blocked or when they're slow. And finally, paying with credit cards associates key personal identifying information along with all of your internet activity. Some people might try to avoid this lock-in by using one or more free VPNs. Being free to use is not actually an advantage. Free VPN providers, as well as Tor, typically suffer in terms of performance or security. This is where Orchid comes into play. Orchid is a decentralized, open-source bandwidth marketplace built on top of Ethereum. It supports connecting with multiple hops as well as staking. In addition, it utilizes a technology called probabilistic nanopayments to solve some of these issues around payments, as well as others that we'll talk about later.
Okay, let's start by examining how traditional fiat payments will stack up against probabilistic payments. So we're going to walk you through a few exercises and sort of demonstrate what the differences are between our payment system and traditional payments, and also if you're familiar with payment channels, we'll show some differences between those as well. All right, so we've got some props. With traditional payment systems, for instance, you might use a credit card to pay $1 for something. However, with our system with probabilistic nanopayments, instead what you'll send is a lottery ticket with a 1% chance of $100. So in either case, it's a dollars that's being transferred, and we'll show you how that adds up to the same way. Let's examine the difference now through a quick exercise. So Nathan and I will just go ahead and walk you through that. Okay, so let's say your goal in this exercise is to stream a 4K movie, and let's just, for the sake of argument, say it's about 20 gigs in size, and that bandwidth is, going to in total be about $1 worth of bandwidth to stream that movie. So the pink tickets that we're going to show you are going to represent $1 in fiat. So this is going to be just a really basic example. And orange tickets that we're handing over will represent the nanopayments with a 10% chance of being worth $1. And the blue tickets will signify the bandwidth in 10-cent increments. So about a few gigabytes, 2 gigabytes, say, of bandwidth. So first we'll demonstrate traditional payments. So please, okay, do you have the, I thought you had the tickets. Here. All right, so he's got some pink tickets, which are going to represent just a traditional fiat. And I'm going to have some bandwidth that I'm trying to sell him. Okay, so I'll say, please, okay, hand over your payment of $1. One pink ticket, great. And then in return, I'll just give him 10 of these bandwidth tickets. Great, okay. So he got the whole movie in one go. And that's how sort of more a traditional payment system might work. Whereas in traditional, in a probabilistic setting, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to hand over, he's going to hand over some fiat. You still have the pink tickets? Yeah, okay. So he's going to take 2 of those pink tickets, and he's going to lock them up into the Orchid smart contract. So this is not going to come to me as the recipient. It's going to go into an escrow. And now that it's in the escrow, I can confirm by looking at the Ethereum blockchain that Nathan actually has money to be able to send to me, so that I can honor his probabilistic payments because I know they're backed by real currency. So I'm going to hand him some orange tickets. Now instead, when he hands me an orange ticket, he's only handing me a very small amount of value. He's not handing me the full $1. So I'm only going to give him a little bit of bandwidth in return. So now he's downloaded a little bit of the movie, and I've received a little bit of the payment. And we can repeat this interactively, one at a time, and if only I had 3 hands. So I'll continue giving him bandwidth in response. He'll keep giving me payment. And we'll just pretend that we did this, 8 or 9 more times. Just hand me a few tickets, right? For the sake of time. And so this is more of an interactive protocol for payment. And at the end, what I've received is a bunch of orange tickets, which are these nanopayments. So I have these things which are only worth something if they're backed by a winner. So what I need to do is I need to go to the Orchid smart contract, and I need to show, hey, I've got these things from Nathan, these nanopayments. Are any of these worth anything? And so let's suppose that just for the sake of argument that out of all the orange tickets that I hand over to the smart contract, only the tickets ending in 7 are winners. So I'll walk through and I go, okay, this ends in a 1, this ends in a 2, this ends in a 4, 5, 6. Oh, here's a winner. So I show the smart contract, hey, I've got a winning ticket. And because these fiat payments were locked up in an escrow, that smart contract can now say, great, okay, we've confirmed you have a winner. This is provably secure, and we walk through how we actually secure this to make sure that neither Nathan or I can cheat this protocol. And they say, great, you have a 7. Here's a winner. And at the end of the protocol, I receive 1 payment. So you can see in both cases, I received one of these pink tickets worth $1. It's just that the protocols were quite different as we walk through them. So for instance, if I sent 100 payments with both systems, I may have sent $100 in exchange for 100 items in either case. But interestingly, you can extend this to very small scale purchases by adjusting the probability of these winning tickets downward to, say, 1 in a million chance of $1. And now you can pay for really, really tiny payments.
So let's now take a look at how on-chain crypto transactions compare to off-chain probabilistic nanopayment transactions. With on-chain transactions, every purchase gets written to the blockchain, and this requires paying a transaction fee. For small purchases, the transaction fee would completely wipe out any potential earnings. This is why you'll typically see minimum purchase amounts. With off-chain transactions, you're able to send many tickets with only the winner resulting in a transaction fee. This allows for the purchase of extremely small items that would be impossible to efficiently purchase with on-chain transactions. Let's examine this difference between on-chain and off-chain transactions through another exercise. For this exercise, rather than streaming a large 4K movie, we're going to attempt to stream a much smaller trailer that typically might cost about 10 cents there. So in order to convey this point, we're going to introduce a new type of ticket, a purple ticket that represents transaction fees. So we're going to start by showing off the on-chain situation here. So in this case here, Justin wants to watch a trailer, so he's going to have to hand over a purple ticket to pay the transaction fee. So he hands over a purple ticket, and he's able to watch a trailer. If he wants to watch another trailer afterwards, he's going to have to hand over another purple ticket and pay a second transaction fee. So now let's compare this, though, to the off-chain situation. In the off-chain situation with Nanopayments, it's going to work a bit differently here. So Justin is going to hand over 2 pink and 2 purple tickets to cover a deposit as well as the transaction fees ultimately there. So in this situation here, we're going to tear up these purple tickets. It's not profit for Orchid. They're going to go to the miners instead there. So now if Justin wants to watch a trailer, he's going to hand over an orange Nanopayment ticket. He's now able to watch the trailer. If he wants to watch another trailer, he hands over another orange ticket there. He isn't handing over purple tickets. He isn't paying additional transaction fees there. The only time those purple tickets he handed over at the start are actually utilized is if there's a winning ticket, which is going to happen very infrequently. So in the on-chain situation, despite the low cost of the trailer that we were showing before, the user ends up paying a very sizable amount in transaction fees compared to the off-chain situation. And this is all in addition to having to still pay the money up front to cover the actual cost of the trailer itself. So as you saw with the probabilistic nanopayments, you don't really need to worry about the transaction fees. And this allows us to make extremely small payments. With Orchid, we're even able to handle paying for something as small as a single network packet. But can you go even smaller? We encourage you all to think about why or why not this is possible. Come chat with us afterwards. Is it possible to pay efficiently for a single disk I/O or even a single CPU instruction? We've shown how nanopayments enable these small purchases, but what else do they enable? Small payments significantly affect the level of trust required of a provider, and they can reduce the trust burden down to minuscule levels, allowing for a truly decentralized, trustless system. They also make it possible to rapidly switch between providers.
So one of the things that Nanopayments enables is actually interacting in a more trustless context. So finally, let's look at what happens when you introduce untrusted providers into our mix and who may not behave in a fair and honest way. So you might ask, if you pay up front, as we did in our system, why do you even get service? When you're trying to buy something from an anonymous stranger on the internet, if you hand them your money up front, you have no guarantee that you're actually going to get any sort of service in response. So I think we may, how are we doing on time? Good. Okay, let's go ahead and go through this final exercise to talk about trustless interaction with Nanopayments. Okay, so let's demonstrate something that's really only possible with Nanopayments. For an untrusted party, you want to make sure that your balance of trade with them never goes out of whack. You don't want to hand $40 to a stranger on the internet and then just hope that they give you something in response. Instead, with Nanopayments, you can hand them 10 cents or 1/100th of a cent as payment and see if you get anything back, and then you can interactively verify that you're actually receiving service, and at no point are you ever trusting them with more than a fraction of a penny. So let's go back to the trailer example, and let's imagine you're trying to pay for a trailer with a Nanopayment protocol, but you're going to check that you actually, because you're interacting with potentially an untrusted party, you're going to check whether they actually send you the trailer, maybe they send you the wrong trailer, and if so, then you don't hand them any more money. Before, you couldn't hand them a very small payment like 10 cents because the transaction fees were dominating. When you have a transaction fee of 5 cents, sending 10 cents is very inefficient. So instead, you had to hand them maybe a large sum, like $1, or you had to set up a payment channel with them, which is also costly. And if they behave maliciously, you're out the $1 or you're out the time and expense of setting up your payment channel. With Orchid Nanopayments, you're actually only setting up a single payment channel with Orchid, and then anybody who accepts Orchid tokens is able to receive money from you now. So at those scales, at the 10-cent scale and so on, it may not seem like much, but what if we change the scale? And now with Nanopayments, you're only losing 1/1,000,000th of a penny or 1,000th of a penny. And with a traditional payment, you're trying to buy something worth $10, you might be out, an entire Chipotle burrito at that point. So let's go ahead and execute this protocol. In a traditional sense, Nathan's going to go ahead and hand me one pink ticket, but imagine that I'm an untrusted provider. I go, thanks, Nathan, that's $1. And then I walk away, and he's left holding the bag. So on the other hand, with the Nanopayment system, he sets up his, as before in the last example, 2 pink and 2 purple tickets. Let me grab a couple purple tickets. So what he'll do is he'll hand those 2 pink tickets and 2 purple tickets over to the Orchid Nanopayment contract. And those are going to go effectively into an escrow. And then I ask, hey, Nathan, you want to watch a trailer? Here, I'll give you some orange tickets so you can start making some payments. So he's going to go, sure, here's some Nanopayments. And then I'll go, aha, I've got a Nanopayment, and I'll run away if I'm malicious. But in this case, it's very unlikely that this Nanopayment was even a winner. And so the amount of value that I've been able to take out of Nathan's pocket is really tiny in comparison. It's not $1, it's more like 1/100th of a cent. So I'm actually incentivized to stick around and see if he's going to download more. Because as long as it makes sense for me to stick around, then I have less of an incentive to walk away. So I might want to say, hey, okay, here's a little bit of this trailer. So I'll go ahead and send him a few data packets. And then Nathan goes, great. Here's another 1/100th of a cent. And I go, oh, if we keep doing this, I might make $1. Okay. And so at no point is Nathan trusting me with really much of anything. And that enables applications that weren't possible with traditional payments, weren't possible with even payment channels where the cost of interacting with an untrusted provider could have still been quite high because once you create that payment channel, you're sort of locked into paying only that provider. So we asked the question earlier, if you pay up front, why do you get service? And we've answered that by saying, because you never make it clear for the person who might behave maliciously, you never make it clear for them to walk away because you never trust them very much.
So most nanopayments don't result in a record on chain, but the rare winning ticket will result in a public payment record. This is why our Ethereum-based nanopayments are really only pseudonymous there. Users desiring stronger anonymity guarantees, they should try using a mixer or funding source like Zcash. And for multi-hop circuits, the Orchid client can even use a separate account per hop, which makes it more difficult to trace your circuit from public payment information. An adversary trying to trace the route may still learn some of the payment providers associated with a payer's public addresses, but not all of them.
So you might ask the question, how do we handle double spending? And we actually had kind of a cool way of preventing these attacks. Essentially, we require the payer to create a small burnable deposit. We sort of kind of glossed over that in the exercise, but a complete analysis of the various possible spending attacks and the required deposit size, that's all beyond the scope of this talk, but we do describe it in detail in our white paper, and we walk you through the full game tree, and we'll be at the booth as well to answer your questions about double spending.
So we've incorporated these probabilistic nanopayments as a core feature of Orchid to provide for the ability for our users to interact with providers at a scale in a safe, private, and affordable way. If you're interested in learning more about the nanopayments and potentially incorporating them into new and existing projects, we encourage you to check out our white paper and our introductory blog post. Also, be sure to follow us on social media and come check out our booth, ask questions, and get connected. We're here all weekend, and we'd love to discuss nanopayments in more detail with you. We also have a limited supply of free trials for Orchid so you can experience it all for yourself. So, thank you.
sound's working, which I don't need.
It should work as soon as you plug in. Okay. Is that your dongle or ours?
Let me try yours. That's mine.
When that
There.
loud noise just happened, was that you plug in?
No, that was me touching that accidentally.
Oh, this thing.
Yes, I touched it.
I will mute this. You're good.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Because we've had people using it all morning. Okay, that's good. There we go. Oh, that doesn't look right. It's... All right, if it flickers...
All right, good morning. We're going to get started again. Our next speaker has a wonderful history throughout a number of prevalent companies in the space. Today they're here from Keep. It's Carolyn Reckhow talking about building Bitcoin on Ethereum using a simple peg technology, using that elegant technology to do some incredible things. No further ado, Carolyn.
Trying to use this mic. There we go. I like to walk around a little bit, so it's safer to use this. Hi, everyone. My name's Carolyn. I've been working in the crypto space for about 5 years. Started out with Consensus, was one of the first employees there, most Ethereum thing that you could do. Was there for about 3 years, helped them grow up to 1,000 folks. And then I decided to leave and go join a Bitcoin maximalist startup. Casa. That was with Jameson Lopp, Nick Newman, Elena from Trezor. And while I was there, I got a really great refresher on the fundamentals. So, like the importance of security, resiliency, and above all else, censorship resistance and individual sovereignty. But at the end of the day, I'm a technologist. I'm a BUIDLer first and a hodler second. So I said goodbye to the Bitcoin-only world and was really excited to meet the Keep team, Matt Luongo, a few others. They're working on a project that brings the best of both worlds together, Bitcoin and Ethereum, tBTC. We've been working on this for about a year now with folks like James Presswich, Suma, the Cross-Chain Group, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about it. So why are we here in the space? I think some of us came here for the unstoppable code, some came for the global world computer, and now we've got a new meme, DeFi. Really exciting achievement this week. We hit $1 billion locked in DeFi, woohoo! Which is great, super exciting for this meme, but when you really start to think about continuing to grow DeFi, you realize there's a ceiling that we're gonna hit. Right? When you look at that 1 billion in DeFi next to the 29 billion Ethereum market cap, like there is a very real ceiling there, and we should start to think about how can we continue this growth? How can we continue to bring valuable assets and collateral on chain? And especially with lots of DeFi projects like Maker, for example, that require a lot of collateralization, this is a real problem. Some people are thinking about assets like securities, more traditional assets. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in trustless, digitally native assets. So with that in mind, what's the next best and biggest pile of collateral? Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still just a little bit bigger than Ethereum. So there's a lot of potential there. So how can we do this? How can we bring DeFi to Bitcoin? Now, that's kind of a paternalistic question, right? If there are any Bitcoiners out there watching, you'd probably be like, Bitcoin doesn't need DeFi. But when you really think about it, Bitcoin is the original DeFi. Store of value, be your own bank, digital cash. We're just saying, let's take it one step further. Let's do loans. Let's earn some interest. And another way to think about it, how do we bring Bitcoin and Bitcoin users into DeFi? Now, I think that Ethereum is really uniquely positioned to be like this interoperability hub. And we should actually be thinking about how can we bring real-world assets, all types of assets, into Ethereum to continue to grow DeFi and provide value to the ecosystem. So people have been trying this for a while. I bet some of you OGs out there remember sidechains. We've been talking about sidechains since 2014, earlier, and largely they've been vaporware. There are a few layer one interoperability plays out there that are coming soon, but in terms of a pure Bitcoin to Ethereum bridge, nobody's really done this in a simple, elegant way. There have been some hacks, though. Federations, this is one thing that we've been doing for a little while now. Federation's a pretty simple concept. You gather a group of people together, and you have to trust them, and they hold your Bitcoin, and all of the transactional stuff happens on-chain. Federations are great because you get price exposure, right? You get that exposure to Bitcoin, which is what you need for DeFi, and it's a really simple implementation. I bet any of you guys out there that have touched Solidity could whip up something like wrapped Bitcoin, WBTC, super quickly, which is great. You get your price exposure. Except, well, why did you get into this space in the first place? I don't know about you, but I didn't get into this space to, have to ask permission to transact, to have some sort of intermediary there. I got into this space because I care about censorship resistance, sovereignty, and consent. And the moment you turn to a federation-based peg that requires trust, you just throw all of that out the window. You throw out censorship resistance, you throw out institutional roadblocks. It goes against everything that crypto stands for, in my opinion. So synthetics are another cool hack. I'm sure you guys are familiar. So the way synthetics work, you lock up a bunch of ETH, and then there's an algorithm that maintains a peg to the price of an asset. These are great because it's censorship resistant, right? If you're using a synthetic that it represents a stock, for example, you can be sure nobody's going to steal your stock, which is cool. But there are always downsides. Couple risks I see here. One is that this can get dangerous, right? If you're continuing to stack synthetics on top of each other, you've got undue FX risk there. And the more that you stack these synthetics with all these DeFi protocols, the greater the chance that we're going to experience some sort of catastrophic black swan event in DeFi. For example, if I asked everybody out here how much Ether they'd be willing to lock up to feel confident that that Ether would be worth more than 1 Bitcoin in 6 months, that's a hard question. I feel like I'd get a lot of different answers here, so it's tough. And then the second thing is, you can't redeem synthetics for Bitcoin, which is important, right? If I'm talking to my OG Bitcoiner maximalist friends that work at Casa, they don't care about synthetics on Ethereum. They, in fact, don't like those at all. And if they're going to use a system like this, they need to know that they're using real Bitcoin and that they can redeem trustlessly at any time for real Bitcoin. So what are we trying to do here? What is missing in these previous attempts? We're trying to build a censorship-resistant, fully Bitcoin-backed ERC20 token. No censorship resistance, no institutional middlemen, just trustless implementation. How are we going to do this? So I'm actually going to show you how very quickly. We've got a video of a demo here. Okay, here we go. So this is a really simple dApp. This is actually a dApp that touches both the Ethereum chains, you can see MetaMask there, and the Bitcoin chain. And what we're doing here in the beginning is we're initiating a deposit. And when we do that, we're pinging the Ethereum chain, and we're asking for a group of signers to assemble. This is the federation. It comes together, they're chosen randomly, and you're asking them to give you a Bitcoin address, right? These group of signers produce a PKH hash. And then in a moment, there you see Bitcoin address. You're gonna pay that, use your green wallet or whatever. And then at this point, it's pretty simple. You do have to wait for 6 blocks for a confirmation. So if we were really doing a demo, this would take some time. We shorten this for you. But then after you get those confirmations, there's only one last step. This one here is you're gonna submit the proof. So this is an SPV proof, and basically what you're doing is you're telling the Ethereum chain, here's the proof that I actually did send the Bitcoin, it's there, it's safe now to send tBTC to my wallet. There you go. All right. So that's how. And what's the idea behind all this? So we're calling this a bonded multi-federated peg, which is a lot of words for something so simple, but basically what this means is you're looking at the Bitcoin chain and you're checking behavior. You're having a lot of different federations, brand new ones. You don't have to trust like 11 out of 15, like 12 institutions, the same federations. And then if you are participating in the system as a signer, you're gonna put up ETH. You have an ETH bond. You need to have skin in the game. So to go into a little bit more detail, you have this new dynamic federation every time you request 1 Bitcoin. And that federation is assembled randomly, selected randomly using a random beacon. At Keep, we've built a random beacon, I've been working a while on it. And once this federation is selected randomly, you're gonna bond them, right? And this is a way to prevent misbehavior, and you have some real on-chain recourse. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And then lastly, you're reading the Bitcoin history to validate. And if you've done any Solidity out there, you know that in an Ethereum dApp, we're not actually reading the Bitcoin chain. What we're doing is we're asking somebody off-chain to read for us and let us know. So what happens if you misbehave, right? If you're one of the signers and you cheat. So we're gonna slash you. And in most slashing, it's slashing in most consensus mechanisms, it's punitive. You're slashing and then you're burning those tokens to the ground. You really want people to feel the pain. In our system, we don't have that punitive element. Instead, we're using the slashed funds to maintain the peg. So if someone cheats, we take their ether, we go to the market, we buy more tBTC and use that to keep the peg. So there's definitely some collateral requirements here. At first, we've got a bit more of a naive solution where we're using 2.5x collateral. This is a big number, but wanted to be honest here and put the largest one. Really, if you think about it, you could argue that it's only 1.5x ETH because there is some liquidity there on the Ethereum side. But we are thinking about some clever ways to shave this down. And one of the ways that they've come up with is basically, if you have some of the Bitcoin depositors collateralize against each other, you can actually get it down to 1.4x collateral. And it's still expensive, but it's definitely less expensive than getting doxxed. And it's trustless. So, well, almost trustless. This is the last piece in terms of the whole design. And this is price oracle, right? If we're doing this kind of slashing and liquidation mechanism, we need an accurate price feed for the Bitcoin to Ether price. For version 1, we're going slightly centralized. We're using Maker's Medianizer oracle, definitely the industry standard, and we just wanted to get it out there because working on a decentralized price oracle, it's a hard problem. But we are hacking together some things. We've been whiteboarding for a while this, we're calling it a priceless feed mechanism, which is really, I'm very excited to share with you guys more about it, but I won't get too into it now. That's tBTC. It's an open source project. The Keep network, along with Suma and the cross-chain group, are all collaborators. And I've got a few teasers for you guys here at the end. So one thing that we've recently added is increasing the lot sizes. So in the beginning, when we built this, we had it a single lot size, just 1 Bitcoin. So you could only bring 1 Bitcoin into the system and mint 1 tBTC, which is kind of a lot. So we heard you, and we've built smaller lot sizes into the smart contracts. So now you can build some of these smaller sizes into your dApp, 0.1, 0.01, keeps going. And this one I'm most excited about. The team has been working really hard for, it's like a total of 2 years, Keep Network and tBTC. So it's awesome to finally be live on Ropsten, connected. Woo! And to add to that excitement, the folks at Compound Finance are really interested in what we're doing, and they've actually, behind the scenes, have integrated their smart contracts in with tBTC. So that means that not only can you hack on tBTC, use Bitcoin in your dApp, you can also hack and use tBTC in your dApp, so you can earn interest on Bitcoin. So let's build. We're at ETH Denver. It's all about building. tBTC.js is open source. These are our libraries. If you're participating in the hackathon today, take a picture, save it, check it out. tBTC, we're really determined to be the best and the easiest way to add Bitcoin to your dApp. So give us feedback. We want to know how we're doing. And if you're hacking, check out our bounty. We've got a 3,000 DAI bounty today in collaboration with Compound. We want to see the best Bitcoin to DeFi experience that you can build. If you go there to this GitHub/Keep-Network/ETH-Denver, you'll see a link to the bounty itself. You'll have a whole bunch of documentation and resources to help you get going if you're interested. I'm also going to be around, so you can come ask me. We've got some colleagues here. There's Laura and Corbin and a few others. Nick, one of our lead developers, is going to be here. And then Adam and Max are their names, yes, from Compound are here. Not here yet, but we've got a lot of people that can help. Last bit here. So we're going to be announcing our mainnet Q1 launch date and all of our DeFi integration partners really soon. So make sure to keep an eye on us on Twitter, follow the tBTC hashtag. And if you have a DeFi project out there and you're interested in having Bitcoin on your project, integrating with tBTC, come talk to me. I'm here all weekend. That's my Telegram. Feel free to ping me. Would be great to talk. And then don't forget to follow along for further updates. So I'm on Twitter at @CReckhow. You can follow Matt, project lead, at MHLuongo on Twitter. We got just one last teaser for you guys. If you're interested, pay attention, because really soon we're going to be letting everybody know how you can use your ETH to bring Bitcoin to DeFi. So stay tuned. Thank you. That's it. Oop, I'll leave this up in case people want to check it out. Do I have time? Are there any questions? I think I have a little bit of time. That was a question about our plan for the lot sizes. Yes, so that implementation dApp, or the dApp that I showed you guys, we're calling that our implementation dApp. So it's essentially just a lovely front end that our designer Michael built, but just to show what the minting and redemption process is like. And we're only going to keep that dApp at 1 lot size, or 1 Bitcoin lot size, but we've built in the capability of doing logarithmically smaller lot sizes. So if you're building a dApp, you can use this. Greater than? Yeah, great question. So we're actually working with a couple of different potential partners on building a more institutional front end that batches a whole bunch of Bitcoin together and mints a whole bunch at once. So we're going to have some partners to recommend you towards if you have a whole bunch of Bitcoin that you want to mint at once. Yeah, so that's the question was about what prevents the random federations from taking your Bitcoin. And they're not going to take their Bitcoin because in the beginning, they're over-collateralized, right? There's a 1.5x over-collateralization in ETH. So there's this ETH bond, they have skin in the game, and if anybody does misbehave, what we do is we slash them, we take that ETH, we buy more tBTC in the market to keep the peg. Yeah, great question. The question was, what's the incentive to be a keep signer, to sign for tBTC? And so a couple things there. One is fees, right? Maybe you noticed it in the demo, but there's a little note that says there's a small fee every time you mint. And right now we're keeping those fees pretty low. It's going to be 20 basis points per Bitcoin. But we imagine as demand grows for this, the fees could potentially go up. But those fees are going directly to signers. And then there's also an element around the keep token, which is a work token that's necessary to run keep tBTC, but I won't get too much into that. But it's basically fees, and then there's some network incentives. I think that might be all I have time for. But yeah, check it out. Ping me on Twitter, on Telegram. I'll be around.
Make sure that one works because it wasn't working before.
The mic?
No, the
Mic seems to work.
Mic's right. Are you based in Berlin right now?
Yep.
I think you should want to introduce yourself rather than.
Sure.
Berlin?
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
I guess we could start early since we're good to go. Okay. All right, take it from here.
Cool. Howdy. My name is Billy Rennekamp. I'm going to be talking today about the Cosmos SDK, a module called Ethermint, which is an EVM module, and Peggy, which is a trustless implementation of a peg between probabilistic chains like Ethereum and Cosmos SDK chains. A little background about myself. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, the home of bourbon, racehorses, and bluegrass music. I'm a developer relations engineer with Tendermint. I joined building the Looney wallet, which is a front end. I built the NFT module. I help with Ethermint, and the new vertical is burner chains that I'm going to be talking about in a minute. Previously, I've worked with a group of friends with a studio doing dev and design. I've launched Clover's Network last summer, and I've also worked with Gnosis, Aragon, and Artblocks, and I'm an avid hackathonner, so look out for me this weekend. Quickly, I'm going to go over the evolution of blockchain development to sort of see what got us here. If anybody had the displeasure of trying to do something different around 2012 or so, you knew that the only real option out there was just to fork the Bitcoin code base. All you could really do is kind of tweak the parameters, change a couple things, very, very small. You couldn't really make an application that was very different from Bitcoin itself. This did birth the first great wave of shitcoins that we all have come to love. But of course, later on, we had Ethereum, which birthed this brilliant virtual machine that you could not have to worry about building a blockchain yourself, but actually just deploy a dApp to it. This way, you could focus on app development instead of trying to secure a blockchain. This birthed the second great wave of shitcoins because it was so easy to deploy your own. But actually, it's been a Cambrian explosion of different protocols, products, ideas, devices, and it's been a real sort of hotbed for these ideas to be compounded. The problem is that with so many people in the same kitchen, sometimes they can't agree on what they want to do together. Sometimes the features don't match exactly. There's all sorts of growing pains that have taken place across Ethereum. You can think of Bitcoin as being something like a calculator, application-specific blockchain that does one thing very well, and that's all it does. With that in mind, Ethereum is kind of like a compatible time-sharing system. So back in ye olden days, you would only have one computer in a university, and you'd have to kind of get in line to have your turn running applications on it. You were a bunch of people all sharing the same virtual machine or the same actual machine. And Ethereum is a little bit like that today, which is why we have sometimes long waits for getting a transaction through, because we're all literally standing in line trying to run processes on the same machine. Another way to think about Ethereum is a bit like a local area network. So inside of this secured enclave, we have the ability to communicate with each other with a lot of really amazing trust assumptions. You can do these sort of money as Legos, compounding interest, building block stuff, which we all have come to love. But you are very much restricted to that local area network. And there's a concept that I'd like to get across today, which is the Internet of blockchains. Because Ethereum has its own feature set and its own sort of ability to do things it does, it is also restricted in those things, where there's another idea that maybe application-specific blockchains, similar to Bitcoin being a calculator, could exist but not be siphoned off. In that scenario, you would have an Internet of blockchains where you could route traffic similar to the real Internet. Following the TCP/IP protocol, you could use something called IBC to route traffic between blockchains, and each one could kind of do things very specific. Because at the end of the day, the Internet is not a single computer. It's a bunch of different computers doing different things at different times with different features, different security assumptions, different purposes, all connected through a protocol that they all agreed to use called TCP/IP. The Internet's also not a single stack. Every single one is different for its own reason, doing its different things, has different reasons to exist in different ways. So why should the interchain be a single chain with one single homogeneous set of features? To enable this sort of vision of application-specific blockchains, people at Tendermint, we've been trying to put out the tools that are necessary to kind of build an ecosystem of trustless application-specific blockchains. The glue behind all of those is something called IBC, but in order to sort of speed the process up, we wanted to put other tools out there. One of them is the Cosmos SDK. This is a bit like Ruby on Rails for blockchains. So while the internet consists of a lot of applications and a lot of frameworks, one of the popular ones being Ruby on Rails, it's by no means the only one. We hope that it can be a great choice, especially if it has features that are needed for whatever network it's being built, whatever application is being built, but by no means is it the only one. One of the features of the Cosmos SDK is Tendermint. Tendermint is actually a product outside of the SDK as well. It's been integrated to the SDK so you don't need to really think about it. But it's essentially an extension of years of research on Byzantine fault tolerance. It's been extended with the idea of blockchain networks in mind so that much larger validator sets could be used than traditional PBFT implementations. It also allows for interesting configurations with vertical scaling. So instead of trying to figure out a bunch of bells and whistles to shove a lot more people onto the same blockchain, why not just have a bunch of different blockchains for each application and connect them, Or if you have one application and you run into limits, duplicate it the same way you would with traditional web development. Have multiple stacks that communicate between each other, each one having its own sort of ability to have throughput. One of the nice things about Tendermint is that it has instant confirmation, so you never have to do this weird UX dance of saying, thank you for your transaction, please wait, 10 to 15 confirmations. I'm sorry, there was a chain reorg, we have an uncle now, I don't know what's happening, just give me a minute and I'll figure it out. With a confirmation, you know exactly that there's not going to be a chain reorganization. One of the other modules that comes out of the core SDK development kit is governance. So you have kind of voting out of the box. Three kind of things that can go through that are text updates, just sort of getting to agreement about some topic. You can put through parameter changes, which is essentially chain upgrades, live chain upgrades, also known as software upgrades. This uses liquid democracy for bonded stakeholders. So if you own tokens and you put them into a validator, you delegate them, you allow that validator to vote on your behalf unless you decide to vote differently. That's the beauty of liquid democracy. So I mentioned a couple times now, the thing that really brings all this together is IBC. This is the protocol that allows you to trustlessly send information between blockchains. And the way it works is you kind of take header information from each of those blockchains. You do a little handshake, sort of the same way TCP works. Hey, I want to talk to you. Hey, I acknowledge you want to talk to me. I heard that you wanted to talk to me. Hey, I heard you wanted to talk to me, that I wanted to talk to you. Now that we know each other exists and we've both established that we exist and we both have some record of our state, our headers, then we can start sending packets back and forth. Those packets come with evidence that proves they really came from where they came from so that they can be interpreted and used however those receiving ends decide to. Similar to TCP/IP, you can send packets to a computer that's not prepared to receive them or is ignoring 90% of them, and it's not going to break the system. It doesn't break TCP/IP. So you have two levels, this standard protocol of just sending serialized bytes, and then the application level where you actually receive them, decide to do something with them, interpret them, process them. This opens up this kind of configuration of a hub and spoke model. Here you can see the Cosmos Hub, which is a blockchain that is launched last year. It's meant to be basically the plumbing of this internet of blockchains. But like any robust system, it should never be a single point of failure. There's another hub being built out of China called the Iris Hub, and it can similarly function like this diagram. Because it makes a lot more sense to use hubs when routing these traffic instead of every single blockchain talking to every single blockchain at the same time. So what's really exciting about the SDK is that it becomes this sort of modular library system. So if you've ever used OpenZeppelin, you know that there's all these sort of well-tested libraries out there that you can just import and use. The SDK works like that. You have core modules that you see on the screen, but there's also modules being built in the ecosystem, a little bit like a node package manager. One of them is Peggy. It's been built by Swish Labs, commissioned by the Interchain Foundation. And this is a module that you can import and enable inside of your app file. And it allows you to transfer messages between probabilistic chains like Ethereum and your Cosmos SDK app. With IBC, one of the requirements is that you have to have fast finality. So it doesn't have to be a Tendermint chain. It can be any sort of fast finality chain. Something like POA Network would be able to use it. Polkadot will be able to use it. ETH 2.0 will be able to use it. But ETH 1.0 cannot use it because it's probabilistic. You never know if there's going to be a longer chain and it's going to disrupt this whole series of events. So what you do instead is you have a middleman, which is Peggy. Peggy has relayers that watch both sides of this chain, one on the Ethereum side and one on the SDK side. Whenever they see a packet coming from the Ethereum side, they wait some number of confirmations before they think it's okay, and then they manually transfer it over. Different Peggy implementations can have different security thresholds. So maybe there's a Peggy who has a 1 confirmation security threshold. A piece of Ether which has been transferred through that might have a lower value because the security guarantee is much lower, whereas a Peggy implementation that waits 100 blocks would have a much higher security guarantee and a much higher fidelity of value. Doesn't really matter exactly what your implementation is. The bottom line is that it lets you move things back and forth. You should know that the last week I have had many sleepless nights getting Peggy up and running because I wanted to use it for the ETH Denver Cosmos burner chain. This is a new vertical that I'm excited about. I mentioned at the beginning called burner chains, name taken obviously from the burner wallet, which was started here in Denver. And the idea is that it's a low security temporary blockchain used for events or just to demonstrate new capabilities. it has a life cycle built into it from the beginning. It's meant to come down. It can serve a purpose and then disappear just like a burner chain. So for this one, it uses Peggy, and it's connected to the XDAI network where the BuffaloDAO process is running. So there's this game going on where people can earn these XP points. Every sponsor was given some number of XP. All of our XP are locked up on our burner chain. So if you go through our survey, you are given some XP on this burner chain, and then you can move it back to XDAI via our Peggy implementation. But that's not all. On this side chain, there's actually a game running. It's a scavenger hunt game and a riddle game. There's different questions that you would query the blockchain for that lead you to find different answers. If you find them, you submit them with a commit reveal scheme, and you get rewarded with more XP or with a new token called Brain Token. You can transfer these back to XDAI, and you can use them to redeem the NFT badges, which are also part of this BuffaloDAO game. If you're interested in that, you should take a look at tutorials.cosmos.network/ETHDenver. Another module we're really excited about is Ethermint. It's been shepherded by ChainSafe and going to be in use, we're really excited about, by Aragon, coming up on the Aragon chain. Ethermint is an EVM module for the SDK. So say you have built this massive product on Ethereum, but you're running into scaling issues, you're running into sovereignty issues, and you want to redeploy your own independent chain, but you don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars rebuilding all of your utility inside of Golang, which is what Cosmos SDK uses. You can sort of jumpstart that process of moving into a sovereign chain by using an EVM module. You can deploy your blockchain, have the EVM, and then redeploy all your contracts there. It works the exact same as the normal EVM module. It has all the same RPC ports. You can talk to it with MetaMask. It's a seamless experience. It's just a different network. And you also benefit from all the things that come with the SDK. You can still have governance, still use the staking, IBC, all of these features of the SDK part of it, while having basically a sub-blockchain running through the EVM. I mentioned that this is a great sort of stepping stone for projects like Aragon to quickly move their entire stack over to an independent blockchain. But there's also really interesting things that become possible when you have an interaction between like a super blockchain and a sub blockchain inside of it. You can do things like hooks, so you don't do cron jobs and subscription projects that you aren't able to do in Ethereum. There's two hooks, the begin blocker and end blocker inside the SDK. So this is a function that'll execute arbitrary code at the beginning of every block or at the end of every block. So if there was some subscriptions inside of a smart contract, it could go through and make sure that all of those subscriptions are paid out at the beginning of every block or at the end of every block. This is a design pattern that's driven me crazy many times while writing Solidity. I'm very, very excited about. Also, if you had some sort of a protected EVM, you could have the governance module on the Cosmos SDK be used to arbitrate which contract code could actually be deployed to the EVM. So you would make a text proposal or a proposal of a parameter change with the actual bytecode, with a description of what it does and the code, so that all the people who are stakeholders in the system could evaluate it, make sure the code is sound, is valid, and then only after voting approval would that approval go and actually deploy that code to the EVM. Otherwise, maybe you don't want anybody to be able to deploy. It's all sorts of like features that you can use to upgrade and trick out basically what the EVM does that way. So the thing that's really exciting now is that the SDK is finally at a point of maturity where we get to sort of run back through the amazing Cambrian explosion of concepts which have come up over the last couple of years, especially in the ETH space, and start doing implementations of them in Golang. Not restricted by the crazy EVM restrictions that come when you all have a really aggressive, what is the word? Adversarial environment like the EVM, because the Ethereum network is such a large and shared system. The EVM is built sort of battle ready and expecting the worst possible behavior because anybody can deploy code to the entire network at all times. Whereas if you're able to just design an application from the ground up yourself, it can be doing exactly what you want it to do with all of the features of a mature programming language like Golang. So I'm really excited to see more of these modules built out. I mentioned the NFT module is also available. There's a repo called Cosmos/modules where you can look for some of these that are already there. And as a potential project for the hackathon, we would love to see anybody who wanted to try their hand building a custom module. A lot of tutorials at tutorials.cosmos.network saying how to do that. And we have $5,000 for hackathon projects. Quick ideas of things that I would love to see. Complete Peggy with NFT transfers. I mentioned that Peggy's doing token transfers right now. There's a half-done NFT transfer implementation that if you just pushed over the finish line, I think would be a great project. Connecting Peggy to Ethermint. So say you wanted to do arbitrary messages between two EVM chains. In order to put a destination and the call data, it's just different fields than token name and amount. So it's not such a big change from what's currently happening. conversion between Ethermint ERC20s and Cosmos SDK coin type. So on the SDK, you have a data type called coin, which is essentially a ERC20. And inside of the EVM, you've got contracts where you can deploy an ERC20. But say you want somebody inside of your Ethermint implementation to be able to transfer their ERC20s into like the wider Cosmos ecosystem through IBC. You would need to have some programmatic exchange between that EVM module and the coin module. So we'd be able to say, here's like a designated burn address. Whenever somebody sends it to that burn address, it'll mint a coin inside of this other module inside the stack. That coin becomes a full-fledged member of the SDK sort of programming environment, but it could also go back. So that's something that I would love to see, and I think actually that ChainSafe is working on it because Aragon will be using something similar. Front-end interface for the Peggy burner chain. So if you go back to those instructions that I mentioned, it'll tell you how to access it and how to query it, how to submit answers, but all of that is done through the command line. If you're interested in building an interface for that project, I think that would be also a really good one. And a high scores REST endpoint. So high scores are essentially just token balances. And currently, it's a little tedious to try to get all of the token balances of every user on a Cosmos chain. All of the pieces are there. They're just not built into a REST endpoint. So modifying the REST client to query all addresses and then getting them by balance, maybe with pagination by clipping it at numbers at a time or even sorting it. Those would be all really, really cool projects that I would love to see. Also to mention, upcoming is Game of Zones. Last year we ran an adversarial testnet called Game of Chains. My brain is melting right now. It's an adversarial testnet. So before we launched, we wanted to make sure that nothing terrible would happen. So we decided to pay people to make something terrible happen before the network went live. We're essentially doing something similar now with IBC. IBC is spec complete and the implementation is almost finished. Once it's done, we'll begin Game of Zones. You'll be able to spin up your own chain and start talking to other chains. If you can do anything nefarious in that system, if you uncover bugs, if you can attack somebody, any of that kind of activity is rewardable up to 100,000 atoms. You can learn more at cosmos.network/GOZ. And last but not least, we are always hiring. Take a look at our site, Cosmos Network, learn more about us, see what is going to be the Internet of Blockchains. Do I have any questions? I did that good. I just filled you all's head with knowledge to the point. Yes? Any plans for a public chain? So Cosmos is a public chain, the Cosmos Hub, excuse me. These are all other public chains. Some of them are just concepts, some of them are actual chains. There are, I think, $5 billion worth of assets currently secured by SDK chains right now. Although without IBC, none of them are talking to each other. So this is the last kind of final hurdle to connect this concept of the Internet of Blockchains. But most of them to this point are public. The beauty of this is that you actually could have private networks communicating with public networks in a trustless way. Anybody else? My name is Billy Rennekamp. Let me get that back up. If you'd like to follow me, I'm on Twitter with the same name, GitHub at OK with me. You can check that out in the tutorials. Thanks for coming.
Hi, everyone. Next up, we got Isaac Ardis from ETC Labs.
All right, and this one works just as well, it sounds like. Perfect. If possible.
We have one done. You want to ask the crew guys?
think I can get started at any time. Is that fair? Close enough? All right. I'd tell you jokes while we wait for another 3 minutes, but I don't know any. So I think we'll dive right in. Can you see? Can you read it, Terry? Oh, you having a hard time? Yeah, we've got hecklers in the audience, folks. That's good. Good deal. So my name is Isaac, and I'm here on behalf of ETC Core and Ethereum Classic Labs. We're headquartered in San Francisco, and we have developers working remotely like me around the world. And I wanted to trace today an idea and a theme of readability through our team and through the work that we're doing, both as a priority that we have as developers, as well as a characteristic that's derivative then of that priority, both in the practical and architectural aspects of the code that we're building. We think that it's valuable, and we think that it has diverse applications. So here are just 4 different connotations or potential definitions of what we might mean when we say readability. On the left, legibility. That was scrawled in my chicken scratch handwriting, and it might be kind of hard to read. That's one interpretation of what readability might mean. But because this context has a lot to do with computers, and because computers have fonts and abstract ways of dealing with words, we don't have to worry about legibility. We have Helvetica and Roboto to do that for us. The second example you can't see, and that's because it is either invisible or it doesn't exist at all. And because we're working in an open source context, that's not going to be the connotation that we're talking about. The work that we're doing, because it's open source, is inherently visible. And that's one of the things that makes it what it is, and it's one of the defining characteristics of the work and the technology that we're applying ourselves to. Well-written is another connotation of readability. And I want to say that things can be well-written, but not necessarily readable. So if you think, for example, about maybe a dense philosophy book or a dense science paper, those can indeed be well-written. For example, like Gravity's Rainbow by Thomas Pynchon. I mean, people will reference it and talk about it, but nobody has actually read the whole thing because it's not readable, although it is well-written. So that's not exactly what we're talking about either. The fourth example is Ablesbar. And unless you speak German, that will also be unreadable to you. And that's because it's not in a language that you're familiar with. And that is going to be relevant to what we're talking about today. Being able to work with a language that you're comfortable with and that you can use is a facet of what readability is. And there are more interpretations and connotations of readability. Dave Cheney has given a couple of talks. He's one of the core Golang contributors, and he's also talked about simplicity, productivity for developers as characteristics of readability, and good naming, for example. But instead of trying to define readability, I think another approach that we can use is to ask, what does readability look like? So that we can know it when we see it, and we can then maybe know how to work in ways that we can build it. And I want to say that readability is about having the right level of abstraction in the right place. And because this is ETH Denver and not Art Basel, when we talk about levels of abstraction, we are going to be talking about words specifically. That's what words are. So don't be fooled by the progressively abstracting Mondrians. We are going to be talking about words. But the next nuance and really important essence of this understanding is the word right. What does it mean to have a right level of abstraction, and how do we know that it's in the right place? And I want to say that we'll know it's right based on the context and the purpose that is intended and is inherited as a part of the space that the document that we're talking about is living in. So we need intention and purpose to understand what readability is. Here's an example of something that is indeed readable. If we're trying to navigate and move around the world, this is something that can help us, but I think it's an example of something that probably is at a level that's typically too high of an abstraction. This will be useful if we have an airplane and a good stopwatch and we want to fly direct to Rome from wherever we are, we can do that. But if we're limited by we don't have a plane or we don't have enough gas or something happens on the way there, we won't be able to get there. So in this case, the job that this sign is doing is maybe not necessarily actually playing the role of wayfinding. I think it might be serving a slightly different purpose, even if that purpose is only letting us know how far away we are from cities, and to be something that you can take pictures next to. Oh, and we're missing a. There we go. All right. So here's another example of maybe what readability is or is not. This is taken out of a historical context in New York subway systems. The example on the left is something that is probably too detailed. There's too much information there, and maybe it's not structured in a way that's intuitive for the purposes of the user, at least not as well as it could be, and has been famously replaced by the example on the right, which is iconically readable, printed in Helvetica, and which has come to typify and actually symbolize the New York Metro today. But the New York train system is not even today without flaws as far as its signage. I found this on Twitter. And you can see the example on the left is at Penn Station, and we have what might be wayfaring instructions, but they're presented in a way that, that perhaps reflects a shifted intention from actually helping you get where you need to go. And that's what I noticed in the comment on the right, where the commenter is saying that actually the purpose maybe of these signs has changed. Maybe they're not trying to help us actually get where you need to go, but they're serving maybe as an advertisement for the concept of travel, which is particularly ironic because your audience is going to be already in the train station. So why readability? I'm going to take Go Ethereum as an example and talk a little bit about readability and writability in this context. So it's important that we have purpose for code. You do your job and do it well, and that's right. But in open source code, getting the job done may not be the entire picture. And maybe readability is a part of a bigger picture that also involves writing. And so one of the interesting and very self-apparent facts about readability is that things will be written more often than they will be. Things will be written far fewer times than they will be read. And this is true for books in a library. They'll be written once. They'll maybe be edited a couple of times, but and then recompiled, but they'll be written and then they'll be read. And so there's a disproportion there that as writers, it's important to keep in mind. Keeping in mind, as graders, it's easy to fall into a hole as a writer without working to remember that readership is one of the primary use cases for the words that you're managing. And in the context of open source code, not just is reading and writing a part of the case, but readership and writership is also a part of the case. And that's one of the things I want to point to here. And I want to point to the long tail distribution of writers that happens at Go Ethereum. As you can see, this little bar graph reflects my hypothesis about a long tail distribution of writers, which says that there are a handful of core writers who are writing the vast majority of the code over the vast majority of the period of time that this code has been in existence. There are a lot more contributors, but the majority of those contributors will be contributing small amounts. And Compared to readership, again, this is the disproportion that we expect. We expect to see more readers, and we do see more readers than writers. In the case here, we can assume that stargazers are at least pure readers, even if they're only reading the directory structure of the repository and maybe the first few lines of the README. That still counts as reading. But one of the beautiful parts of what open source is and can do is the concept of forking and changing and contributing. And this is something that we hope actually for our projects for the most part. And so forkers we need to understand both as readers and as writers. And so what does readability do? Readability tells us a story that we can understand and use, and it enables and encourages writing. So at ETC Core and Ethereum Classic Labs, we're invested in Ethereum Classic. And Ethereum Classic is integrally and importantly related to Ethereum. We're a fork of Ethereum, or maybe it's the other way around. But we are invested in reading and writing the Ethereum protocol, working with the tools, and being a collaborative part of the ecosystem. Not just the ecosystem, but the actual protocol itself. The mantra for Ethereum Classic over the past year, and maybe even more than that, has been interoperability, and that's something that we're proud to say that we have today. And that's because it's a function of our relation to the ecosystem. And so as we're working with and towards the Ethereum protocol, we're inherently invested in characteristics like extensibility, like interoperability and configurability and accessibility for the code. And this isn't just good for us as core developers working on our classic implementation of the protocol, but it's good for our community. And it's good for the Ethereum main foundation community. And we're not alone. Ethereum Classic is far from alone in being a configuration alternative, or at least another opinion about what the Ethereum protocol can do. This is a very simple network crawler that I ran for a couple of hours and was able to find 239 distinct network IDs out there living on the dev P2P space. This is a bare minimum, right? This is network IDs. This doesn't reflect chain IDs. So keep in mind that even Ethereum Classic isn't included in this number. So Ethereum Classic Labs does a lot of things. We're an incubator and an accelerator for startups based in San Francisco. We're investors, and we're interested in exploring the space and lending strength and support and momentum to projects that we believe in and think have value. We're interested in building partnerships and collaborating because synergy and mutual trust and attitudes of openness are going to be beneficial for us and for the community. And last but not least, we're interested in development, and we're strongly invested in development, and that's what I can speak to today. And we have a good number of the core team here as well, so please come find us. We have a booth upstairs. We'd love to talk to you about some of the development things that we've been working on, as well as some of the more professional partnerships and things like that. We do have representatives who can speak to that as well. It's worth, so I've got these three different facets that I want to touch on from the development perspective. The first is protocol provider specifications. This is what I'm most familiar with because this is what I'm working on. We also have what I want to say are two sides of the same coin, so to speak, which is contract development from the writing perspective and the compilation perspective, and then the consuming of those from the tooling and API perspective. All right, so I'm going to start by talking about the protocol specifications and the protocol provider that I work on primarily and that are the primary endorsement as far as protocol providers go from our company, which is Multigeth. Multigeth is a downstream fork of Ethereum, Go Ethereum, and it serves ETC well, trustily, reliably, and with the multi in the name, it also serves a multitude of other chains, and that is by design. And these are chains that are not just research and development chains, but also production chains. One of the things about this client that's worth mentioning in the context of readability is that it's written in Go, which is famously readable. as I continue on with my example here, for those of you who may be initiated and familiar with some of the clients in the ecosystem, parity may come to mind. Parity is written in Rust, and Go compared to Rust will have different answers probably when it comes to the question of readability, because Go is simple. Go works to remove magic, and it tries to be accessible and productive. So I want to talk about one of the things that makes multigeth compared to its upstream ancestor, Ethereum, Go Ethereum, and talk about some of the design trade-offs that we're looking at, and happy to talk to you about today. This is the configuration file, and I'm sorry if that's a little blurry. Ironically, I can't tell from here if it's just me, but I'm sure it's just the resolution of the picture. But you can see here that there's just a couple of lines, and those lines are fork configuration values for the Ethereum Go Ethereum client. And a fork is usually a composite, almost always a composite of EIPs. EIPs are improvement protocol specifications. And the EIP space and the EIP process is something like the legislative body for the Ethereum platform and the Ethereum protocol. And that's interesting for me and for us today because it's written in English. And because of that, it's accessible if you don't write code. Or at least it's mostly English. You know, there's a lot of math and technical jargon, but if you can get past that, you don't need to be familiar with the nuances of any particular coding language to be able to work with it and to be able to make an impact on the protocol. And so a fork being a composite of these get bundled up and configured in the client like this. And so, as you can see here, they represent diverse sets of EIPs, and I've taken the Byzantium block as one. It represents 9 different EIPs. And these are EIPs that do different things. Sometimes they're related, and sometimes they're not. And navigating this for a reader for the Go Ethereum codebase can be one of the challenges. And it is one of the notable architectural decisions for the client as well. So you can see here that we're configuring new opcodes, we're adding precompiled contracts, we're adjusting the difficulty bomb. And for somebody exploring this code base, if they use their IDE to do find usages, and where does this field value happen in the code? What does it actually do? They're going to find logic implementations that happen in the EVM, that happen in the interpreter, adding new opcodes, that modify how the revert is added and whether states can be modified or not. They're going to find difficulty being delayed. They're going to find block rewards being reduced. They're going to find actually the transaction receipts being managed differently. And this can be a hurdle. Well, why? These things seem unrelated. Why are they using the same parameters? So here's an example. This is the Ethereum Go Ethereum house. And HIP here stands for Home Improvement Protocol. And as you can see, we've got the garbage disposal wired on the same wiring with the in-floor heating in the bathroom, and we've got the doorbell connected to the speakers, and it's all in the same circuit. And before you've got to imagine that a contractor comes into this house to like work on the doorbell, right? He thinks it's too loud, or he'd like to change the chime or something, and he comes in. And maybe an hour, a couple hours later, maybe a day later, maybe days later, he comes to you and he goes, you know, well, I've been testing the doorbell, and I can't figure it out, but the bathroom is getting warm. My doorbell test seemed to be passing, but the bathroom is getting warm. And whenever I do run the test, I hear this whirring noise coming out of the kitchen, and it sounds pretty angry. And so, but before we make too much of a joke of this, and I don't want to, I'm not trying to pick on the Ethereum developers, because this is not completely insane. They are good developers. They're very good developers, and I really admire them. And I've been working in parallel with them for years now. And they know exactly what they're doing, and they have very legitimate reasons for doing it like this. And they know what these reasons are. And so when I was pulling these slides together, this conversation happened on Twitter just a couple of days ago, which was just absolutely perfect. Because here's Peter, who is the lead developer for Ethereum Go Ethereum with 1,200 commits. He's the #2 guy on our long tail graph. And he's saying that for me, the unit is the fork. right? That's not without reason, right? He knows exactly what he's doing. And as you can see here, he says, these are upgrades. These are EIPs. Why would anybody not want these? And I think that more conversations can be had around this tweet. I think that this might be a bit of a simplification or an exaggeration, because if we start to ask questions like, is a difficulty bomb an upgrade, and how do we manage that? Is just delaying that actually an upgrade? How about reduced block rewards? Is that an upgrade? And if so, why? So this is how Multigeth handles these configuration options instead. Instead of using fork-based configuration variables and interfaces, we've exploded it. We've unraveled these forks into their composite improvement protocols specifications so that we can speak articulately about exactly what we want our client to do. And this is good for Ethereum Classic, and it's also good for the multi in Multigeth. It's good for the many chains that we hope to be able to target. And I want to be fair about this analysis. I'm not, I want to present this as a pro and con and as something that is a balanced set of architectural trade-offs, because it is clearly working for Ethereum Go Ethereum. And for us, it is clearly working for Multigeth to do it in a different way. So what we can see with forks is that we get consistency. We get safety netted specification implementations. And that's a perfect example of what just happened this week with the EIP 2200 bug that was found. We get control. The developers have control because there's a little bit of obfuscation and there's a little bit of initiation that needs to happen before you can work with the code base. You get application level testing, but what you don't get are an extensible set of business use cases. You don't get an extensible set of articulatable test cases, and you have gated maintenance changeability. Whereas with features, we find that we get configurability. We have specification implementations that are really true to spec. And we can prove that through application and feature level testing, which is exactly how this bug was found. We find that we get accessibility because for somebody reading this code, they can actually go directly from a configuration value to a specification by name, and that should be one-to-one. We find that we can support generalized business use cases, have better, more descriptive, at least, testing. And so to finish off with this comparison, and back to our wayfaring and navigation guides example and the New York City train system maybe, I think it's fair to think about Ethereum Go Ethereum as the case on the left here, as exactly how to get from point A to point B. If you want to fly from here to wherever Ethereum is today, you can use that client and get there. And in doing that, it's an application of the protocol. It is one way in which this protocol can be applied to one network or a handful of networks if we include the test networks. Whereas with Multigeth, we're hoping to build something near to a protocol implementation, which is to say something that can become a tool for using the protocol. If you have questions on that, I'll be around. I'll be wandering around. Would love to talk to you more about that. But for a matter of time, we're going to move on to some other things. The next two facets, which I want to handle in tandem, because they really are two different aspects of the developer lifecycle for somebody who's going to be what I'm going to call a protocol consumer around the Ethereum-based blockchains. So I'm going to start with the EVM LVM project. But before I do, I want to sort of frame why I'm talking about these in tandem. They're in tandem because when you're writing your contract right now, the primary way that you're going to do that more often than not is going to be with Solidity, which is going to present a learning curve, and it has its own set of limitations. It's relatively young. And it comes back to language. This will probably be a new language for you if you're coming to the network and haven't been initiated. And also, being its own unique language, it has a distinct set of tools. And so what we're hoping to do is to be able to explode the number of languages that you can use on the front end in contract development and compilation, and then match that suite of accessibility experiences as far as languages go on the other side when you're finally consuming those contracts from the network. And so I'm running short on time and battery. So the LLVM, just to touch on this, and I really am sorry to have to rush through this because it really deserves a talk of its own. But the EVM is essentially Ethereum's operating system. And an LLVM is a very mature 20-year-old project that has massive industry adoption, massive tooling support, great debugging, code validator tools, static analysis tools, and again, industrial adoption, as well as a diversity of front ends that can be used. And so what the EVM LLVM project is doing is bringing the EVM as a target to LLVM. And you can see that here. He's saying howdy. And I wish I could talk to you more. In fact, better, I wish Alan could be up here talking to you more about that. Maybe he will be next year. But we're thrilled about this. Alpha is available, and you can visit that website to learn more. There's documentation there. And we'd love for you to get involved with that project. Power! Thank you. All right. Nothing works without electricity, especially not presentations of blockchains. All right, so the natural complement to this front end is then going to be the consuming end. One of the fundamental pieces and core pieces that has had reverberating impact through our tooling team and through the application facing side of our projects has been OpenRPC. And I want to make it clear straight up that this is way bigger than blockchain. It has massive impacts across blockchain because this is the lingua franca for protocol providers, not just Ethereum Classic and Ethereum and the many different protocol providers that are implemented under that space, but also for Bitcoin, Ripple. You can read the list. It's bigger than blockchain, and that's one of the things that's really exciting about it, is that it is really generic. And with this generic document pattern built now, this has been applied. We've applied this and are hoping to collaborate and build to get feedback and really push this into space as a standard specification that can be the sort of the common denominator between protocol provider APIs for application consumers using the standard interface that's available. And so you can see here that not only are we getting so here's the point I want to make about this, is back to the point about readability, is that not only is readability good for humans, which it is, and it's critical, but it's also good for humans who are working with machines. Because if you can present data in a way that is structured and predictable and documented, humans can write tools that can consume those documents as well. And that's a massive lever. And that's exactly what OpenRPC is doing, is becoming that lever. And I would invite you to this website. You can explore, you can see how dynamic and informative these tools that come from this lever can be. And 2 minutes, all right. And so I know that this is an example probably like the closer to an advertisement than an actual guide, and that's because it is. We have so many projects that I don't have time to talk about. But there's been, and suffices to say, there's been massive amounts of work that we've been doing to support the tooling and specification around OpenRPC and its application in the Ethereum space. So I have 2 quick little case studies that I want to do that are compositions, very, very pure compositions that come from these tools. The first is Expedition, which is becoming a very popular explorer because it's very lightweight. It allows you to run and query blockchains and explore your blockchains, whether they're canonical and you're finding the endpoints upstream, or whether they're a testnet that you're running locally. And finally, we'll see if this guy will. Video cannot be loaded. Signatory, that was going to be an awesome video that walks through what you'll find if you visit this website. It's right there. And it is an example of how we're able to reuse these tools to not only build tools, but then build the documentation that supports them. Signatory, by the way, is an offline Ethereum message and transaction signer that we've put together. So we would encourage you to read and build more. We'll be here. Our booth is upstairs. Any of us would love to talk to you about this and answer questions. I'm afraid I'll be pulled by the wrist off stage if I ask for questions. But thank you very much. My name is Isaac, and I think Bob Summerwill will be up next. And please give him a warm welcome. Thanks for your time.
How you doing? You are a spit for Zach. You're a spit for Zachary.
Oh!
I was like looking, I was like, oh, is Zach presenting today? Instead of I? No, fuck it. Oh.
Yeah. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into our next talk. It is my distinct honor to welcome Bob Summerwill back for his second ETH Denver. This is really important. I think it's the fact that we have ETC here and other blockchains as well is really emblematic of where I think the crypto space needs to be. You'll notice there's a market division between how, say, in the Bitcoin world, they handled some pretty fundamental differences with the cash split and big blocks and turned into a nasty civil war. And this ecosystem where we're learning from one another and we're taking different approaches, but this is open source stuff and open collaboration. So there's nobody better than Bob to tell us about what's going on right now. So please welcome.
Thank you. And the same for Ken, before you run away. So Ken wrote a brilliant article in 2018 called The Irrational Insanity of Crypto Tribalism, which was inspiring for me, where, pointing out the complete insanity of the fact that you have, hundreds or thousands of perhaps the most altruistic, well-intentioned people trying to build a new and better world, squabbling over small differences. It's like Catholics and Protestants, a little difference and right, we'll burn you at the stake. It is, and in some ways it's maybe even worse in some ways. Anyway, let's try and work on that. So hi, I am Bob Summerwill. Oh my word. Where's the screen gone? Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'm Bob Summerwill. I'm the executive director of the Ethereum Classic Cooperative. We are a public charity supporting the Ethereum Classic ecosystem, helping to steward the protocol together with ETC Labs and volunteers and other community members. And I was previously at the Ethereum Foundation. I worked for Consensus. I helped to set up the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. I've worked within Hyperledger. I'm a community ambassador for Crypto Chicks. I like and want all the good things to happen. So what's happening with Ethereum Classic? Well, a common misperception that there is around Ethereum Classic is that two Ethereums came into existence at the time of the DAO fork. But the truth is that there were always two Ethereums. There were always two different visions. One of which was Bitcoin with smart contracts. Basically that you have immutable, unstoppable, programmable money with the view of Ether being money primarily. and that security, immutability, and the integrity of the ledger trumps everything else. That scalability at L1 is not a primary goal. The goal is to have a multi-decade-long immutable ledger. The second vision was world computer, really where you're viewing it more as an application platform, Ether not primarily viewed as money, but as viewed as fuel for running the machine. And scalability is definitely an aim. Both of those projects were actually happening within the Ethereum project up until 2016. But the fact is that those goals are mutually irreconcilable. So at the time of the DAO fork, that came to the surface where, and I saw this firsthand, I was working at the foundation at the time, and you would have people who'd been working together for 2 years say, you think we should intervene? What? You think we shouldn't? Just complete, could not believe that somebody would have that difference of opinion. But the fact is, if your goal was Bitcoin with smart contracts, then obviously you don't intervene. If your goal is to build a world computer, well, it's just a bug in the application platform. Of course you fix it. So both of these projects, have their own merits, but they can't exist within a single chain instance. So what is Ethereum Classic? Well, Ethereum Classic is Ethereum technology, but with Bitcoin philosophy. With nearly all of those aims in common, and the difference really being around statefulness and the fact that you have a Turing machine, deterministic Turing machine bounded by gas, which is more commonly stated as smart contracts or Turing complete, which isn't exactly correct, but anyway. So, why should anyone care about Ethereum Classic? If you've got Ethereum, well, why on earth would you care about ETC? Well, the situation that we're in right now is quite unique, which is that the proposition that you have with ETC in 2020 is almost like you could go back in a magic time machine to 2016 and say, can we get all of the good stuff? Can we get all of the good technology? The improved developer tools, the frameworks, the maturity there, all of the L2 technology, state channels, optimistic rollups, L2 privacy, but none of the bad things happened. You're off in a time warp and you're following an alternate universe where the DAO fork never happened. And the DAO hacker never exited with the funds anyway. You didn't have all of the ICO mania or the chain bloat, and you didn't have the crypto kitties chain bloat. So the situation you have with ETC now, very imminently, what we'll have in this pending pair of hard forks is complete binary compatibility with Ethereum. So if you have an existing smart contract, you can just deploy to ETC trivially. That wasn't the case over the past few years. It was the case that if you chose to build a dApp on ETC, you were doing it for ideological reasons, because it was practically harder and horrible and painful. And that really is not the case anymore. And it will really, really not be the case in a few months. So what you have is you have the alternative of a platform that you can actually, full sync on a commodity laptop. You haven't got the Infura addiction, and you have a hard money native token. So I think ETC is a fantastic platform for DeFi, programmable money, slow cadence kind of applications. If you're looking for throughput, don't look here. So what's been happening in 2019? The seminal thing that we had was the Atlantis hard fork, which happened in September 2019, where we hard forked in Byzantium opcodes. So there hadn't been major updates to the ETC protocol, for quite a while at that point. After the DAO split, you had had the introduction of the monetary policy, you'd had the disabling of the difficulty bomb, and that was about it. So what happened there is, we had a massive catch-up in September, and that was a real hard slog to get to consensus on that, to get that movement. But we did it, and we, in the process, we learned to collaborate. We learned to, how to bring frenemies together to move forward for the aligned goals that we had. And then we followed that up with Agatha in January of this year, in 2020. And Agatha brought Constantinople opcodes. So with Constantinople, you're very, very close to the ETH chain at that point. So an example there is the addition of Create 2. So you can have counterfactual instantiation of state channels. So just this week, I signed a statement of work with Connext. So we are going to have Connext state channels on ETC within the next month or so, because we can, because that stuff has been enabled. And I think that's going to be the first of many, many L2 scaling mechanisms, privacy mechanisms, and other technologies, which can now trivially choose to build on ETC as well. And then in June, well, we hope it's June, like block numbers seem very hard to predict for some reason, but it looks like it's going to be June, where we're going to have the Azatlan hard fork. And that is bringing Istanbul opcodes. The main difference that you have is we're not going to do the 1884 gas repricings, which broke the Aragon smart contracts, but everything else is coming. And we screwed up the spec a little bit, so there's actually a Phoenix hard fork as well. So it's going to be Azatlan plus Phoenix, activating at the same block, in a similar way that Constantinople was actually Constantinople and Petersburg, but nobody cares about that in real life. Like, it doesn't make any difference, the fact that the thing was logically split into two hard forks. It doesn't make a difference to normal people. So by June, we will be in this position where you will literally be able to compile exactly the same bytecode and deploy to ETC. Switching between ETC and ETH will be as simple as switching between ETH and Gaulie or other testnets. Other things that the cooperative specifically has done recently. So we joined the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. Myself and Yaz are spending time within the technical spec working group, within the testing working group, working on that specification for what Enterprise Ethereum Alliance looks like, which is very aligned with what the ECIPs look like. The EIPs defining the Ethereum protocol, the ECIPs defining the ETC protocol, and the specification process that you have for the EA. Awful load of overlap between those. They're different flavors of the same kind of thing. And the way that I'd express that is if you think in, say, operating systems terms, back in the day you had Unix, and then there were many different flavors of Unix, and then you had Linux arising. So now all of the different Linux distros and the BSD distros and macOS and iOS and tvOS and watchOS, all of these have got a level of basic compatibility, which is defined by something called the POSIX standard. And to my mind, that's really what you're going to have in Ethereum. To my mind, Ethereum has always been a protocol specification. Specific chain instances of that are specific instances. There's not just two Ethereums. There's actually about 40 or 50 public EVM chains, which are compatible to varying degrees. And all of these enterprise use cases. So, at the time we were starting the EA, you had people, attacking me and others for doing that, going, oh, you guys are selling out to the banks. Look, you're corrupting the vision. Well, no. The fact is, if you look at something like Linux or the web, you end up with a specification and standard which meets all of those use cases. You have real value from having that kind of basic interoperability. And that doesn't mean that they're all going to be identical. You're going to have different flavors, but you're going to have a large degree of portability between these different things. And you see this in other techs. Many, many chains right now are using Solidity or using the EVM in some form, that you have got a degree of compatibility between these, that really, we have this emerging kind of the smart contract de facto standard kind of flavor thing going on. So, we got involved with EA. And we joined Hyperledger too, and we've been spending a lot of time on Hyperledger Bezu. So with Hyperledger Bezu, you have an Apache licensed code base which can meet all of these public and private needs, and ETC as well now. And we signed a contract with Messari to get higher quality investor information, better quality data and information on what's happening with ETC. You know, I've been maintaining this conflict of interest statement personally. What you really have with Messari is an equivalent for the legal entities, but also for the network, is really saying, you know, you need and want high quality information on what's going on the token issuance, on the governance. You know, you really want to have real transparency about how things work and where the money is and where the incentives are, because that's your best defense against scams, is transparency. We've got ETC nodes as well now, which is an ETC equivalent of Ether nodes for having visibility into, you know, like the market share of particular clients and versions enabled, and really, you know, the dashboards as well for helping us through the hard fork. So that's been really useful. We've got Block Scout. So we've got Block Scout instances for each of the Ethereum chains, and ETC Core have Expedition as well. So we've got two great block explorers now, when not so long ago, you know, we were really struggling there. We've got Ether Cluster, you know, thanks to my colleague Yaz there. So Yaz has basically done an open source alternative to Infura. So, you know, you can run a cluster of EVM nodes, be those Ethereum, be those ETC, be those whatever. We, in the cooperative, are running, you know, some public endpoints based on those, which are being used by a number of wallets. But unlike Infura, we don't plan to scale that to any large degree. You know, we're not going to scale that up to infinity. We've got the software available. If other people want to run other clusters, they can. But really, you don't even need clusters. If I just go forward, there was this announcement the other day from DAppNode, and this was awesome. DAppNode just added ETC. I don't know that anyone even asked them to. They just did it. It was awesome. I had a post-it note on my desk to talk to them. I hadn't even had time. They just did it. So DAppNode, for anyone that doesn't know, is, you know, it's like the Ethereum computer idea, which Slockit first were looking at doing in 2016, and then Ethernode were looking to do in 2018 and, well, 2019 didn't quite happen. You know, just the idea of having a dedicated hardware node at home that runs your node, and you'll connect to your node. Because, you know, what you have on ETC is you don't have the massive bloat where it's, you know, almost impossible to do a full sync from Genesis. That doesn't happen on ETC, and we really don't want it to happen. The co-op also funded the Viper team to add EVM versioning, which they were missing. So then that means that then you can use Viper for ETC as well. Though when we're aligned on protocol, you don't even need that anyway. You know, it will just work anyway. But that was a useful feature, and we want to support the Viper team. We love the Viper team. The other thing ongoing here is EVM LLVM, which Isaac had just spoken about. I think that's an incredibly important initiative that Alan Lee here is working on. Is really saying what you have with the Sol-C compiler is something that was just sort of like made up, basically. You know, LLVM is a mature tech stack with 20 years worth of investment in it, which is powering the entirety of Objective-C, Swift, Rust, and the primary C++ compiler, Clang. You know, you have something which has got decades of investment from universities, from Apple, you know, from other major companies. So what's being built with Sol, S-O-L-L, from Second State, is an alternate Solidity compiler built on that technology. So we're going to have an alternative. And then EVM LLVM is an alternate backend which targets EVM for that. And Viper have expressed their intent to rebuild Viper on top of this stack as well. And I think what we can have in not very many years is a wealth of different smart contract options, where you can write these alternate front ends and take advantage of all that same code gen. And then we can build all kinds of tooling around that. So that's great. The cooperative are also supporting research into potential switching to KEKAK 256. So we're going to support implementation work around the Astor testnet to really build the thing out, right? Experiment through implementation and get to a position where we've got something that we can look at. We can look at the transition pieces. But just to be very clear, because people always get this wrong, this is not, a thing that is necessarily going to happen. It is a proposal. It is entirely feasible that we will spend months and months and months looking at all of this and then go, yeah, no, we're not going to switch. That's entirely feasible. But, we follow the process of science. We have hypotheses. We do experiments. We try and falsify our premises. And, doing research work which never comes to life is not a bad thing. So yeah, ask me anything. Myself and Yaz are here all weekend. Also, ETC Core and ETC Labs people are around. Come and hang out. Shout at us on Twitter. Dissent and vigorous debate are welcome in ETC. That's something that people on the Ethereum side may sometimes look into ETC and go, oh my God, what is going on? Donald is saying, Summerwill, you are banned from sharing my articles. You are a Canadian crypto communist. We have these rigorous debates, and then we get past them. But I think having that tolerance for strong criticism is an incredible strength of ETC. And it's something I think Ethereum sometimes suffers from a lot, is everyone is so nice, and sometimes that's not a good thing. There are elephants in the room, and they are good to point out. So anyway, yeah, I'm open for Q&A. I'm sorry? So the question was, do I think the DAO hacker will ever move his coins? I think it's exceedingly unlikely that he will try and exit the value. I think it's possible that they may be moved around. But I think that, those accounts are going to be the most blacklisted, tracked things in the world. Any movement is going to be instantly spotted. Any kind of exchange is going to say no and block it. I'm sure you can DEX things around. I think that there's a possibility that things will get DEXed around. A bit of a crazy idea I had at some point late last year, which may or may not make sense, is as we start to build funding DAOs on ETC. So, for example, I think it would be awesome if we had a Moloch DAO on ETC. Our testnet is called Mordor, so having Moloch on Mordor, it just has to happen for the memes alone. But I think we should have a Moloch DAO. We should have Aragon DAOs. We should have, we do have a community fund, but we don't really have a lot of mechanism around that. I think we're at the point where DAOs kind of work, and having that kind of community fund for a DAO would make sense. And I had a bit of a crazy idea last year. Do you think if I did a CoinDesk article appealing to the DAO hacker, hey, you seem to have done this for ideological reasons, would you like to give the money back into a community fund on ETC, that it might just happen, possibly? I don't think that's maybe not a wise legal idea, though. No, I am not the DAO hacker. We are all the DAO hacker. So the question was, any thought on just deploying DAI on ETC? I think that should happen. I think all the stable coins should deploy on ETC as well, in the same way as they're starting to deploy on other chains. I think I think all of those things should happen, and they would be easy to do now. And we're also getting to a point where our interchain technology, that interop technology is working really well now. So there is an intention and plan for an ETH, ETC bridge, bidirectional bridge imminently, one of those for rootstock as well, and also Bitcoin to ETC. I think we're going to see these hops between all the chains, and with that being the case, well, you can either do wrapped native from another, but better yet is just deployment of these stable coins, on multiple chains. There's no reason, say you see Tether. Tether was all on Omni, and now it's on Omni and Ethereum. So yes, absolutely we should. So the question, or the statement was ETC has a fixed cap. ETC does not have a fixed cap yet. There is a proposal from me. No, fixed supply. So that's the monetary policy. So there was a change in monetary policy, which happened in 2017. Which was changing the emissions schedule for blocks. So ETC has fixed amount of ETC. Ethereum has got a fixed, fixed inflation that you have, ongoing issuance. There is ETC has got a supply cap of the amount of ETC that there will ever be. That does not exist on Ethereum. Ethereum has had repeated changes of block rewards. Correct. So the question is, or the statement was saying that the BTC model is that block rewards are going to fade down to nothing over a century, and that a fee market will arise to account for that. That is also the ETC model, yes. The ETC, that you have limited capacity, and that becomes valuable, and really the model that is likely to happen, I think this is completely true, is you're not going to have a lot of dApps on layer 1. I think most dApps are going to end up on layer 2s or on specific dApp chains. Really, that layer 1 is likely to become, a settlement layer, like registry-ish, a place for anchoring. Terry? So Terry has just said we will be finished with the DAI bridge to ETC in March. Excellent. James. So James's question or statement was saying there's a lot of work on Ethereum to do with stateless clients. Where would I see that fitting in? I think the work on stateless clients is very, very interesting. I think that Alexi's work on TurboGeth, basically not using a Patricia Merkle tree, but alternate data structures which have got better performance. I think that's awesome. I would love to see ETC support on TurboGeth as well. He said he's open to that. It's just someone's got to do the work and fund it. As to where all of that stuff is going to go, I think that's an open question. There's obviously a real need for work on sustainability, and that is a common need for F1 and ETC. Terry. So Terry points out that labs are working on that and funding that with Alexi, so that's awesome. this is one of the things that I really love about the phase that we're in this blockchain journey, is stuff is just happening. You can't keep track of it all. Like, there's no way that you can keep it all in your head. Like, I remember when I was first actively, really involved on the Ethereum side in 2015, essentially everyone in the world was on the subreddit. You knew all of the people, all of the projects. You could keep them all in your head. You'd got like state of the dApps. Here you go. There's about 40 of them or whatever. And you would know them. You can't even keep track of the names of everything, let alone know what they are or the status. So, I mean, I guess this is the joy of permissionless innovation and of this whole ecosystem, is that if you get things right, you're just building these layers and stuff. People can build on top of them. You don't have to ask permission. You don't have to talk to them even. They can just go and do stuff. And it's great. Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
Do you ever worry about the classic part of the name and how that might denote old? And like, for instance, for people who are not aware of the newer hard forks bringing Istanbul and things like that, because for instance, I've met people who know about the DAO fork and yet have questioned whether there are smart contracts on ETC when so like the first thing they think of is the classic part and they don't think about what they're saying, right? And
so the question was, do I ever worry about having classic in the name and that it implies like old and useless, or people don't know or assume that things are not happening? No, I don't. I think things like being here and talking, the approach that we're going to have certainly at the co-op is just completely grassroots, show up, talk, do things. We're not out shilling, we're not out sponsoring, we're not out like pushing. The story is really going to be, well, hey, look, we're here, and the idea that ETC is a protest coin with no developers is bullshit, and here we are. So I don't worry about that messaging at all, no. As long as we don't end up like Coke Classic. Well, no, Coke Classic was good, wasn't it? It was New Coke that was the screw up. No, I think that's it. Anything else? No? Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Well, you can stick around if you want to stay to hear from Colony and Auryn Macmillon. He's just getting set up. It's going to be about how to turn your hack actually into a sustainable ongoing project. So in just a minute, we'll get started there. Also a reminder, if you're a sponsor of a DAO, make sure that you actually go in and approve your competitions. And if you are participating in it, submit them as soon as you can. Don't wait till the last minute. Yeah, come in, take a seat. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. It's fun. All right, so let's see what you need. It's okay. I'm so glad we found Lane. It's good. So let's see, what do you need here? Anything? Like the magic goes on here. I like this first slide already. There we go. Yep. All right, you let me know when you're ready, and I'll get people seated. Yeah? You need a minute? Okay, you tell me. Yeah, which mic do you want to use? Do you want to use this walking one?
I'll just stick with this one, if that works.
You want to do some jumping jacks? Feel good? Okay. All right, everybody. If you're staying, which I hope you are, we're going to hear from Auryn Macmillon, who's a user researcher, which I do not see a lot of in this space. So thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. And he's going to talk with you about how to turn your hack into a sustainable project. So please give him your rapt attention, curiosity, and excitement. Thank you, Auryn.
Cheers. Angle it up a little bit. Thanks for calling me, Lane. I thought I was on tomorrow, so this is like really rushed to jump down here, but luckily I made the slides in advance. I was actually just now setting up a colony for someone else for exactly what I'm trying to talk about here, so kind of very, very timely. So what I'm going to do is quickly just run through a primer on kind of what Colony is for anyone that's not aware of it, anyone that hasn't interacted with it before, and then that's going to be a really quick primer. And what I was actually hoping to make this more of is kind of a workshop where anyone that's got a hack that they essentially want to have persist beyond the scope of the hackathon here, that they want to turn into something viable, sustainable, long term, then essentially come around and help people get set up if they want to create a colony, or at least just do some kind of Q&A on some of the decisions that need to be made to set up a colony. So yeah, with that in mind, let's just kind of jump into a quick overview. So the firm is 19th century technology. Setting up a company it's slow, laborious, expensive. So registering, doing legals, issuing shares, getting bank accounts, all that stuff, it's a painful process. Work coordination, HR, budgeting, payments, contracts, bookkeeping, all that stuff is again, a painful process. And then access to capital is this kind of essentially boys club. It's very much a kind of a networking game and a game of being able to convince a kind of small group of people that an idea is viable. And that's not to say that it's the wrong approach, but it's a difficult thing to crack for a large portion of the population. Colonies intend to be essentially the firm for the 21st century. Super simple to set up, really, really low barrier to entry. So, I mean, the claim we make is as easy as a Facebook group to create. I don't think we're quite there yet, but it's a simple process. They're digital native organizations where essentially the organizational logic is enforced by software instead of rules. They're intended to just kind of eat this middle management layer. So colonies want to create an environment where you have this kind of bottom-up contribution flow, where people who are contributing value are able to identify the value that they're contributing and to be essentially autonomous, self-managing, and for the rest of the organization to be able to kind of validate that contribution. And then that kind of leads into the incentive model. So Colonies has this interesting kind of incentive model. You bootstrap a token, define its value, and then reward people for the work that they contribute to the organization. The reward is both in the form of tokens in the colony's treasury, but then also reputation in the colony, which kind of later on leads colonies to be able to become these kind of reputation-mediated entities, these kind of meritocratic organizations, where the people who are actively contributing to it are the ones who end up with kind of decision-making power in the organization. So some kind of quick examples of what essentially like how we think the current version of Colony, the DApp, is useful. So some examples of some colonies that are kind of up and running or are kind of planning to get up and running soon is a local mesh networking cooperative that pools the revenues from their mesh network to then fund network maintenance and upgrades, a co-working space where you offset the cost of your co-working space by contributing work to the space, an NFT art gallery that distributes revenues based on your contributions to the art gallery, as in both the art that you contribute or the effort or the work that you contribute to getting traffic through and actually making sales of art. An established Web3 project turning kind of passive community members into active contributors, or what I'm hoping to see more of here at the hackathon is these hackathon projects that go from being kind of an idea to a sustainable project and fairly reward their contributors without having had funding up front. I think that's the use case that's most exciting for me right now. I have a couple of side projects that I've started, one that I'm starting this weekend, where this kind of incentive model is what's kind of driving contributions. So they're grant-funded projects or kind of prize money-funded projects where we distribute those that funding whenever it does come in, proportional to the amount of work that people have contributed to make the product that this project is trying to develop. So I'll dive into a specific example here in a minute when I share my screen and we start poking through some colonies. But the other thing that I just wanted to point out was that Colony's kind of developer tools allow you to kind of take all of the pieces that we use to build our DApp and kind of plug that into any other application. And so the interesting kind of, there's a bunch of potentially interesting outcomes from that. Basically the ability to insert Colony-style organization and incentives into any other application. So you can imagine things like an MMO where every piece of gold you kind of collect in the game gives you an influence over the project's future roadmap and a share of the project's the revenue. Or a ride-sharing application where the drivers and the people building the application end up becoming the kind of owners or beneficiaries of the organization, end up gaining kind of reputation in the organization and being able to dictate its roadmap. Or a social media application where your impressions earn you a revenue share and a voting right in the future roadmap for the organization. I said earlier that it was not very DAO-ish, and the reason for that is just the current version of Colony is a very kind of permissioned architecture. So you directly permission accounts with kind of unilateral ability to execute kind of whatever the specific permission you gave them is. There's no voting yet. There's no dispute resolution process yet. But that's all kind of coming in the pipeline. So what I'm kind of excited about now is the ability to kind of create, again, these bootstrapping upstart projects and allow them to essentially bootstrap the reputation supply of all of their contributors so that once the functionality is enabled and once those projects are ready, they can basically seamlessly hand it over to the community of people that have built up a reputation supply contributing to the organization. Yeah, and so I guess from there, I'm keen to just go play with the app, and so anyone that's got your laptop out, then feel free to kind of play along. Otherwise, I'm just going to poke through it and show you some of the features, and if anyone has any questions, wants to point anything out, then just yell out and we'll keep it really open. Bear with me for a second while I figure out screen sharing here, and yeah, then we'll start poking. I guess now if anyone has any questions in the meantime, feel free to jump in. Yeah, so the question was, do I think that Colony is more suitable for non-profits that are just trying to kind of dish out work, or for for-profit organizations that are trying to kind of distribute, I guess, profits, revenues, whatever it is? And I'd say either or. I don't think that it's necessarily better for one or the other. The colonies that I've created so far maybe towed the line. So they're grant funded. They don't really have a business model, so I guess I wouldn't really call them kind of for profit, but they do have a rewards model that's one of the interesting mechanics that Colony has is this rewards model where you are able to reward contributors, basically periodically create a rewards distribution that pays out a chunk of tokens to all of the reputation holders proportional to the amount of reputation in native tokens that they hold. So that kind of profit sharing, revenue sharing, dividends like kind of mechanism obviously would lend itself well to kind of a for-profit organization. But I mean, I'm using it in the context of Burn Signal, which is most definitely not a for-profit organization. So it's really just kind of an alternate rewards model, and kind of how you use it is up to you, I guess. So this, I mentioned, let's zoom in a little bit. I mentioned that I was just creating a colony, or helping someone create a colony. This is the one that I just helped create. But I'm going to go ahead and jump over into a different colony to start with. We'll go into the beta colony. So we just launched this one, and it's essentially a colony that's trying to incentivize our community members to contribute to developing Colony as a kind of ongoing project. The resolution's not great here, so I guess it's going to be a little bit difficult to read. But in terms of features of the Colony application, basically we have this task construct, which is the atomic level unit of work for a colony. This is how a colony pays out its balance. It's how it awards reputation. And I guess on that, a reputation is awarded every time the colony pays out its native token. So each colony selects a native token when it's set up. In this case, it's BLNY, which we kind of nicknamed Baloney, which is, this is the beta colony, which is a precursor to the meta colony, which will be the kind of the governing entity for the colony network. And so we're using this as a bit of a testing ground. The native token for the meta colony is CLNY, so BLNY just came as a bit of a play on words from that. But this native token can be any ERC20 compliant token. So you can go and pick DAI as your native token if you want, or you can spin up a new token when you create the colony. And that's a really important choice because it can't be changed. Once you create that native token, once you kind of decide on that native token, you cannot change it later, and it has some pretty big implications on how reputation is distributed. So in the case of, I'll jump over to another colony, Burn Signal. This is a project that I started at ETH New York last year. It's grant funded and kind of prize money funded. We've got some funding through Gitcoin grants. We've got a small Moloch grant, and we won a little bit of prize money at ETH New York. And basically what we do is set up milestones. So development milestones when we, say, release our proof of concept app, or we release the MVP version of our app, or we implement some feature set. We kind of define milestones, and when we hit those, we pay out a chunk of the DAI that this colony is holding on to through that rewards mechanism that I mentioned earlier. So all of the tasks that people are doing in the application are all actually just being paid out with this burn signal token. And the really interesting thing there is that it doesn't require us to know exactly how much funding that we have up front. It doesn't require us to allocate any specific amount of DAI, of US dollars, or of Ether or anything like that up front for work. We can reward everyone with this native token, and all of our contributors know that when we hit a milestone, they'll be able to claim a relative portion of whatever we do have, but don't necessarily know exactly how much we have. And so it's, the whole purpose of this talk is to talk about how to kind of bootstrap a project from a hackathon into something that's sustainable. And this is the kind of model that I've been following with this project, and that I think we can replicate with a bunch of other projects, is essentially a rewards model where all of the contributors understand that they're going to be rewarded fairly compared to one another, but you don't have to have a specific amount of funding allocated in advance. So you don't have to understand exactly how much funding is going to come in advance. So yeah, I think again, this is a model that I'd like to see replicated here at the hackathon with any projects that want to kind of persist beyond the scope of the hackathon. And again, just to kind of poke around features a little bit more, we have a suggestions tab here, which is basically, I'll jump back over to the beta colony because it actually has some suggestions in it. Oh, wrong one. And this is kind of our bottom-up contribution funnel here. So anyone can come in and suggest a task, and then as an admin in the colony, if I see a suggestion that is in a domain where I have permissions, I can accept it, and that automatically generates a linked task over here that can then be allocated funding and assigned to someone and pay out tokens and reputation. The community tab here just lists all of the members of the colony. So this one has a bunch of people in it basically because everyone that joins colony gets automatically subscribed to this one. So they kind of inflates the number of people in this one, but we have actually had a pretty decent amount of kind of active contributors. And I guess the last thing that I wanted to touch on here in terms of, it's not my profile, sorry, is just the permission structure. So again, I talk about colonies not being very DAO-ish yet. Essentially, you explicitly permission users within some context in the colony. So we have this domain hierarchy, which is, I guess you can think of like categories in a forum or folders in a file system that allow you to contextualize the tasks and payments that you're creating, and then contextualize the reputation that you earn from completing those tasks. In future, what that will allow us to do is have these really localized dispute resolution processes. So say a dispute pops up in the front-end engineering domain, then it's front-end engineers who get to weigh in on that dispute resolution process. But it also has a really clear escalation path up through this kind of domain hierarchy. So if it can't be resolved within front-end, then it may get escalated to engineering. If it can't be resolved there, then it may get escalated to the kind of top-level domain in the colony. But in lieu of that, for the time being, we have this domain-specific permissioning system where you can basically give different people different sets of permissions throughout that domain hierarchy. So the way that we've used it in this colony is basically for all of the people that are contributing code in the dev domain, we give them the administration permission, which lets them autonomously jump in and create tasks and allocate funds. And then it requires me, the benevolent dictator of this colony, to come in and actually finalize tasks and pay out the tokens and reputation associated with it. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good overview of kind of what Colony can do right now. So I guess my ask from you guys is just if anyone's running a project and would like to see it exist beyond the scope of the hackathon, then come and have a chat to me. We can figure out if Colony makes sense. Otherwise, if anyone has any questions about Colony or about kind of helping your project to persist beyond the hackathon, using a Colony or not, I'd love to talk more, and yeah, keen to hear what people are working on. So
you have time for questions here too, so.
Yeah. If anyone has questions, then fire away. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry to monopolize the questions. You mentioned the meta colony.
Yeah.
Can you give like a quick overview of what the meta colony is?
Yeah, so every time a task is completed in a colony, the colony network takes a fee on that task. Let me just scroll down here so you can't really see because of the resolution. The colony network takes a fee. It's currently set at 2.7% of whatever token you're transacting in. Those tokens get forwarded onto the meta colony, and the meta colony is then tasked with incentivizing ongoing development of the colony network. So it's the vehicle that will end up governing and incentivizing the proliferation of the colony network moving forward. Eventually, I think a goal for Colony as a company is to kind of roll a lot of its operations into the meta colony. Right now, our kind of dog fooding experiment is with the beta colony, which is the baloney precursor to the meta colony.
Any other questions? All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you, everyone.
Great. So thanks for finishing early because our next speakers were very patient and waiting. So we're going to hear next from a couple people from iExec, if you want to come up and get your gear set up. They're going to be talking with us about going off-chain and powering your application with actually a fully decentralized and distributed network. You're going to hear from the co-founder, Gilles Fedak, and Hadrien Croubois. They'll probably tell you more about themselves if they choose to. I'm Shira. I want to give just a few announcements as they're rolling up on stage. One, for anybody, but especially women, people of color, queer people, we're going to have a little gathering at 4:30 in the DJ Chill Room. Also, allies, everyone's welcome. We're going to just talk a little bit about what it feels like to be our full selves in this space and what could make that more possible. So that's at 4:30 tonight. And then if you're participating in the DAO, or if you're sponsoring a DAO, if you're sponsoring, please approve your competitors. Don't wait. And if you're submitting, submit early. Don't wait till the last minute. And if you can kindly read all the instructions in the Medium article, your DAO stack friends will be very happy, and it will make their jobs easier. And without further ado, it sounds like we're ready to go. Thank you.
Introduction. So this talk today is about.
Depends if you want to walk around.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. So hi, my name is Gilles Fedak. I'm CEO co-founder of iExec. This talk will be presented also with Hadrien Croubois, who is a research engineer at iExec, in charge with everything related to blockchain development, smart contract security, and everything. So this talk today is about the thing you can develop using iExec and using confidential computing. So maybe you are aware of this new trend in the IT industry, which is called, it could be called confidential computed or trusted compute, or it can have the name of the technologies, just trusted execution environment, T. So if you are aware of that, what we want to explain and give some examples today is what you can do by combining blockchain, decentralization, and confidential computing. And I hope you will be excited about those new perspectives. We are very happy to provide probably one of the first environments that allows you to develop such kind of applications. So the outline of the talk is the following. I will give you first a short intro to iExec. I will briefly introduce you to trusted compute and confidential computing. Then Hadrien is going to present you how those things work with iExec, how you can use the SDK to build applications that combine those two things. I will give you some use cases. I hope this will allows you to understand and get an idea of the possibility of those two technologies. Then we'll briefly conclude and gives you the bounties that are open for this hackathon this weekend. So at iExec, we are building a decentralized marketplace for computing resources. So what does it mean? Think it as a sort of open network that everyone can join, where you can monetize your applications, your servers, or your data sets. So this is a decentralized marketplace in the sense that there is no central authority. So providers and requesters make deals in a peer-to-peer way. And of course, iExec, we are not a middleman in those deals. And we build all the technology and the consensus protocols around that to make sure that once a deal is sealed, there is a consensus, and how the computing resources are being used are actually related to the deal that was done. And then, of course, using the blockchain, everything is then automated, payments, staking, everything, the consensus protocol, etc. So to give you a brief overview of the project, we started thinking about iExec in 2016. We did our white paper and ICO at early 2017, and since then we have been developing the platform. We released 4 versions of iExec, and each version gives additional features. So we started by allowing people to do off-chain computing back in 2017. Then we developed the marketplace. We are probably one of the first platforms that allows you to rent your data while keeping ownership of the data. That's something really important. We also provided an SDK for doing off-chain computing using trusted execution environment. That's probably one of the first of that kind. And the last version that was released back in December last year allows you to create what we call bag of tasks. So bag of tasks allows developer to execute parallel applications on the iExec decentralized cloud. We support GPU. We have a sidechain that allows you avoids to pay high transaction fees when using the platform. So this thing is running. It's there. You can use it as a developer. You can build your applications on top of that. So the trust model for iExec is the following. So what you first have to consider is that the grain of execution is a task. So basically, as a requester, you will ask iExec to execute for you a task. And iExec, actually, that's a set of providers. So for each task executed, you may have providers that gives the application, that gives the server, or the data. And each time a task is executed, those providers are rewarded, are paid for executing this task. So the way it works is that we emit orders in a decentralized marketplace. When orders matches, requester orders or provider orders match, we seal the deal in the blockchain, and then there is a consensus protocol that we developed, which is called proof of contribution, that basically verify that the deal has been fulfilled by all the stakeholders. And when this actually happens, when we can verify this, the requester get the result and the providers get the payments. So one thing that is super important in conjunction with this, as you can understand, is the technology called Trusted Execution Environment. So maybe you are aware of that. One of the commercial names, for instance, for this particular technology is Intel SGX, ARM Trust Zone, or AMD has its own version too called SEV, which is being released right now, I think. So we call that a hardware enclave. So what's that? This is basically a feature in your processors which allows to have a segment of the memory that is fully encrypted. And we call that an enclave. So every execution that will happen within this enclave will be fully protected. It means that if you run an application within an enclave, you can provide, all the encrypted data are never decrypted, and even the administrator of the machine does not have access to what happens within the enclave. Okay, so that's very important because the scope of decentralization, this allows you to execute any application using any kind of data on any remote machine, and you are sure that the execution cannot be tampered, cannot be modified, that the secrets are never revealed. So as you understand, there's a very, there are really huge perspective for that. It's really a real breakthrough. So we have several activities around T. and blockchain computing. We are participating to the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, and we co-develop with Intel the off-chain trusted computer specification. We are also part of the Confidential Computing Consortium. We are also contributors of Hyperledger Avalon. But more than that, what we actually do is to provide an SDK that really allows you to do off-chain computing using hardware enclave. So this means that you can deploy smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain, and whenever you have computation to do, you can go off-chain, use an enclave wherever on the network, and retrieve the result, and you are sure that you can deploy, you can provision the enclave with secrets. Those secrets will never be revealed. And you have an on-chain attestation that your execution has been executed within an enclave. Okay, that's really important. So to do that, actually, we rely on several T's. The one that you can actually use now is provided by Scone. So Scone is sort of a spin-off for the University of TU Dresden, Germany. We're also working with Photonics, and we have an ongoing work with Graphene, SGX. So Graphene is an open source software for doing computation within enclaves. Okay, so I will now let Hadrien introduce you the rest of this talk.
Thank you. So now that you had an overview of what iExec is, I will go down in the details of how it works, more particularly how we can process private data using SGS T and Intel SGS technologies that Gilles introduced previously. And the thing is, there are a lot of solutions to deal with data today. One of the most interesting ones we use is IPFS, and IPFS is great when you want to store public data available to everybody. But if you want to keep track of data you own, give authorization to some people or remove authorization to use it, IPFS doesn't provide that. So we need to build a layer for data privacy on top of public data layers like IPFS or Swarm or anything. And so basically these are the different steps we'll have to go through to process data privately and securely on iExec. The first point, obviously, is to encrypt your data and publish the encrypted data to a public layer like IPFS. Once the data is encrypted, to anyone who don't have the private key to decrypt it, it's just like noise. So there is no issue if this spreads or if you lose control over that, because what you want it is to be available to everybody so that anyone that has the encryption key can decrypt it. And now you have to manage the private key to decrypt the data in a very secure way, which is what we do. The next step is to register your data on chain. So we have a repository, which is a smart contract that stores details about the data. This includes address to the data, checksum, stuff like that. But most particularly, it controls the ownership of the data. And what's interesting in iExec is that any piece of data that is on IPFS is linked to an Ethereum address. And this Ethereum address will be controlling the data set, which means that even if the encrypted data is public to everybody, there is a record on chain of who controls it and who can give authorization for the usage of this data. And this is important because in the next step, we are going to store the encryption key of your data in what we call the secret management service, the SMS. And so this is a server that will store your encryption key and that will verify that anybody that is asking for a key corresponds to a strict criteria. And this means that the SMS will be linked to the blockchain, and it will verify on-chain that transactions have been made, signatures have been performed to use your data. You can trust the SMS because it's running in an enclave, so you can attest what code is running, and you can attest that the rule that it's implementing are the right one. And then the next step is once you've put your encryption key in the SMS, you will define access policies using the iExec dataset order. And the dataset order, I think Gilles discussed that previously when he talked about making a deal and attesting on-chain that people agree on the computation, is your component as a dataset provider saying what you agree to be done with your data. And so you can define access policies like who has access to it, what application can use it, and how much you have to pay for that.
And so you can have many number of configuration. For example, you could say, I want anyone to be able to use it in a specific application that won't leak it, and they have to pay that much amount. Or you can say, this is a research institution. I agree for them to use my private data for free, as long as they are doing it for research using a specific application. So that's how you define access control to your data. And then you put your order in the marketplace. So the marketplace is like the front end of iExec. And this is where you will find orders for your data set, but also for the application and the computing resources. So this is where everybody is giving authorization to their resources, and you just have to find matching authorization to trigger a computation. Obviously, the marketplace is a website we host, so some might say it's centralized, but it doesn't mean the protocol is centralized in any manner, way, shape, or form. It's similar to what 0x protocol is doing with their order. So next step is doing a dedicated peer-to-peer network for orders, and there are already mechanism on iExec where you can send your order to a smart contract and it will emit an event. This we cannot censor, so if you want to make sure anybody can receive your event and you are not censored in any way, shape, or form, you can always do that. It costs a bit of gas, but it's completely decentralized. And so now, how does it work? So this is a bit complex. Maybe it's difficult to see on the screen. I hope we will be able to share the slide with you later on. But this is an overview of the entire iExec infrastructure with Web 2 tools like the marketplace that I showed you just before, and the different actors that are the requester, the scheduler or worker pool manager, the dataset provider, and the application provider. And in our case, what we're interested in is the dataset provider, but you imagine that if you want to do an app, the process is pretty similar. And so we have our data that is on IPFS, this is encrypted, and we have the data represented in the blockchain. So this is metadata that we discussed earlier that controls the ownership. And so the iExec dataset owner will not only push his data to IPFS, but also put the secret in the SMS, which is here, which is represented as a small shield because it's running inside an enclave and it's secure. And once you've got your dataset order that describe how the data can be used, it will be matched with application order, which basically are provided by the app developer and said, this application can be used by such person for such price. You've got the worker pool order, which is basically providing access to computing resources, and your request order, which is, I want to run this application with this dataset on this worker pool. And those orders, so those four orders, are sent to your iExec Clear, which is a smart contract on the Ethereum mainnet. And this smart contract will verify the compatibility of this order. So pretty similar to the 0x protocol smart contract. The difference is our orders are not symmetrical, but you can imagine it the same way. So it will verify the orders are valid, they have been signed by the right persons. And this is why we need details of who owns what assets on the blockchain. This means that we will verify that a dataset order has not been forged and was in fact signed by the owner of the dataset. And then this triggers a deal that we discussed earlier, and then tasks. And tasks are the unit of execution. And those tasks would be scheduled on different workers, and the workers will run application inside secure enclave. This means that whenever they're processing data or processing the temporary information, everything is secure within the worker. But the worker, to do the computation, he needs access to the data, so he can retrieve the encrypted data from IPFS, but he will also need the encryption key. And for that, it will have to request it from the SMS, and this is where the SMS will have to verify that the request is valid, because there is a task that has been recorded on the blockchain, that payment is valid, and that the enclave that is running inside the worker is the right application. This guarantees that your data will not leak and will only be executed depending on the authorization scheme you defined previously in your orders. So I guess this is pretty complex. We've got extensive documentation online, and we have a booth here. So if you get lost, don't hesitate to ask us. Also, we have many tutorials, and we would like to present a few use cases that you might want to develop during this hackathon. So one of the use cases is the Trusted Oracle one. And basically, this goes far beyond just computation. It's using the iExec layer as an interoperability layer. You will be able to perform computation in a worker that is secure through the SGX and using our consensus protocol. And this execution will be able to process secure data or fetch data from the Web 2.0. And this T is interesting for many things. First, you could access data from secured APIs using datasets for storing your API keys. You could also use that to do some random generation inside an enclave and send the result back to the blockchain. So what we want to do is build a completely decentralized layer for execution and trusted layer for execution of chain. Whatever you do with Web2 should be the only single point of failure. What we want to be sure is we can attest Web2 data and send it back to the blockchain. Obviously, Web2 data is still centralized, so this is potentially an issue, but as you can build your application the way you want, you could do aggregation inside HGX. You can combine multiple sources, which is quite interesting. Something like things that Maker does in the smart contract, you can do it off-chain in a secure environment and just bring back the result. You have less processing to be done on-chain. So we've got an example for that. We've got the iExec price feed. We are querying a few API keys. I don't know if we can say that earlier, but for you, you will have a scoop right now. We are working with Keiko provider to get data, and if you want to learn more about our partnership with them, we will announce more at ETHCC in just a few weeks. So feel free to come if you come back to France. Code for that obviously is available, so you can use it as an example to build your old Oracle using the iExec solution. Another use case is end-to-end encrypted data with LCR application. So this is more prospective, but it's just to give you ideas so you can be creative during the hackathon. We can preserve the secrecy of data from the requester. So a proof of concept we are actually working on, and we presented at RSA conference, is how persons can provide access to their personal medical data to do research or to find some illness without leaking too much about what to do. And this could be interesting because you can, for example, keep your private data for yourself and just have a claim for an insurance using an application that will process your data and give you a score but not leak it. It could be interesting for any kind of application. I think we have also a recent article with Chainlink on how we can do as exec to do insurance for cars and stuff like that using our processing of chain. So, for private data. So conclusion, you should definitely try it out, build with it today. We've got many prices. So first, second, and third price are just for integration of the iExec stack in your hack. So that's pretty open. And we have some bonuses. We are working with IPFS for data storage. So if you are creative with your IPFS usage, you can win an additional 500 DAI in top of a price. Also, we are working with the graph to give access to the iExec data, because it's not only smart contract, it's more than that. If you want to query whatever happens easily, and we use the graph stack for that. So the graph is public, obviously. If you don't know them, you should definitely check them out. And if you're using the iExec subgraph in your hack, you can win an additional 500 DAI. So for the most creative among you can target first prize plus the 2 bonus prize. It would be a very large hack. But anyway, even if you're not targeting those prices, iExec stack is here for you to use. It's very interesting, and you can use it beyond the hackathon for your project. So here are some pointers that could be useful to you, more particularly the documentation. It has been refreshed pretty recently. You should have a lot of details about how to build an enclave-empowered application. And you've got tutorials about how to build an app, how to build an app with a dataset. And obviously, you can ask us at the booth if you have any questions. Thank you, and we have some time for questions, I guess. Yes? So the SMS is completely off-chain, but the SMS is connected to the blockchain, so it's able to know details about ownership of different assets. I'm not sure I clearly answered the question, but as an application developer or dataset developer, when you want to put a dataset, you put the encrypted dataset on IPFS, and you go to the SMS telling it, hey, this is the encryption key for this particular dataset. And what you are going to point to is the on-chain representation, which is the metadata. And this contains ownership of the dataset. So you will have to ask to inject a secret in the SMS, and you will need to sign this request using your private key. That way the SMS can verify that you are the rightful owner of the dataset and you are legitimate to push a secret in the SMS. And when you do that, basically you are giving away your key to the SMS, so you are accepting the rules that are encoded in the SMS, that the key will only get out of the SMS if the right structure is written on chain. So, and for that you will have to check the smart contract, and the smart contract will only write the structure if you gave an order for that. So the tasks are that we run on our workers are Docker images. So you could use any language you want, Dockerize the application, and put it on iExec. There is a limitation to that, so if you can use any language you want if you are using the regular use without SGX. If you want to put your application inside an SGX enclave, then you will need the correct runtime. And for now, we provide runtime for Python for sure, and JavaScript should be out, if not today, pretty soon. Then we are targeting other languages, like Java, for example. But this depends on us having access to Docker images with the right tooling to put in Enclave. And this is where our partnership with Scone gets involved. We are not the one designing the layer images. We are just taking layer images from Scone and showing how you can build on top of them. So for now, I would recommend Python. But if you don't want the security of trusted execution environment, you just want to use attestations through replication using the POCOs, and you can use any language you want as soon as you can. You just have to Dockerize your image. And this is something that we are really interested in. We want you to be able to take any application that is out there, for example, Blender or Lightroom, any application that exists and is executable. As soon as you can Dockerize it, then you can port it to iExec. We want it to be very easy for you it's really an interoperability layer between the blockchain on one side and any application that runs on any x86 64 processor on the other end. So the first element is that it's an open market. So as a requester, if you want to run an application, you will have to pay the price that the application provider requires you to do. And you will also have to pay extra for the dataset and the computing resources. Computing resources, it's whoever owns them, they set a price to that. So it's an open market. As Gilles often said, it's like an oil market, but instead of oil, it's computing power, which is oil of the Web 2.0. So it depends on whatever resources are available. Then there is the issue that you state that some application will run very fast and some application will be slower. So our market is divided in certain categories, and categories divide like an envelope of what you could do. Its smallest is like 1 minute with just a few megabytes input-output, and the largest one is several hours of computation. So obviously this is a model that could get refined, but this is a vision. It's very complex because if you allow people to select exactly what they want, then you will divide the market into very different heterogeneous chunks, and it's very difficult to see competition. The fact that we have a certain number of categories help us regroup provider under the certain categories and have a free market so that they fight to give you the best price. Okay, so I think it's done. We don't have any more time, but feel free to go by the booth and ask us more questions if you have.
Thank you both. All right, well, I hope you're going to stick around because the next... Is this working?
I don't think so.
Oh, cool. There we go. Again, I'm Shira. The next person who's speaking, I'm kind of a little excited and smitten by because he used to be the Deputy Chief Technology Officer for the United States. So we have someone coming from politics, that's my old stomping ground. Edward Felten, now with Off-Chain Labs. He's going to talk with us, as you can see, about trustless, scalable smart contracts. Take it away, and if you want this mic.
Let me try this one and see
Okay.
how it goes. All right. Hey, everybody. So I'm Ed. I'm the co-founder and chief scientist at Off-Chain Labs, and I'm going to talk about Arbitrum Rollup. This is the first rollup product that is available on testnet for general smart contracts. So first of all, some background, what is rollup? There's different rollup systems that have been proposed, but basically, I would say rollup is characterized by three things. First, it's an approach where you build a scalable layer 2 chain that's anchored on a small layer 1 contract. By building on top of that small layer 1 contract, you can get the security of a layer 1 solution, but the scalability that you get by moving a lot of stuff off into layer 2. In particular, computation and data moves off-chain. The second thing about rollup is that you post as on-chain call data everything that's needed to follow and validate the correctness of the L2 chain. So everyone who wants to can follow what's happening on the L2 chain, reconstruct it all, and figure out if it's correct. And that means that you have the ability to participate in the protocol to ensure correctness at L2. So that's all transaction calls and data, hashes of the contract state and of outputs. And the third thing that makes rollup is that you advance the L2 chain by posting a rollup block to the L1 chain. That includes the results of multiple L2 calls that you post all rolled up into a single transaction to make it cheaper. The system, of course, needs to validate those rollup blocks somehow, and that's where a lot of the secret sauce is. Okay, so let me talk about Arbitrum Rollup. Arbitrum Rollup is a rollup approach that is our product. It supports general smart contracts. We compile your code from Solidity, so you don't need to modify your code except in the slightest way. It's compatible with standard front ends, so we offer plugins for Web3, Ethers, and Go Ethereum, so that you don't need to rewrite your front end. The user can use the same browser-based front end that they want, working with MetaMask or a standard wallet, and you just have to change a few lines in the initialization of your front-end code in order to pull in our plugin. We provide easy tooling for launching a chain for your dApp. We're not a single chain, we're a tool for launching many chains, and we anticipate one chain per dApp. That gives better control and better performance for each dApp. We provide easy tooling for launching a chain, moving ETH in and tokens in and out. We grew out of Princeton University research, and we're the first rollup for general contracts to be available and working on testnet. So, if you want to launch an Arbitrum rollup chain for your dApp, let me talk about how that works. And I'm going to do two things for most of the rest of my time. I'm going to talk first about what is the developer experience, what do you have to do as a developer to actually use this, and I'll occasionally stop and we'll go under the hood and talk about how it works and why it's designed the way it is. Okay, so you want to launch. The first thing you need to do is compile your dApp. So your dApp may consist of a bunch of Solidity code, maybe a bunch of contracts, a bunch of libraries, a pile of .sol files, and some migration stuff. You take all of that and you feed it into the Arbitrum compiler. The Arbitrum compiler takes those different pieces that make up your dApp and it crunches them all together into a single executable file we call an Arbitrum executable, which might have a name like mychain.ao. And that is a thing that you can then launch as an Arbitrum chain. So you do that by using a command line like the one on the upper right, truffle migrate -- network Arbitrum. We have a plugin for Truffle that makes it just that easy to compile your existing Solidity dApp to run on Arbitrum. And that takes care of everything to make this one file, that mychain.io. Now, when you do this compilation, we also include into your executable a few other things. We include, first of all, the Arbitrum token bridge. This is a mechanism for easily moving ETH and ERC20 and ERC721 tokens in and out. So a user can transfer tokens, deposit tokens into your chain. They can withdraw tokens from your chain, and we provide the contract and protocol support for that automatically. We'll link it in with your contract automatically, and we provide a nice front end that I'm going to show you later for that functionality. We also provide, compiled into your code, a bunch of bookkeeping, dispatching, and management services. And the reason we do that, basically, is that some other solutions will do a certain amount of bookkeeping and management on-chain in the L1, in the master L1 contract. But we found that by moving some of those functions into L2, we can operate them at the efficiency and at the low cost of L2. So we take as much as possible of the bookkeeping and management and all of that kind of stuff needed to operate a chain, and we move it actually into the L2 itself. And we compile that in automatically into your Arbitrum executable. So that's a single package, a single file that you can launch. How do you launch it? Well, you go to this URL, which you can't quite read up there, but it's developer.offchainlabs.com/tools/deployment, and you get this form. So up near the top, you see there's under contract upload, there's a box, and you can drag and drop one of those .ao files into that box, or you just click the box, you get a file chooser. It's that easy to inject your .ao file and to get it set up to start a chain. Down in the bottom, there's a bunch of parameters for your chain you can set. We have presets. Here I've clicked the preset for local testing. When I just click that preset, I get parameter values that we suggest to use for local testing. So having dragged my .ao file in, having clicked that preset, I then click the button at the bottom, create rollup chain, and now I've made an Arbitrum rollup chain. This calls an on-chain contract called the Arbitrum Chain Factory, and it launches your chain. Your chain is now up and running as an Arbitrum chain. Okay, let me now stop and go under the hood and talk a little bit about what is actually happening while your Arbitrum chain is running. I apologize for the flickering. So down at the bottom, you have the Arbitrum chain, and in running your L2 chain, there are two Ethereum contracts that are involved. There's the Arbitrum inbox contract and your chain's Arb rollup contract. The inbox contract is responsible for intake. Whenever a client makes a call to your chain, whether it's making a transaction call to one of your contracts, depositing some ETH or some tokens or something like that, they do that by calling the inbox contract, and the inbox contract manages those incoming calls, keeps a list of them, and so on. Everything else needed to run your chain is done by your chain's Arb rollup contract. That keeps track of the state of your chain, and it makes sure that everything is recorded and everything is going to execute correctly. The workhorses of your Arbitrum rollup chain are validators. Validators a validator is a program that can run anywhere. If you are the dApp developer, you might run a validator or two. You might use a validator as a service company. We're talking to infrastructure providers about providing validation as a service, and you should expect an interesting announcement along those lines very soon. But anyone else who wants to function as a validator can do it. They can download the free source code from our website, or they can download a Docker image and run it, just start it up, and they will operate as a validator. And the guarantee that we give is that as long as any one validator is honest, the chain will execute correctly. So more validators is only better. That's just more people who would have to all be dishonest in order for something to go wrong. So whoever starts up validators starts up those validators. Those validators are responsible for pushing the state of the chain forward and for calling each other out if some other validator is lying. So the validators interact with those on-chain contracts in the normal way. Every validator interacts with the inbox contract they watch the inbox contract in order to see incoming requests, and they interact with the Arb rollup protocol to do stuff that I'm going to show you in a few minutes to push the chain forward. If you have a user who's operating with, let's say, a browser-based front end using Web3 or Ethers and our plugin, the user's sitting at their browser, the user does a thing in which your front end wants to make a call. What that does is that the user's browser will then make a call to a transaction call message to the Arbitrum inbox contract to deposit that transaction call into the inbox. If there's a payment that goes along with it, that will be recorded, and everything else that you'd expect for a transaction call. So the front-end code in the user's software doesn't know that it's calling to an L2 contract and not to L1. The plugin takes care of bridging that gap. But what happens is then a TX call message gets sent to the Arbitrum inbox contract, and it shows up in the inbox. The front end, again, also through the plugins which we write and provide, interacts by remote procedure call with one or more validators in order to find out what's going on the chain, in order to ask for other things, and to see events that happen on the chain. So those are the pieces that are interacting. And we provide the code for all of these things, except, of course, the application-specific parts of the front end. Okay, so let me talk about the inbox contract. Every Arbitrum rollup chain has an inbox which holds a sequence of messages from clients to the L2 contracts. There are different message types, transaction call, a token deposit, stuff like that. The messages are ordered in the inbox and they're timestamped with the main chain block number when they arrived, so that the L2 contract can ask by calling an Arbitrum library, when was this thing put in, when was this thing submitted, if it wants to. The contents of these messages are posted on-chain as call data, so anyone who wants to see them, such as a new validator who comes along, can see them. The on-chain inbox contract doesn't actually store this stuff, it just maintains a hash accumulator of the inbox contents. That's enough for it to validate claims that other people make later about that certain things were in the inbox. And so the work that this inbox contract has to do is quite small. The way that the rest of the operation of the chain, or at least the link to the L1 chain, is done by the ARB rollup contract, of which there's one separate one for each of your chains. So the way that the system makes progress here is through what we call assertions, which other similar systems might call a rollup block. The idea is any validator can post on-chain an assertion. This is a claim about what the chain did or what the chain will do, which is really a claim about what the contracts in the chain will do. That assertion involves the chain consuming some messages from the head of the inbox. Those are, say, the transaction calls that are going to get executed by the contracts during that assertion. It says that the contracts execute some number of steps of computation in the chain's virtual machine. It says it updates the chain's root state hash. The entire state of the chain is represented as a giant Merkle tree, and so there's a root hash, which is a commitment to the entire state of the chain, and that's part of the assertion. What is the state hash after this computation has happened? And then also some outputs that were produced by the contracts, things like log items and payments that were made. So all that stuff is asserted on-chain, and the Arbitrum protocol is going to decide whether to accept that assertion as valid and confirm it, or whether to reject it. So how does that accept or reject work? In order to get into that, I need to talk a little bit about some of the data structures inside the operation of the chain, in particular this thing we call the state tree. So here we have a state in the history of an Arbitrum rollup chain. Each of these boxes represents a particular state in the history of the chain. And all of this history is confirmed, which means it's final, it definitely happened, the chain has decided, it's accepted. And so the chain keeps track of the latest confirmed state, or actually just the hash of it. Now, at some point, a validator, Alice, might decide to make an assertion, a claim that the next thing the chain will do is whatever. When Alice makes an assertion, basically that forks the tree, it forks the possible future histories. There's one future state if that assertion is accepted, and another one if it's rejected. And the system is going to decide which of those boxes to move to. Now, when Alice makes that assertion, she's required to stake on the node at the top there. And when she stakes on the node, she is saying that she is putting her money behind the claim that that state is correct. If that state is eventually confirmed, she'll get her stake back. If it's rejected, she'll lose her stake. So she has money at stake in doing this. Now, when Alice makes this assertion, she's claiming the state will be confirmed. A timer starts. And this is the period in which other validators have to check out Alice's assertion and to challenge it if they think it's wrong. Okay, so now Bob might come along. He might also stake on that outcome. He's allowed to do that. He's putting his money where his mouth is. He wants to make sure that Alice's assertion gets accepted. Now, if you have a situation like this and the timer expires, the deadline is passed, everyone is staked on the upper branch, and so the system says nobody disagrees. they've had their timeout in which to disagree, and so that upper branch will be confirmed. But the other thing that could happen is some malicious or confused validator might come along before the deadline and stake on the bottom branch. Now you have a dispute. Now Alice and the malicious validator get into a dispute, and the Arbitrum dispute resolution protocol will be triggered. And the dispute resolution protocol will efficiently figure out whether Alice is lying or the malicious validator is lying. In this case, Alice is telling the truth, so Alice will win the dispute. When Alice wins the dispute, the malicious guy's stake is taken. Half of it is given to Alice, half is burned. The malicious guy is kicked out, and now you have a situation like this, and now the system is happy to accept the top node because there's no dispute anymore. So if there is a dispute, the people will fight it out, cage match style. Somebody will be left standing. If you are correct, you can always win these disputes, and so you can force acceptance of the correct branch. Okay. The other thing you need to know is that in order to make this fast, we allow pipelining. What that means is that while Alice's assertion is still under consideration, Bob can come along and make a claim about what comes next, building on top of Alice's node. He has to stake on that, of course. You always have to stake on your assertion. So now notice that Bob is staking on his claim, but he's also implicitly staking on Alice's claim. Because if Alice's box is not accepted, then Bob's definitely won't be, and he'll definitely lose his stake. So Bob is staking on both of those. Alice might then make yet another branch like this, and this is what it typically looks like actually in operation. The tree typically looks like this. This pipelining allows the system to keep going, so you don't have to stop the world and wait for the timeouts whenever there's the possibility, whenever you need to wait to find out whether somebody will dispute something. This ensures the chain can go at full speed no matter what. Okay, so we can make progress even if the deadlines are long, even if there are disputes, we keep making progress. The honest validators can always keep building out the correct branch. Dishonest validators are going to lose their stake. Whatever they've built will be pruned away, and progress will continue. Now, you might think all of these nodes and branching and stakers and so on are expensive to track on-chain, but there are tricks for reducing how much we have to store. Turns out the on-chain contract just needs to keep track of the hash of the latest confirmed state, the hash of every leaf of the tree. In that previous diagram, there were 4 of those, and also for each staker, who the staker is and the hash of the state they're staked on. That's all that needs to be tracked, so that's actually pretty small. The rest of it can be proven or checked as necessary from those hashes. When there's a dispute, there's a separate contract that's spawned for that when needed. We don't worry too much about the cost of that because the malicious party is going to lose a giant stake, and that is going to pay for dealing with that contract. Now, dispute resolution is very efficient. It uses a bisection-based protocol. If you've seen past Arbitrum talks, you've probably seen stuff about that. So this protocol gives you some really nice properties. It gives you trustless correctness and progress. Trustless correctness means that if any one validator is honest, the system will never go wrong. Any one honest party can stake on the correct outcome. They can win every dispute, kill off everybody who's wrong, and take their stakes, and then the correct thing will survive. So any one honest validator, and that can be you if you're concerned about it, can ensure correctness. Also, trustless progress. Malicious parties cannot stop progress. They can't stop the building out of the correct chain. They can't stop themselves from getting killed off in disputes, and so they can't stop the confirmation of correct nodes. So any one honest guy can force progress. We also provide trustless finality. So most of the states updates that are made are going to be confirmed as soon as their deadline is reached. If nobody's malicious, that's what's going to happen. We expect the deadlines in production to be measured in hours. If there's a dispute, the confirmation of that node has to wait for a multi-round dispute protocol, so the withdrawals at that point might be delayed for a day or two, but the chain still makes progress, and as soon as the dispute is cleared, the chain will catch up. And you'll be able to confirm all the things that were waiting on that dispute. We also provide the trustless finality guarantee, which is that if an honest staker is staked on some future state, that future state definitely will be confirmed eventually. That means that if you want to borrow against a withdrawal that you know will be confirmed eventually, you can borrow from that honest staker, or if you stake on a future where your withdrawal is recognized, you know that withdrawal will happen. And that's also a really important guarantee. So people can provide early guarantees of finality, early payout, or advancing of funds against withdrawals because they can force those withdrawals to definitely happen. So the summary here, the rollup protocol moves computation and storage off-chain. The design is optimized for a high speed limit. We provide trustlessly correctness, progress, and finality. There's tooling for easily supporting Solidity dApps and standard front ends. We have tooling for launching chains, moving ETH and tokens in and out, and so on. Okay, so you can try this today. It's on beta, it's running on testnet, and if you go to our to developer.offchainlabs.com, you can see all of our documentation. Okay, now let me show you a demo. And I'm not going to do the demo live because live demos and 15-second block times do not go well together. So I'm going to show you screenshots we took a few minutes ago upstairs. Okay, so this is the Arbitrum token bridge. So you can launch this UI for any Arbitrum chain. And you can see what it has in it. It has tabs for ETH, ERC20, and ERC721. You can put in here, I've put in some ERC20 token, which I want to deposit into the chain. I can do the standard operations, approve, deposit into the chain. I can withdraw from my account on the chain through this UI. And I can, when I withdraw, it goes into a lockbox, and I can then do another click to withdraw from the on-chain lockbox. So all of this is provided for every chain, and because these things are put in the inbox, and the inbox is guaranteed to be processed in order, your withdrawal will be processed in order. That's true for every chain by design. Okay, so I can do this. I can deposit into my demo chain some ETH and an ERC20 token or two. Now I can launch my my demo dApp. This is Uniswap running on Arbitrum Rollup. We have it running upstairs, and these are screenshots we took a few minutes ago. So we launched this thing, Uniswap, running on Arbitrum Rollup. I previously deposited into this chain some ETH and some ERC20, and I can go through the standard Uniswap front end. This is an open source front end that we got online. So for example, I can create a Uniswap exchange. By filling out the normal forms. It gives me, I put in the address of the ERC20 token I want to use, click the Create Exchange button, and I can go on with, right, so I can create that exchange, and I can go on with the other steps. I create the exchange, I can put liquidity in, I can put in liquidity in the form of ETH and the ERC20. I can do transfers. I can buy and sell in the Uniswap contract. If you want to see this running live, come on up to our booth upstairs, Off-Chain Labs, and this is an example of the kind of dApp you can run. It took one of our developers a fraction of a day to get this working. It was not a huge porting load. You can talk to the guy who did it, again, upstairs, if you want to know how it works. So this is a demo that you can run real dApps that people actually care about as an L2 chain fairly easily. So that is Arbitrum Rollup. I'd be happy to take any questions if we have time, and until the MC interrupts us, I will take questions. Yes? Yeah. How do we prevent nefarious validators from front running by publishing to the main chain? When clients make a call to the chain, that call does not go through the validators. That call is made directly to an on-chain Ethereum contract, to the inbox contract. The reason the inbox contract is there is so that clients can speak directly to the Ethereum chain to put their request in, and those are guaranteed to be executed in order. So there are people who can front run you on the Ethereum chain, and we can't stop that. But the validators are not in any special position to front run anybody. They have to execute those calls in the order that they were put into the inbox. And so the validators don't get the ability to reorder or anything like that. That censorship resistance is a really important property, and that's why we decided to have an on-chain contract to process incoming calls. just to record incoming calls. Oh, so the question is, can you see what's coming? So here's the thing. You as an observer know everything that the validators know about the state of the machine and what's in its inbox. And so if you want to follow along, or if you want to be a validator, you can do that. You can keep exactly up to date. You can even compute ahead and say, well, the next 5 things in the inbox, here's what they are. I can figure out what the chain is, what the contracts are going to do. So the validators have no advantage over Joe Public in figuring out what's going to happen. And so we don't think they're in an advantageous position to front run. Yes? So in the current implementation, it's a per chain, it is a per chain parameter, how much the stake is. And all validators stake the same amount. There are a bunch of ways in which you might want that to vary. One way is you might want it to go up and down as the number of funds deposited in the chain changes. There's no fundamental reason we couldn't do that, but we don't do that in the current version. We also currently support staking only in ETH, but we expect pretty soon to support staking in ERC20s as well. There's no fundamental reason not to do that. The point of the stake is to deter bad behavior, and as long as there is enough stuff of value that is staked and the other validators find that stuff to be of value. So we want validators to fear losing their stake, and we want validators to want to get into a dispute with the liar in order to take their stake, right? And so as long as it's something that the validators value, then you can stake in it.
Probably just one more question.
One more question. Neil. How long till we launch on mainnet? We just launched in beta earlier this week. And the road to mainnet is addition of some features, probably nothing really major, but the main factor is security due diligence. Before we tell people you can trust your real money to this, we need to do more security due diligence. And that'll take as long as it takes. We think it's measured in months.
All right, give it up for Edward.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. So hopefully everyone has remembered they all are in a body and has gotten something to eat and maybe stretched and maybe gone to the Zen room. If you don't know, there's a meditation room. Please keep that in mind. Take space. Next, we're going to be talking about code Legos. I want to hear about code Legos. Nick is here from the Ethereum Foundation to tell us about how ethPM is just like code Legos. Are we going to play with them today?
Yeah.
Hell yes. All right. Well, we'll get you set up with your computer. The last thing I'll remind people about is that at 4:30, we're going to be gathering women, people of color, queer people, allies of all of those groups to talk about what it's like to actually bring your full self to this ecosystem and how we can make that more possible. So 4:30 in the DJ Chill Room. Everyone's welcome. There'll be chocolate celebrating Valentine's Day. Let's see. Do you need anything else, Nick?
Internet. I think it'll come sooner or later.
Oh, I think you have to put the cord in. Usually, yeah, we need like hard connections in some of these places. The machines want to touch. There they are. Cool. All right, thanks, guys.
This is fine. Thanks. Hello. I'm Nick. I work at the Ethereum Foundation on the Python team, snake charmer, if you will. And I've been spending a lot of time working on ethPM, the Ethereum package manager. And I'm here hopefully today to convince you why it should be a part of your development pipeline and your daily workflow. Cool, so ETH is money Legos. I think it's a pretty spiffy meme. Does a good job of abstracting away all the confusing things and illustrating what you can do with composability. You can build cool Lego masterpieces. And also as a developer, and I think most developers share this, we all loved Legos at some point in our lifetime, maybe still. Personally, I was more of a connects guy, so ETH is money connects, but the idea is the same. So I'd like to present that ethPM is code Legos. So when we talk about Legos, what is a Lego? I think a Lego is an idea, a smart contract idea, but it also could be a community, it can be a company, it can be just a single developer. But what all these Lego abstractions share is that they require code to be an actual Lego. The code is what goes on the blockchain, and that is what we compose together to build new Legos or new Lego models. So who here has used Open Zeppelin? Hopefully some of you, right? It's a pretty phenomenal organization. I think the whole ecosystem would be struggling without them. They provide like really great Lego pieces. But they also are focused on the fundamental building blocks. So think like 2x2 Lego pieces or 4x2 Lego pieces. Like very important, but limiting. You can't build really intricate, fancy things with just square bricks. So I'd like to present that, an ethPM URI is equivalent to a Lego brick, and it doesn't have to be a 2x2. It can be any kind of Lego brick. It can be a person Lego, a wheel, a rocket Lego. But the idea of the Lego is contained in this string, and this is what we call an ethPM URI. And so it starts off with the scheme, which is ethPM. It's followed by the registry address, which should be ENS. Contract addresses are fine, but honestly, no one should be using them anymore. Everyone should be using ENS. Followed by the chain ID, which is optional. If it's left out, it defaults to the mainnet. And then you have the package name and the package version. And within this string, you can capture any ethPM package on any registry, pretty much any like Lego you want to pass around. Cool, so now let's play with some Legos. Hopefully this works out, we'll see. All right, so in ethPM, there are many ways to use ethPM, but the easiest way is with our CLI tool. And so this is it's pretty similar to other CLI package managers. Right now we have nothing available. But so let's pretend it's the year 2500 and some virus has mysteriously wiped out all humanity about 480 years before, and you're scrolling the blockchain looking for some good historic data on what happened. So with this activate command, you can activate any ethPM package right in your command line. So we have this URI, which would be all right, and so that's the ethPM URI for the Wuhan Hero Doctor package. And right now it's going to the registry, looking up the IPFS hash, and then it's going to IPFS and grabbing the package, and then it's making all the package assets available. And so you can see we have one contract instance that was available from this package, and we can use it right here. And I think it's inscription. And so yeah, the formatting is weird, but this is the data on the blockchain, and the doctor's name is in there somewhere. So now you know a little bit more about how humanity was wiped out. But okay, so that was just activating a package. We're not writing anything to disk. We're just playing with Legos. And so maybe something a little more present would be ETH2. In ETH2, we have this deposit contract, which is responsible for managing the ETH1 deposits. So this is, I think it's pretty much done, but if you're interested in what's going on, or you want to keep up to date as new PRs are merged in, you can use your CLI. So here we'll install it, and the URI will be from the ETH2 registry. deposit contract. And so again, this is going to the registry, fetching the IPFS hash of the package, and then going to IPFS. And then since we installed it, it's writing it to disk. And now you can see with the list command, we have it available. And if you want to go look at it, this ethPM packages is pretty much like a node modules directory. You shouldn't mess with it really. But here's the original manifest. And then you can see here is the registry contract. And also with this command line, you can uninstall, update packages. Same thing you can do with other command line tools. Cool. And we also have support like Etherscan contracts, verified contracts only, just because they're useful. This is like a very popular way to verify your contract for the world to see. So let's see VDay. We copy this, and the Etherscan, ethPM, we'll just activate this. But you can also install these to disk, and it'll take the source file and all the assets and write them to disk. Etherscan main chain. So right now, we also have the Etherscan API key loaded as an environment variable, but it's going and hitting the Etherscan API. It's packaging up all the assets it can, and then it's activating the package. And so right now we have this mainnet VDay instance, contract instance, functions. So there's a message. Valentine's Day. So yeah, happy Valentine's Day, people. And if your name is Tats, TXX loves you. So you can do that with any verified contract on Etherscan, and you can interact with the instance right from your command line. So maybe something a little more fun would be the compound protocol was pretty cool. So let's install that. So this is, again, installing the compound package to disk. And you can see we have it here. There it is, 1.1.0. And then we can activate it. And now I'm going to pass in, with the CLI, you can set an encrypted key file. So I'm going to pass in the key file password. Which is just temporary, so don't try to hack me, please. So this is activating the package again. And so you can see with this package, there's a lot more useful assets in this package. We have all these contract factories. You can, right here in this IPython instance, you can deploy a contract factory on any testnet. And you also have these deployments here, which are all mainnet now, but they don't have to be. So yeah, we can, and again, these Web3 instances are seeded with your key file password, so it's automatic transaction signing, which can be useful because I hate setting up Web3 instances. Balance of, and then we just pass in. Cool, so there you go, we just queried our balance, and you can redeem, you can do whatever you want right here from your command line. So yeah, this is the CLI. It's a pretty easy way to get started with playing with ethPM packages, but it's also not the only way. So if we take, let's say, the compound manifest URI, we can go to the Remix IDE, which is another great tool. And in Remix, yeah, we have this ethPM plugin for Remix. So you just pop this in here. And now it's importing. You have to do some permissions. And here you go. Now we have all those same sources, and we can, and we also have the deployment. So if you want to use the Remix interface to talk to the blockchain, that's fine. But yeah, you can just import any of these, and then you have them, do some permissions, and then you have them here. So yeah, so that's just like, hopefully entices you a little bit. It's an easy way to interact with any ethPM package. So let's talk a little bit more about what is an ethPM package, and it's just JSON. It's a structured JSON. We have a specification in our docs, and it's versioned also. So each release has a package name and a version, and those make the unique identifier for a specific package. And what's inside this JSON? Well, these are some of the main fields, but the most important ones are contract types and deployments. A contract type can be thought of just as a class definition of a contract idea, and a deployment would be an instance of a contract idea on one of the chains. And again, like some of the packages we played with, some were big, some were small, some had a lot of information, some had none. So it's a really flexible spec. You only need to include what you want to include. You can just put a contract address, and that can be your package. It can just be a single ABI, or it can be like an entire protocol across multiple chains. And what's a registry? So these were the ENS names in the ethPM URI, and this is where you go to fetch your content addressed URI that identifies the manifest or the JSON. And it's basically just an on-chain data store. There are 3 data points stored for each package release, a name, a version, and then the content addressed URI. So that can be anything like IPFS, Swarm, or GitHub blobs. And once it's on the blockchain, the only rule of a registry is you can't re-release the same package version twice. So you know that once a package has been released, you're always interacting with the assets that the author published. And yeah, so we have a federated model too. ethPM v1, we had one central registry, which is not the best security model. You don't want someone in charge of managing all these packages. So if you want to release a package, you publish a registry, or you deploy a registry, and then you publish your packages to that registry. And so this brings up the question of trust. In software, if you're a developer, if you're only using code that you write, like, you will never get far. We have to use code other people write. So with that assumption, I never go audit thoroughly the packages I use. I use them pretty blindly. Like, it doesn't take much for me to use a package. So they're not just in the blockchain world, in the normal programming paradigms, like, there's a large element of trust when it comes to using other people's code. And we kind of follow that model too in the blockchain world. And a lot of this trust is stored in the social layer. So, if I see a package with 20 million downloads or uses, then I'm like, it's probably good to use. And the malicious packages, when they're found to be malicious, usually tend to bubble up pretty quickly through our various social networking platforms. So, yeah, like, it's not great, but like, no one can just, you can't trust any code, all the code you find, right? Like, in ethPM, you should only use packages that you find on registries where you trust the owner. So the owner, the ENS name, or whoever manages a registry should be a party that you trust, whether it's an individual developer or a company. But the good news is, once you do identify these registries, then you're good to go. You have tons of cool Legos to play with. And so, yeah, so playing with Legos is cool, but making Legos maybe is a little bit harder, requires a little more effort. Why would someone go to these extra steps when we already have so many extra steps? I'd argue, one, it's good for yourself. You don't end up with a million different ABI files, and you don't know which one was from which version, and you're looking up the contract address you deployed to on Ropsten last month. Versioning your smart contract development is very good practice for yourself. if you're a security auditor and you work hard to validate these logos, ethPM is an elegant protocol or solution to publicize your hard work and your audited bytecode and your audited smart contract files. And not only are you displaying that these are safe to use, in the same motion, you're making these available for developers everywhere to import with one line into their framework or to use your Legos. Same with companies and protocols, like you're trying to decrease the friction for developers to build on top of you. Publishing your contracts as ethPM packages makes it just one step easier for any developer to import your package and to start building on top of it. And also for the ecosystem, the more Legos we have as an ecosystem, the more cool things we can build. Yeah, so an ethPM package plus good documentation, because just because you have a package, you need to know how to use your package. So as always, good documentation is a must. And then it's easy for people to start building on top of, or start building with your Legos. So ethPM support, it's a really simple specification to support. It's just JSON again. You're just parsing the JSON, or you're doing a couple calls to the blockchain and then parsing the JSON. Brownie, Remix, Truffle. Truffle supports version 1 of the spec. Version 2 support will come in the next major bump. We have libraries in Python, JavaScript, Rust, and Go, the CLI, Web3.py integration. But yeah, like, it's super easy to implement. I'd highly suggest that if you maintain a framework, then just go ahead and implement it, and it opens up this whole world of Legos to play with. We also have this ENS name. If you want to register your registry under a subdomain, just to make it easy for people to find, like, just let me know, hit me up on Gitter or Twitter, and I'm happy to add you. If you don't want to use this ENS name and you just want to list your registry in our directory, then just let me know. I'm happy to do that. Yeah, so this is kind of like what I'd really hope to see one day. If you go all the way to the right, we have our ethPM widget. And so I'd just like to see that in any GitHub repo that has smart contracts. No more, you don't have to like copy and paste a smart contract, go into Remix, compile it to get the ABI, right? Now it's just like a one click, you have the URI and you're ready to go. And so I think this is, as a developer, this would just be like really useful. And so what's next? This on the left is probably the worst thing ever. I remember when I first started doing blockchains, you're dealing with real money and everyone says don't fuck up because you'll lose your money. And then you come to confirm this hex string and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So we really need to fix this, and on the right is kind of the solution we're moving towards. So we're working with the Solidity team, and ethPM will be the specification they use for their metadata output in the compiler. And there's another project that's kind of running alongside ethPM called Source Verify, and together we'll be able to provide a much better UX for users where you can have human readable transaction confirmation, which is really the way it should be. Yeah, if you're hacking, or if you're not hacking, or if you just want to play around, this is how easy it is to get started. All the CLI needs is a Infura key, and then you're ready to go. Our website, we have docs. There's a lot of, we have an explorer for registries, but you can find everything of use from the, just ethpm.com or the docs. There's guides on how to use ethPM. Creating your package is really easy with the CLI too. We have a Twitter. I'll be on Twitter this weekend, maybe, but Gitter is a much better place to find me. But if you're hacking and want to create a package, or you just have any questions, like, I'll be around all weekend, and like, I'd love to help out. And yeah, that's it. So let's build some cool Lego masterpieces.
Yay. You have time for questions if you'd like. You got time for questions.
Questions. I mean, not right now, but it's pretty easy to implement. So sure, yeah, definitely.
Don't be shy, guys. It's good to ask questions. Compliments? All right, that's fine. All right, I can talk to you all day. No, we're waiting for our next presenter unless he snuck. Oh, there he is. Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Nick, everybody. All right, so I'm going to make one last announcement before I leave this stage about 4:30. You can come up, Brandon. At 4:30, straight white men, women, queer people, people of color, all of you basically, if you want to talk about bringing your full selves to work and actually including all the parts of our intelligence, not just our technical intelligence, but also our human social intelligence. Come at 4:30 in the DJ Chill Room. We're going to connect over chocolate, celebrate distributing love and decentralizing gender. And as he gets loaded, I will tell him how I pronounce his last name, which I figured out. This is Brendan Asselstine. Is that okay? Yeah, I did it with gusto. Great. And he's from Unstoppable Domains, and he'll be talking about using Ethereum to replace DNS. Does anyone need help with their DAOs? Please go to the DAO stack table up on the second floor. And please don't wait till the last minute to submit. They're really not seeing a lot of people submitting yet. So if you can please submit as soon as you're ready. And sponsors, don't forget to actually approve the people that are coming in. I think that's the last of my announcements before I turn it over to you.
Great.
Do you want to move about the stage with this mic, or you want to stay behind this safe, square podium?
I'll stay in my safe place.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Howdy, everybody. I'm Brendan Asselstine. I'm from Unstoppable Domains. We make blockchain domains and decentralized web tools. So who am I? I'm Brendan Asselstine. I co-founded Unstoppable Domains. We just got Series A, and we're selling blockchain domain names. So we just reached 20 employees, and last year we launched 2 blockchain domain name registries, .zil and then .crypto. Every one of you guys should have a .crypto domain inside your little BuffeDAO wallet on the top right. And essentially, a blockchain domain name resolves like whatever kind of content you want. So right now, we're primarily interested in resolving cryptocurrency addresses. So like your ETH address, your Bitcoin address, it doesn't matter. We'll store it. And then for dApp developers, we'll also store your uncensorable website. And we're working on other like application-specific use cases like chat right now. So all a blockchain domain name is an entry on a smart contract that points to a contract that stores your data, right? So we're really big into self-custody assets. So when you buy a blockchain domain name, you sign a message, and then we give that domain name out to you. It's imperative because the current way domain names work is centralized. So right now, ICANN, basically, it's a consortium, and they lease domain names out to everyone, and like they will comply with countries censoring people, and just recently, they and VeriSign came to an agreement to hike up prices over like for .com names over the next like 10 years by something like 70%. So yeah, it is like, it's a real current problem. And so basically, by using a decentralized domain name, you're propping up uncensorable free speech, basically. So right now we have, we just launched IPFS websites for our UX. And in the long term, it's just gonna be good for everybody. We just registered 200,000 domain names. And like I said, we just launched IPFS websites. We already have 500. And To get your domain name, you guys already have one on your little app, but all you have to do is go to unstoppabledomains.com, and then we pay for all the transactions. You just use an ETH personal signature to configure and manage your domain name, and you can host content on your domain name. We're integrated with around 20 wallets right now, and you can use that to pay other people, and then resolve things using IPFS gateways and a browser, which we also just made. So we released a demo browser. So on a technical side, we deployed a registry for the domain names that's set in stone. So as soon as you own the domain, we can't do anything to it. And then users and other applications can implement whatever custom resolution you want. Again, we pay for everyone's transactions. We feel like the UX for lots of these dApps is not so good. And then we also, it's a one-time fee. So no renewals, no anything like that. We view that as another attack vector. So resolving content is pretty easy. You just get the name, get the resolver contract on that name, and then look up the records. And then we also support transferring just like any other NFT asset. So that's kind of the Ethereum side of things. But we're also, in 2020, we're really trying to focus on getting out tools to help developers make the DWeb a reality. And we see this as 3 problems. Building your website, right? So right now, like one of the problems with IPFS websites and like the DWeb in general is that it's really hard to make meaningful content using IPFS. So like you can build a profile. We're working though on like complex SPAs, right? So that have multiple pages that you can browse like any other regular website. And we're trying to move past all that into kind of making e-commerce a reality on the DWeb, right? Because most developers are not going to want to deploy dApps on the decentralized web if they're not going to make any money, right? And we see that commercial interest is really important for like the future of the DWeb. So we're working on that problem as well. And then for integrating websites that already are dApps and can be deployed on the decentralized web, we're working on problems to just make getting your stuff up onto the decentralized web as easy as possible. Just simple configuration. And then we're also working with IPFS pinning services like Pinata or Temporal to make it so that your content stays out there and it works just like every other SaaS platform where you can reliably deploy your stuff. And right now, the way you can access the decentralized web is through browsers. So we just made a demo browser, and we're talking to other browsers to see to resolve decentralized content and Chrome extensions. So we're about to release a Chrome extension next week. And so there are some challenges to creating a great name service on the blockchain. And basically, because it's seen as kind of a speculative asset, we've had to mitigate it by like protecting brands and protecting premium domains. Those of you familiar with the space know that like this is not the first project to do the decentralized web. So like Namecoin listed up here was one of the first projects. They made a sidechain on Bitcoin and sold a bunch of names. but didn't get that much adoption. So we're really interested in that developer outreach side of things, trying to get people to deploy real websites and integrating with lots of wallets. Yeah. So we are also sponsoring some building stuff too, if any of you guys are interested. So we're interested in good IPFS templates. So we just launched a template generator on for our website, and we'd love to talk to you guys about that. And we're also just interested in any cool application. So yeah, come talk to me or any of the other Unstoppable teams for that. If you have a wallet or anything, integrating domain resolution is really easy. And then we also just released that open source browser, so feel free to check that out too. Yeah. Any questions? That's about it. Sorry, can you speak up?
Can you share statistics around how many domains you sold so far?
So we just reached 200,000 domains sold in the past 9 months.
The wallets that you are integrating with?
So we've got my Ether wallet, my crypto, Trust wallet, Atomic. There are more. We've got a list on our website, I think. Yeah. Anybody else? Alrighty then. Pleasure speaking with you.
Are David and Ian here?
Perfect. Yeah. I think I'll use this one, and DH will have the hand mic for the.
So it's got an on-off switch. It's currently off, so you press it, turn it on.
Hello? Cool.
There we go.
Hello.
Right.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hi, I'm David.
I'm Ian.
We're front-end engineers at Fortmatic. So we basically build a suite of tools that make it super easy for your developers to onboard into the Ethereum ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah. So today we're going to talk a little bit about smart contract wallets. Who here is familiar with smart contract wallets or has worked with smart contract wallets? Okay.
Yeah, I see a couple hands went up. Yeah, so what a smart contract wallet is, it's a repository of funds that are stored on a smart contract that usually requires sort of multiple consenting parties to make a transaction. Okay?
Yeah, so we built a very simple example of a smart contract wallet that meets a real world use case, in this case, payroll. And we just want to tell you a little bit about how the smart contract is a really good way to manage payroll because it's transparent, it's auditable, and it's secure. And also how our new white label SDK at Fortmatic can help make that experience even more seamless. So for those of you who don't know about smart contracts, we can deploy a smart contract, and in our case, we've written a constructor for that contract to set whoever deploys to be an admin of that contract. And that person can make other people admins as well. So we're going to show you how to do that, and then we're going to show how both of us will need to approve a transaction to pay out an employee.
So if you've ever worked with our Fortmatic SDK before, you might know us from this sort of dApp widget that you kind of authenticate to either log yourselves in or to another dApp, right? But we've actually been working on a new product that we call the white labeled SDK that allows you to own the user experience completely end to end. And we're hoping that we can use that SDK to sort of drive this point home.
So rather than jump into the deep technical details of the smart contract, it's really quite simple. We'll make the code available, but we just want to demo it. So we've built this dashboard-like experience that you might use as a HR professional to manage your payroll. And the first step of any dashboard is you need to log in. So let's do that.
Sure. So like I said, the login solution is completely white labeled. It's a single click sign-on, and that logs the user in passwordlessly.
And just to clarify, on the left side here, we have an instance of the dashboard where we'll be logging into admin 1. On the right side, we'll be logging into admin 2.
Okay.
So we have this modal that tells us to go check our email. We're going to be able to log in passwordlessly with a link that the email sends us. And once we click that, we're logged in. If we go back to the original tab, now the modal's gone. That's the last of our UI that you'll see. The rest of the experience is completely inside of this dashboard. Mm-hmm. So first step, we're going to deploy this payroll contract.
So behind the scenes, I've gone ahead and included the contract APIs as well as the bytecode itself into the source code of the web app and hooked up the deployment of that smart contract to this button.
And for those of you who aren't as experienced with smart contracts, the contract ABI is how Web3.js interprets the interface and allows you to interface with the contract. The bytecode is what actually makes the EVM interpret your software and make it work.
So I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this contract.
We have a transaction hash here. We're going to open it up on the Rennekamp Etherscan so that we can wait for it to complete. There are a few on-chain transactions that we're going to have, so if you guys have questions throughout, please feel free.
Yep, so cool. Yeah, so we can see that the smart contract has been deployed, but currently it has no funds.
So let's fund it.
Yep, so
with that deployed contract address, we've hard-coded our Web3 function here to just fund it with 2 ETH. So we're going to let that transaction complete, and we'll see that the contract has 2 ETH.
Right, so once this transaction finishes, we'll see that our newly created smart contract has been funded.
Wish we had the Jeopardy theme.
Yeah. All right, it's done. This is.
If we refresh that page, we should see 2 ETH in the contract.
Refresh. And we see, yeah, so now my smart contract has been funded.
So now we're going to try something else. We're going to log into the other side of the dashboard. This would be admin 2. So in our contract, we require at least 2 consenting parties to pay out an employee. So I'm going to log in now with my email. That same modal pops up asking me to check my email, and I'm going to open this link on my phone. So I'm greeted with the same UI, tells me I'm logging in, and I'm logged in. Modal goes away. And again, from here on out, we're just inside of our dashboard UI. There's no further modals, no further external wallet UI that the developer has to worry about.
Okay, so the use case is we've deployed this payment smart contract and funded it with 2 ETH. And now Ian is going to try to approve a payroll transaction into this employee public address.
So we're going to take this transaction hash and watch the transaction complete on Rennekamp Etherscan. And it should fail. It's going to fail for us here in a moment. And this is a great example of why a smart contract is a great way to audit something like payroll, is because the smart contract knows I'm not an admin. I'm not allowed to consent to the payout, but that can be changed. And David here is going to just make me an admin, and then we'll try again, and it should succeed. So all David needs is my public address, and since he deployed the contract, he's already an administrator, so he has the privilege to make me an administrator too.
I can't do both. I can't talk and do both. So once this transaction finishes, Ian will be made an admin in the smart contract wallet.
Which is going to enable me to consent to a payout to an employee.
Mm-hmm. Cool, it went through. So let's
try that again.
Let's try that again. All right, so we see that this transaction has succeeded, but if we go back to our employee address, we'll see that it still does not have any funding in it. And this is another feature of the smart contract, is that it requires multiple consenting parties to approve a transaction before the funds are deposited. And since I'm already an admin, I'm already approved to basically approve transactions.
And once we've both consented, we'll see that an ETH should be deposited into the employee account. So we're going to do that now on the first admin side.
Okay, so if I refresh this page,
you should see an ETH, one Ether. So that's a good example of why smart contracts are a great way to handle the type of official work that goes into HR and payroll, and also why it's important to have an audit trail and transparency around those types of real-world use cases. But we also want to show you a more hardened product, not just our small, short and sweet demo, called Gnosis Safe.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar, Gnosis Safe is a very popular smart contract wallet that supports social recovery, gasless transactions, counterfactual deployment, and all that good stuff. But the issue with current Gnosis Safe is that it's encumbered by a lot of sort of external wallet user UI, basically. In order to connect, I need to select from a list of wallet providers, and you're taken to an external wallet UI. And you kind of have to bounce back and forth between the wallet experience and your own experience.
The other problem with this type of flow is that you're adding a lot of cognitive load to the user to understand wallets, how to judge different wallets, the merits of each, pick a wallet, log into it, fund it, and all of that work is happening outside of the developer's control. They don't control that UX, and depending on the wallet, the UX might be different, might be better or worse, and the users might be confused. So if we can take that away, it makes it much easier for the user.
Right, so let's look at that same example with our white labeled SDK. So I've taken the same
code. You logged in.
Yeah, I made it. Okay, cool. So as you can see, the login process has been streamlined with our white labeled SDK.
This modal that we show, by the way, is optional. It contains the very bare minimum that you need to communicate to users what's going on, but if you want to control that experience yourself, you can present your own modal, design it however you like.
Cool. So once I've authenticated, I will never see a wallet UI ever again, and all on-chain transactions will just be made in the background. So you're free to design your user experience however you want. I can create a safe.
And again, there's no pop-up, no wallet. We're just operating inside of the experience that Gnosis Safe has built for their users, that they've optimized for their users to do the actions that they need to do inside of Gnosis.
And we can see that the new safe has been created. We can even dog food our own admin portal to fund this Gnosis safe. I'll show you that right now.
Since we've hard-coded our contract just to fund with 2 ETH, we should see 2 ETH pop up in the Gnosis safe here in a moment. There we are. Voila.
Yeah.
So, that's our demo. And we'd love to hear any questions you have.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the beginning on the intro. I was curious on how do they get their Fortmatic ID, that UX onboarding I missed in the beginning. Once I guess you already have it, this is pretty seamless. But what was your solution for onboarding people who don't have any knowledge of this?
Let me clarify your question. You're asking how do we get a Fortmatic account associated with the Gnosis safe implementation?
Where did they get that address from?
So when you sign into an app for the first time, if you don't already have one, we'll create one for you, and that will stay with you for that application.
So you want to talk about the bounty?
What's that? Oh, yeah. So as well as this demo, we have a bounty for anyone who implements Fortmatic and the white label API. I think we have a couple different prizes, different levels of prizes. Yeah, a 1,000 DAI top prize. We have a second place 500 DAI prize, and I believe is it 5 or 6 250 DAI prizes? 6 250 DAI prizes. It's very easy to get started. You just need to call the Fortmatic constructor and put it right into your Web3 instance, so nothing has to change in your code implementation. Yeah.
I was just wondering, when people enter the email address, are they able to pull those email addresses that people signed up with down and push them to like MailChimp or something to create a mailing list?
The email addresses are, yeah.
So we do offer an SDK endpoint that allows you to see the email address of the currently logged in user. We are also working on this admin SDK that allows a developer to see a full list of sort of email addresses that have integrated with you. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're interested in getting started, feel free to go to fortmatic.com or docs.fortmatic.com if you want to skip right to the implementation. And, happy hacking. Yeah.
Cool. Is Brendan here? Okay, so we're running a little early, which is weird. We were behind before the last speakers, so we'll wait for Brendan to show up, and we'll get this going as soon as he gets here. walk around?
No, podium's good.
Okay.
Yeah, easy. Okay, great. Testing. Okay, cool.
It works.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. I guess we might as well just get started.
So we are here with Brendan Asselstine from.
Brendan Asselstine. From Pool Together.
Okay, from Pool Together.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brendan Asselstine from Pool Together. I'm really excited to be here because last year we debuted Pool Together at ETH Denver. That's where the hackathon project started. So it's really cool to come back. This is kind of like our homecoming, our anniversary. And so I'm happy to present how we actually build the front end, because prior to Pool Together, we had actually been running a dev shop for about a year. So in total, we've been building dApps for about 2 years now. And so I want to share some of the insights that we've gleaned from basically doing the data binding with the front end, because that we found was the hairiest piece, because dealing with an Ethereum node and talking to it directly can be very complicated. So this is what we're going to cover. We're going to cover an introduction to GraphQL. We're going to cover how Pool Together leverages GraphQL. And we're going to build a dApp very quickly. I actually have a lot to cover, so we're probably going to just zip right through that, but there is a tutorial online. And then we're going to extend the dApp using the Graph protocol. We really like the Graph protocol. It gives us totally flexible data, so we can actually go back and, as we're going to do, we're going to get a churn report as well as the existing subgraph. So you can build as many subgraphs you want, so you get as much data as you want. And then finally, we're going to finish with discussing EIP 1767, which is really important because that's the Ethereum client GraphQL endpoint standard, which is slowly permeating through all the different client implementations. So it's not quite there yet, though, because we're really waiting on Infura, because people don't necessarily want to run their own nodes all the time because it's complicated. When we did it with AWS, we got shut down because they thought I was a spam bot, because with all the peer connections, it was just crazy. And then I want to close with questions. So this could be stuff about Pool Together, smart contracts. It can be about the GraphQL work or anything. So let's jump in. Out of you guys, who has experience with GraphQL? You've played with it before? You played with it before? So I'll kind of fly through this then, because it's pretty straightforward. So GraphQL is a language to define, query, and mutate data. So, and that's at its core what it is. It's just a way for you to communicate with a server. It's just a language. The actual implementation could be anything. You can use Postgres, you could use Redis, you can basically bind it to any data source. You just need GraphQL resolvers to be able to return the data as you need. The other half of that is the GraphQL query language. So once you do define your type definitions, you can then query it in a nested way using the query language. So let's have a look at that now. So this is a super simple example. It demonstrates that you can set enums. So enums can be basically treated like primitives once you define them. Then you define your entities. In this case, we define a starship. I actually pulled this off the Apollo client example sheet. And the ID is very important there. You can see that it's ID exclamation mark. And this really helps clients cache data, because knowing the ID and the type of an object, it's very easy to store it client side and refresh it only when you need to. And then you can see we've got the name definition, and then we have length as well. And it's interesting to note here that length is a function. So we're actually passing it a unit, which it then will affect the size of the float that it returns. So if it's meter or feet, that'll be what the length returns. And then on the right side, this is actually a very special type query, because these are the top level queries where you start in your GraphQL query. So everything will have to start with starships or starship. And then within starship, you can select one of its attributes. You can also have associations, so you can select other entities within that. And here you can see, so starships on the right, it returns an array as defined by the square brackets of starship. And then the singular one, where you pass an ID, returns a singular starship. So this is what a query looks like. You can see that you can pack as much data in here as you want to. and this is one of the serious benefits of GraphQL, and that you don't need to do a bunch of different queries to pull in a bunch of different data. You get exactly what you need. And you can see that here in the hero : Starship. So we've called that top level Starship query, and we tell it we want the ID and the name, but we don't need length. So we don't even tell it that we need that. So it's not going to return us that data. And then we rename it as hero so that in the front end, we can just go data.hero and access it that way. And then finally, you can see that we're accessing all the starships as well. So why GraphQL? Why is it so useful? Why is it important? Because JSON RPC APIs, like existing HTTP RESTful APIs, mean you're either overfetching or underfetching your data, and you're doing a lot of queries. You're just drilling your server with all these different queries, pulling in your different model data points. So using a single query, you can grab all the data that you need, no more, no less. And this is one reason why Facebook championed this technology, was because they developed so many different apps. And all these apps wanted to pull in Facebook data, but they're pulling tons of data. So they're like, okay, we need to solve this. And this was a great way to solve that problem. One thing I do want to note, though, about the queries is that GraphQL doesn't have any concept of skip or offset or any kind of like count or aggregate functions or anything like that. It's purely just a language which you can represent that. So in your actual implementation, however you build that in the server, you can be like, okay, well, we'll implement paging this way. Like Graph Protocol has implemented paging in a very certain way. So it's a very, very loosely defined. I think that's one reason why people have a hard time understanding it. The other major benefit of GraphQL is because of these type definitions, you can see what your server's offering. It allows you to introspect the API without needing any kind of documentation, because the servers will serve up this type def so that clients know exactly what they can query. So using a GraphQL server, you can just point an off-the-shelf tool such as Graphical at it, and you'll be able to explore your API. We could actually take a quick dip out to the Graph Protocol, because you can see that here. Once you have a subgraph, it's a little grainy there. Let's boost it a little bit. But you can see your schema over here. So if you go to our top level query, we see it's this entity pool prize, and you can click on it and then see all its different values. So it's super generic. It's really, really practical, really handy that way. And so generally, what does a GraphQL app look like? Given how abstract this language is, how do we actually integrate it? So like I said, that you can use Postgres, Redis, whatever your backend database is, you can just build a GraphQL layer on top of that. Typically an HTTP endpoint that you just send queries. And then your client can query the endpoint just using raw strings. Just queries, just assembled as strings, super simple. But typically, clients will want to use a framework such as Apollo Client or Relay because they have really elaborate caching mechanisms. So they only request the data when it's fresh, when it's new. It needs a little bit of help to push it along in that way, so that's why versioning and other things are built on top. But out of the box, they're really powerful, and they really can help speed your application up. It's important to note as well that a lot of these queries, they're being fired off from the client to the server, but you can also fire off queries to client-side resolvers, client-side query resolvers. And this is a really cool feature that we've used and abused in Pool together, because it means that we can interface with the Ethereum node really cleanly. So this is a powerful, powerful feature. It's not standardized though. It's different in Apollo Client and Relay, but we'll dig into that. So how does Pool together use GraphQL? Well, our architecture is very simple, and it kind of originates out of some of our first clients when we were a dev shop, in that they were very ideologically opposed to having a server or any kind of centralized anything. Even having a static front end on Netlify, I was like, okay, we're not going to use IPFS, let's do this. So really, all we have is a static web app, we've got our smart contracts, and we've got our Graph Protocol subgraphs, and finally Infura, because running a node is challenging, and they've nailed it. And so, like I mentioned before with these client-side resolvers, we use Apollo Client in two ways. We have our client-side resolvers talking directly to the Ethereum nodes, and then we also have like normal GraphQL queries that get fired off to the subgraph. So the client-side resolvers are kind of special as well. Because they're custom to Apollo Client, we decided to extend Apollo Client with our own framework. Interesting to note that last year at ETH Denver, there was a project called ETH Polo. I like to say ETH Pollo because there's a big chicken, so it's clearly Mexican in nature. But they effectively implemented something similar to what we did, except we took it a little bit farther because we've now integrated multi-call, a smart contract by Maker. That's really cool because you can basically compile an array of all these different calls, smart contract calls, and send it to it in a single eth_call to the JSON RPC API. And the smart contract will go and execute all of those and then return the bundle of data. So you can batch these calls together. So you can, in your queries, you can pile in, say, a dozen calls, and they come back instantly in one shot. So it's been a huge performance improvement for us, and we're really excited to be able to launch with that. And then, of course, we have other things. Because we're interfacing with Ethers.js, you want things like the current network, their account, blocks, the current block, past events, all that kind of stuff. We also support transaction mutations, but that API is mutating itself, so we don't want to go too public with it. So let's have a look at the type beam query. So this is our local client-side resolvers that are communicating directly with the Ethereum client. We can see that, as mentioned before with these sort of top-level queries, previously it was Starships and Starship. Here we've added our type beam top-level query call, which corresponds to ETH call. And we've renamed these with GraphQL aliasing. You can see the green balance, total supply, and die balance. Any resolved field can be renamed client-side, and it makes it really handy when you need to switch things up but keep the same name so you don't have to change your front-end code. And then what defines it as a client-side resolver is a little @client on the very end there. But you can see that this is really readable. We're wanting this contract pool die, the function's balance of, and then we pass it the user address. So that's another important thing to note, is that queries can take variables as well, parameters rather. So let's build a dApp. I can see there's not a lot of laptops out, so we're going to rip through this really fast. I'll just go through the README, because there's a tutorial that is basically a verbatim cut and paste code. It's stupid simple. So you can basically recreate the exact app we're building just by cutting and pasting. So let's hop over to GitHub. I know a lot of people don't like the style of GitHub, but I've gotten used to it, so I don't mind looking at it. So bear with me here. So first things first, we want to set up the app. And so we use Next, because Next.js is dead simple to use, comes a lot of configuration out of the box. We don't want to mess with Webpack configs, we've done enough of that. So this has a lot of great out-of-the-box features, including server-side rendering. So you can actually render part of your application server-side, which then gets loaded, and then the rendering is completed client-side. So that's all pretty straightforward. We include Ethers, Apollo client, everything we need. Now, this is the most complicated piece, I'd say. So this is where we initialize Apollo client. And Apollo client, a big part of it, like I mentioned before, is the caching mechanism. So you want to create your cache right here. And then we need to set the default cache data. So this is stuff like, in our case, this is setting transactions. There's a certain shape we expect, which is just an empty array. Because that means your front end won't choke on it, and you don't have to do null checks everywhere. It's nice and simple. And then next, we attach the type beam resolvers. So these are the client-side resolvers that communicate directly with Ethereum. And then finally, we link. So this is a really crazy abstraction that Apollo has, but it's actually very cool. It works kind of like HTTP event sort of handling server-side, if you guys are familiar with that. It's a chain that gets passed on to the next and next and next. So in our case, we want it to hit our type beam multi-call link, which will batch all the calls, and then it'll get passed on to the state link, which is the client resolvers. So it goes one at a time, and the multi-call link is able to batch everything. Then finally, we return the Apollo client here. So, and this is what we love about Apollo, is now the front end, once we create it, we just pass it to an Apollo provider, which sets a React context so that you can pull it in anywhere you need, nice and easy. So next step, let's integrate the ABIs. We do have, we've now used NPM and versioning, so you can pull in our ABIs versus using NPM.js. But in this case, we're just going to pull it in from Etherscan, nice and simple. So you can just create the JSON files locally in libapis. And then this is the other part of TypeBeam that makes things really easy to use, is you actually instantiate it with an ABI mapping. So this maps contract names and networks to addresses and ABIs. So that means when we do that previous call, as you saw over here, when we say pool die, it knows exactly what we mean. It's like, oh, okay, I'll just figure out what network we're on, and then because you use this name, it'll be this address. So it makes things really convenient when you have, say, a front-end app deployed to Coven and mainnet, and you just want to switch back and forth, and it just pulls in the addresses stupid simple. You don't have to do any work. And it'll retrigger all the queries, nice and easy. So here you can see we add a contract, there's the address, there's a JSON. we're going to add it to TypeBeam as a part of the options you pass to the constructor. And then let's display some things. So this is where things get fun, because this is what we love about this framework, because it separates your retrieval of data from Ethereum, which is a nightmare, from your actual rendering of the components. And in this case, you can see that all we do is we define at the top a query that pulls in the different supplies we want from both pool and our pool tokens, or excuse me, DAI and our pool tokens. And then down here we render it. So we're using React hooks here. So we're going use query with our query, and then once we have the data populated, we just render it down here. So this is step 4. So let's quickly jump to that and just demonstrate. So I believe I'm in the right, yeah, so let's go step 4. Oops. So as part of the app repos, there's branches for each step. So if you want to jump ahead, if you don't want to mess around with editing, you can just check out the branch and easy peasy, it's right there. So we'll go yarn, make sure everything's ready to go, yarn dev. So this will spin up the next server, and then we'll spin over to localhost. And give it a second. So there we go, nice and easy. Loads pretty quickly. Oh, hey, that's cool. These values are static, but why don't we make them dynamic? If we switch over to here, let's just move that into the background and open up our component here. So now we're looking at the actual source code. So here's use query. Let's add a polling interval here. So if we go poll interval 2000, this will spin up again and should re-render. Might have to save this again to re-trigger it. Here we go. Let's just yarn dev again. And now, every 2 seconds, that query will refresh and update these numbers. So with very, very little code, we're able to make a very responsive UI. And then you could hook up events, you could hook up, graph protocol subscriptions. There's all sorts of different ways that you can have it trigger and refetch these queries. So jumping back to GitHub, we set up our token supplies component, that's all done. And then we integrated that into our index, so you can see token supplies being rendered here, nice and simple. And now this is the next step. So smart contracts are great in that it's always available, super robust, highly distributed, yada, yada, yada. But they have no reporting mechanisms built in. So if you want to do interesting data visualizations or have some kind of interesting time series info, like I want to go back to block 600 and see what our deposits were, technically that's possible with Ethereum, but Infura shuts that off. So that's a very highly paid feature. So if you want to introspect that kind of stuff, using Graph Protocol makes it super simple because you literally can just pass the block number as part of the queries. So, and I've actually been really impressed with how much Graph Protocol's improved over the last year. Previously, you had to do this whole Docker setup that was very challenging, but now it's incredibly streamlined, and we don't even need to run it locally because it works so fast on their hosted servers. So, and not only that, but initializing a project, you can just pass it an address. It will pull in the ABI from Etherscan, set everything up for you. So all you need to do is fill in the blanks. So here we initialize the project, graph init, very simple. Let's have a quick look at that code. And what it sets up is a basic project, and it creates a mapping file. So based on the ABI that you provide it, it sets up all these handlers for every single event that's fired by that smart contract. So it's very easy for you to just have this template to work within. It also has the subgraph YAML file. So this defines the address that it's actually pulling from, as well as the start block. And I highly recommend if you create subgraphs to add the start block, because that'll speed things up tremendously in the front end. It won't have to process like years of blocks from way back when. So jumping back, so here we set up the correct address, because I actually up here, this is the implementation. Down here is the proxy. So it's pulled together smart contracts are upgradable, so there's a separation there. Because if you pointed at the initialization at the proxy, it would have created basically the Zeppelin upgrade ABI code, which is not what we want. So now we define our schema, and this is the fun part. What questions do we have for our application? What do we want to find out? So for Pool Together, let's find out what the churn is. We want to know how many people onboard and how many people drop off per prize. Pretty simple analytics to look at. So first thing we do, if you recall the type definitions from earlier, is we're going to define a pool prize type. So of course it has an ID. They all need IDs. We're going to tell it the draw ID. There's a bit of a confusing nomenclature here because we say draw, but it also means prize, but just don't worry about it. And so for each prize, we want to track the number of deposits and the total deposits. Likewise for withdrawals. So very simple stats. That'll tell us the inputs and outputs per prize. Easy peasy. So we'll call yarn codegen now, and that will, the graph protocol project that we set up will already know how to populate that. So let's actually check out, that's step 6. Actually, I don't think that's right. I need to refresh this page. Step 2. There we go. So let's go back to here. We'll check out step 2. We'll go yarn codegen, and the graph will do its thing. So here it's generating your actual, like the entities, the TypeScript representation of the entities, as well as, I guess here building it into WebAssembly. So it's it's doing a lot, I believe. Maybe that's the yarn build step. Actually, I can't remember. So now that we have our schema defined, that's our end result. That's what we want. Now we need to process the events. And this is really cool. So this is a process, I don't see it mentioned anywhere, but it's called event sourcing, where you actually have a static, immutable history of events that you want to replay into whatever data shape that you want. And the cool thing about it is that you can just scrap that shape of data and then just replay it and regenerate a new, what they call a projection, like what the shape of that data looks like. And so I wanted to play with this for a long time. So Graph Protocol, they make it stupid simple to do. And so what we want to do here is we don't want to start processing the events, because the events in our Ethereum history are these immutable little logs that we want to basically replay and kind of rehydrate some data structure. In this case, all the pool prize that we define. So I do a lot of description here about how Pool Together works. So that's if you read the tutorial. We can skip over that because people still don't understand it, how we have this open and committed phase to prevent people from gaming the system. But anyway, that's further reading if you like. So let's handle the opened event. So when a new prize is opened for deposits, the open event is fired. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new entity, our pool prize entity. Its ID is going to be our draw ID that is included with the event. And we're just going to default these different parameters. Nice and simple. And then we'll save it. And behind the scenes, Graph Protocol is doing all this fancy business with Postgres, so we don't have to worry about that, exactly how that works. And now let's handle the deposit event. So just to illuminate this a little bit, so this is the source mapping file that was generated along with the project. You can see here all the empty handlers. We're just filling some of these in. That's all we're doing. You can leave a bunch of them empty. You can fill only one of them in. You can do whatever the heck you want. Easy peasy. So now handle deposit is done, and we have our deposited information, the count and the amount. So we'll do the withdrawal as well. This is basically cut and paste, I think. This is very simple, very straightforward, same thing. And we're done. So let's check out step 3, so we're all caught up. And we'll just use yarn codegen again, just in case. And yarn build, just in case. Make sure everything's tickety-boo. Yep, we're good to go. So now we deploy. And this is so great. It's so simple. So I'm actually not going to navigate to the Explorer. And this is for you, Yaniv, because it displays our API keys. So I can't actually show that. I mean, it's a bit of an operational security problem there. So maybe if that could be hidden by default, then I could display it. So something for you guys. But yeah, so I've also added this little helper. Actually, this might be another nice thing to add, just to auth very quickly against the Graph API. So what you do is you go yarn auth and then your access token. Nice and easy. So I've already done that though, so none of you can see my access token. Not that anyone would really take it, I'm sure. And then to deploy, we go yarn deploy. So I believe this is already set up. So let's go yarn deploy. Let's check out the latest state. Step 4. And let's just do a quick check. Yeah, that's the last one. So what this is going to do, it's going to build the WebAssembly and then upload all of the assets to the graph. So this is their hosted version of the system. And if we jump back to the Explorer, let's see. We can see now that there's a pending version, and it was really fast. because I guess we're only processing 2 events, so it's just like very quick. It's important to note as well that I actually skipped this step. You need to create this through their website. You can't create it through the command line. You've got to bootstrap your subgraph through their interface, and then you can deploy to it. So that's something important to note. So let's jump back to our app here. So great, so it's all loaded up. We've done it. Now we can actually look at it through our Explorer here. So they have a really great little auto generation system here. So we actually have a default query. And now if we hit play, it's kind of challenging to read. It's very small. Let's hide the schema first of all. Maybe that helps a bit. Anyway, let's hit play. And we can see here all the data that's pulling in. And we can request exactly what we want because it's GraphQL. Let's just skip that. We'll just get the draw ID, easy peasy. So, and this again is the benefits of GraphQL. You pull in, you're just sipping data, only exactly what you need. After we kind of went public with the DAI pool, our Infura usage exploded. We went up to 6 million a day. It was crazy because of the way the front end was built. So the multi-call really helped with that. It batched all the calls down into a single call, which is really wonderful. We've also started polling less because there's still a lot of polling. We use Ethers. They don't yet have a WebSockets implementation, so we're kind of waiting on that. But for the time being, the graph has really improved. So we're kind of transitioning more and more data to the graph. Although we still want to have a few things straight from an Ethereum node because then your reliability is much higher. Your server's uptime is much better. We have seen a few drops here and there. So now let's integrate this in the front end. And this is where Apollo Client shines. I'll just jump back to our code here. So integration now, because we defined our client-side resolvers, which was effectively abusing the Apollo client-side resolver system. Now we can just use Apollo client as it was meant to be used, which is communicating with a regular GraphQL server. So back to our create Apollo client file. All we do now, like I mentioned before, how the queries get passed from link to link to link to get processed, and how they started with our multi-call, then they went to the state link for the client-side resolvers. But now, if a query didn't have the @client attached to it, it would need to be fulfilled by something else. And so now it's going to be passed on to the HTTP link, which is now communicating with the graph protocol subgraph there. And this is a dirty hack right here, because Next.js renders in both the server and the client. And so it can really bite you in the ass sometimes. So that little clause helps prevent it from choking. So now that's set up, going back to our components, let's just add a new component, and we'll just pull in the prizes query here. So now we're going to pull in all pool prizes. There's the ID, deposit count, deposit amount. Super simple. Going back down here, we've just got another React hook, and here we render it in a table. I know, I still use tables. I'm not supposed to. So let's see what that looks like. So that's step 5. So if you go back to our front end, we'll just kill that GCO step 5, and then we'll go dev, kick it back up, and failed to fetch. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, well let's see here. I might have configured something wrong. Am I connected to Wi-Fi? Yeah. Always the demos. Always, there we go. I don't know what happened there. So now we can see it loaded super fast. We have all the information here that we want. I actually had some surprising numbers here. I realized that we had significant churn in some cases, but it's probably just the whales entering and leaving. They create a big splash, so you got to watch out for that. In addition, this doesn't include the SCI migrations to DAI, so we're missing a few things here. So as you can see, it's really simple to make this data live using a polling interval. We could even do the same thing for this, but GraphQL supports subscriptions, so you can get the WebSockets push for new data. So it's very convenient that way. I haven't yet played with that. We have a lot of legacy code as well. So that's the beauty of our client-side resolvers as well as Graph Protocol in tandem, creating a really awesome front-end experience without having any server-side code. So we're really stoked on this structure, and we think it's going to last for a long time. So the last thing I want to talk about, because this is really important to talk about, is EIP 1767. So back in, I think it was January 2019, Nick Johnson completed the GraphQL endpoint for Geth, which is a big achievement. It's super complicated, and it allows you to query all this nested transaction data, which if you're using the traditional JSON RPC API, you'd have to do so many calls to pull in all the little different bits and pieces that you needed. So now with a single GraphQL call, you can pull in all the transaction, the logs, and everything associated with it, and it's very efficient, just sipping data over the wire. Very nice. At the same time, Raul Kripalani and Chris Shin from Infura were developing ethQL, their own GraphQL implementation. And so they fantastically combined their efforts to create EIP 1767, which apparently was mostly ethQLs. I guess they aligned it to that. But it looks like the adoption hasn't proceeded quite as quickly as we might have hoped, because we have full client support in Geth and Pantheon. Infura has stated that they have the sort of standard ethQL, then they have the extended ethQL, which offers all of their additional bits and pieces on top. But there's no public endpoint that you can communicate with. So it might be just dormant right now, the project. I'm not sure where it's at. Parity has partial implementation, and so we're seeing some functionality across the different clients. That being said, we interface with Ganache so much that having it in Ganache would be really essential for local testing. So we're and that's why we have our client-side resolvers, because we're getting the batching of all the calls. We're getting that sort of advantage, but we are able to work across Ganache and any other client that we need to do. So it's a little crude and it's a little abusive to GraphQL, but it works really well and it's super fast. That being said, this will eventually happen, I'm sure. For us, though, as a DApp, it's a little less relevant. It's more for, say, blockchain introspection. Like if you wanted to build an efficient Etherscan, you would definitely want to use the GraphQL endpoint for all the block data, transactional data, all that stuff. But we're communicating with smart contracts, so 90% of our calls are just ETH call. Very simple. So I want to open up the floor now to anybody that has questions about Pool Together or smart contracts or our history or GraphQL or anything really.
Actually, is Yaniv from the graph here?
Yeah, and we got Yaniv over here as well.
Yes, he's our next speaker, and we're out of time. But you'll be here all weekend, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you have plenty of time to ask him questions, because we got to get him up real quick.
Okay, well maybe save your Graph Protocol questions for Yaniv then. But does anyone have any Pool Together questions, anything like that? All right. And that concludes the talk.
You're actually out of time, so we got to get him up.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, man. That was rad.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, good to see you again.
Yeah. Looking forward to hanging out this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice. I can now relax. I was just working on those slides.
I know how that is. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I'm stoked to catch up. Been mostly talking Discord, so we need to have face to face.
Yeah.
And it's Yaniv?
Yaniv.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So as soon as you're set up, I'll introduce you. We'll go from there.
Take the stage.
You ready? I just wanted to move the mic. I'm sorry. Okay.
Did the volume just drop?
I don't think so. You can hear me? Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome. Hey everyone. So that was awesome. I didn't realize I was going right after Brandon. But, Okay, and we're back. Awesome. So I guess Brandon probably mentioned to you guys that they won our bounty last year at ETH Denver. If you build on the graph, you might get a bounty and you might get your project funded. So that's a fun little thing that happened last year. So today I'm going to be talking about some of the bounties that we have today, and specifically about this push that we're starting to make Web3 real. And I think we've been going to these ETH hackathons for a while. We've been in this ecosystem since 2017. There's a lot of really exciting development going on, but we're still not using a lot of dApps day to day. And we really believe in the ideas of decentralization, and we want to see more dApps out there in the wild. And so hopefully some of you guys want to hack on this stuff this weekend. So before I start, it's great everyone here just got a really great intro to the graph. I think Brandon actually probably did a better workshop than I've even ever done, so that was pretty cool to see. But I'm excited to announce a new feature that we're piloting in beta this weekend, so you guys can play around with it. It was actually built by Gheorg, which got Jordan in the crowd right there. But I'm excited to announce that we're shipping GraphQL mutations, which is a really sweet feature. Who here is familiar with GraphQL? Hopefully a lot more people now. Have you ever used mutations before? Yeah, so mutations are GraphQL's way of making function calls. So today, if you want to build on Ethereum using smart contracts, you have to submit your transactions directly. You have to maybe inspect the smart contracts to understand how those methods are meant to be called. And a lot of times you may want to sequence many transactions together. And so GraphQL is just this beautiful API language where as a developer you want to go to find all of the functionality that's available to you. And now you can do that directly with mutations. So have a play around with it this weekend. It's pretty cool. So now with this focus that we're making on building usable dApps, we believe that before we can get the rest of the world excited about decentralization, we need to build applications that we within the crypto community would actually use ourselves, right? That solve real problems for us, that we'd choose for ourselves, that these are just the best apps and the best ways of solving problems. And so our use cases that we want, are working with folks to build are around applications that we ourselves would use. So the goal is to start by getting to kind of product market fit with an initial set of dApps. And product market fit for me just means that of all of the options out there, this product is the way that I want to, solve my problem. And we're doing a big push, and our goal is we want to see 5 dApps with product market fit in the next 6 months. And so maybe some of those ideas can start this weekend. Then we want to get the crypto community to switch over, and we're going to do a lot of work on the community front. And then these dApps should be able to grow just based on the quality of those dApps. And so we've been working on this project called Everest that we're going to be releasing in a few weeks. And it's an example of this type of an application, and it's very simple. It's just a projects registry. And so we want to have every single project that's working in the crypto ecosystem on this registry. Whether you're a dApp, you're a protocol, a fund, a dev shop, we want you to be here. And then this can act as kind of like a LinkedIn, yellow pages for businesses that are working in crypto. Let's see. And something that's very different between Web 3 and Web 2 is that in Web 2 you build like a single application that's like a full silo in and of itself. And in Web 3, all of this data is available on a global API, and that makes it so that people can build custom UIs, custom applications on top of this kind of global machine. So these are a few of the specific areas that we would love to see people really dive into that we think is relevant to everybody in the crypto community. And so that's projects, people, jobs, blogs, and events. And for example, who here has looked for a job in crypto? Awesome. Who here has hired or looked to find other people to work with them? Awesome. Who here has published a blog post? Who's read blog posts? Who's attended events in the crypto space? Who's wanted to find out what events they wanted to attend when traveling out of town? Awesome. So these are all use cases that are applicable to us. And maybe you could think of a way that you could build an app that's better than the Web 2 options for doing those things. So these are just a few of those examples. And so to make your work easier this weekend, we built a registry starter application that is a stripped down version of Everest that we think is a good starting point, but it's really just a starting point. And we want people to experiment with this and break it, add to it, change it. It's really just a starting point, but this is basically a take on the TCR. So who here has used like a TCR before? Yeah, not many people, but they were all the rage about a year ago. And I think the idea of curating data in a decentralized way is pretty powerful, right? Like you don't want to have these centralized companies controlling all of the data, right? Whether it's Meetup with events or Facebook with blog posts, Twitter with what you read. So really you want to have the data available in a decentralized way, but then how do you make sure that you don't just introduce a bunch of spam? And how do you make sure that you can have a certain amount of quality assurance within that list? So we've kind of iterated on the TCR concept, and that's in this registry starter. So I'm going to show you what that kind of looks like. So I'm just going to be showing this in an Envision prototype, just so it's faster to move around. But we've just published this, and I'll show you the code in just a bit. So this example boilerplate app is for curating a list of tokens, but it could be used for anything. So in this example with the list of tokens, the idea is, let's say I have a new ERC20 token and I want it to show up in wallets, I want it to show up in CoinMarketCap, these different kinds of places. I could come to this registry and I could add my token here. Now, if my token is some kind of fraudulent token and the community decides, hey, we don't want this on the community registry, there should be a way for them to get it off. And that's that quality assurance. Now, this version does not use tokens for curation. So the way it works is anyone can come and add a token. And I guess it might be hard to see, but I'm going to zoom a little bit. So, so you can come and add a token where you just add your symbol, your name, description, add a logo. So you add that information. And right away you can add your token. Now, this registry assumes that there's going to be a listing fee. So that's what we do as a spam prevention mechanism. So here we have it set to 1 DAI, but it could be set to anything you want depending on how easy you want it to be to add something to the registry. If it's totally free to add to the registry, it's possible that people are just going to spam it and add a bunch of stuff. So now you can see kind of your tokens, or you can browse the list, and it's very simple. Again, just contract address, decimals. But if I see a token and I don't think that it should be on the registry, then I can come and I can challenge it. So that's the challenge function. And the way the challenges work is only people that are already on the registry can vote. And the idea there is, how do you actually determine vote weighting, and how do you do voting? And so we have a proposal which is very simple. We think that ultimately the way that you need to do voting is using some kind of reputation, and there's a question of what the right type of reputation would be. And I think that reputation is a super interesting thing that we should all be experimenting with. But for this, we decided to take the easiest possible form of reputation, and that is just how long you've been on the list. So if you've been on the list for a very long time, you haven't been challenged off, that means the rest of the community thinks that you belong on the list, and that gives you voice. If you've just been added, there's no guarantees that you're actually aligned with the rest of the registry members. So your vote counts for less. And me as a single Ethereum address, I may belong, I may have created multiple tokens. Maybe I've created 5 tokens. And so I can come and I can choose which tokens I want to vote on behalf of. So you could multiple select, and then you have to give a reason for the challenge. So they didn't conform to the charter for this registry, and now there's an active challenge on the page. So you can see the voting period, which you could customize, and you can see the votes. You can see that the votes here. And now any other member of this registry can come and they can vote on this challenge during the period, and at the end you're either removed or you get to stay on the registry. So this is what we built as like a very, very simple way to curate data in a decentralized way. Hopefully it reduces a lot of the friction from TCRs. Right? One of the benefits is you get added right away. You don't have to wait for people to let you in. For the voting, it's a much simpler process. And what's really cool about curating data in a decentralized way is now other apps could start to use this. So I gave the example of like maybe a wallet wants to use this registry in order to show tokens and balances in their UIs. Maybe I'm like CoinMarketCap and I want to be able to show a list of tokens there. All of this data is very relational. And so, if everybody's maintaining their own databases, their own registries, then we're never going to build Web3. If we can actually get this kind of data where all of the projects are on a registry and they all have stable IDs, right? Those projects can reference the people, right? Their team members that are working on those projects. They can reference their jobs. You can see what are all of the blog posts that have been written by projects that are in this category, right? What are all of the DeFi events, right? When all of this data becomes available in an open, permissionless way with stable IDs and it's all linked together, then that's going to be the point at which this Web3 thing really becomes real. Hope that's we're going to be here all weekend helping people hack. This is just one idea. There's a lot of different things that people build on the graph. And how am I doing on time?
You got it about 5-7 minutes. So if you want to take questions,
okay, great.
We've got time for
yeah,
questions.
I'll do questions. Just before I jump to questions, I guess Brandon showed the Explorer, but it's pretty exciting to see what kind of stuff people are building. Right now we have this featured subgraph section at the top, but this is something that we're just kind of curating ourselves, and it's really slow. We're going to be launching our decentralized network soon, and when we launch the network, the curation of these subgraphs is going to be done in a decentralized way, which I think is going to be really exciting. So we're no longer kind of the gatekeepers for who shows up here. But it's really cool to see what kind of stuff people are building. Dharma's building this subgraph here for their Dharma DAI. This is just updated. Have people seen the new Aragon Court? Show of hands. Yeah, I'm super excited about Aragon Court. I think that thing is going to be rad. So they have a subgraph here, and it's kind of hard to read the data, but you can see the jurors and the disputes, and the appeals and all of the you can kind of follow along here, and this is what they're using to power their Aragon Core dashboard. So there's really no limit to what you can build on the graph, and I hope people have fun this weekend. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Really, no questions?
Hey.
The registry code. Sorry, it's not a
Yes,
great
thank
question.
you.
It was broken on the DAO site.
Oh, was it? I don't know when that DAO site got updated, but thank you. So I was going to actually end with some links, and we can also do a look at some code. So it's just, yeah, definitely always show the links. So we're at Graph Protocol on Twitter. The registry starter is at our GitHub. It's github.com/graph-protocol/registry-starter. That's the link to the Explorer. And anyone who wants to compete for our bounties, make sure you join our Discord and post in the Hackathons channel.
So in the example you showed, when somebody put a reason that they should be delisted, is it possible, or is there an ability for the person that has listed that token to defend themselves in the same definition?
Yeah, great question. So right now, that could be a great addition, for like a hackathon project, for example, to say what should that look like? Maybe integrating like 3-box comments or something. Maybe you could have a comment right on the page. That would be really interesting. I think like discussion doesn't necessarily need to be on chain, could be on chain. But definitely there should be a way for them to kind of defend themselves. One more thing to mention about the way that we're thinking about these registries is that we think of them as separate from actual curation. So with curation, you're deciding whether something is good or not, right? You're like ranking it. Is this thing good enough to belong in this like special list? And we think that registries should be handled in like a multi-level kind of way. So there should be like one registry that basically includes everything that is, meets minimum community standards. And then there should be ways that people can then reference those IDs, right? That way you're like in the universe. And from there, people can make their own lists that's like, here's my favorite tokens or here's my favorite this. So every registry we think should have a charter. And like with Everest, we're going to have a charter that really specifies what qualifies as a valid listing. And that's something that should be very objective. You don't want people, I think, like voting on something like a global registry to be making very subjective decisions. So the more clear the charter can be, the easier it is to do the voting, and the more alignment there should be.
Is the registry starter front end agnostic? Like, could you build that on any front end framework, or is there a specific one that you have to use?
Oh, people can use whatever they want. Let me just kind of show the code a little bit. So we have a UI that started using React and Apollo, but if you want to use like the contracts and the subgraph, and then build your own custom UI totally from scratch, feel free to do that. GraphQL is pretty well supported, so you should be able to use any framework you want. Yeah, definitely. We just want to see people like, bringing more interesting data on chain. And that's really what that bounty is all about. So, however you want to bring data on chain, that's good for us. And when we say data on chain, one thing I should mention about how this is implemented also is every entry in the registry is using the ERC 1056 standard. And then that standard it's an identity standard, and so it lives separate from the registry. So you could add a bunch of metadata to that entity, and it's not like locked into that registry. And so what we do is we just have an attribute that you add to that identity. With a JSON blob with all the metadata. We store that blob on IPFS, and that way the metadata is on IPFS, but it's just the hash that's anchored on chain.
And with that, I think we're going to have to call it a session.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Hi there. Hello. How are you? Are you enjoying the workshops? Are you ready for the next one? My name is Grace, and I'm going to be your MC for the next hour and a half or so. And today we have Rachel Black from $3, and she's going to talk about user data cloud. This is cool. Enjoy.
Hi, just going to plug this in. We got the dongle back.
There we go, and I believe it goes into one of those. Got a flash here. We got a flash over there. There we go. All right, we're all set up.
Cool. So, hi, my name's Rachel, and I'm going to be talking to you today about how to build better with 3box User Data Cloud. Yeah, this is me. I'm the DevRel lead at 3box. I joined in November this year, so I've been with the team for about 4 months. If anyone wants to follow me on Twitter, please do. Always like more followers. Cool. So let's start with the problem statement. We know that user data is broken on the web. For users, obviously, they're very stressed. This is something that most people are kind of worried about on some level today. But it's not really a walk in the park for developers either, because you're having to manage a lot of complexity around user data and all the infrastructure that goes with that. And that can be very demotivating when you want to focus on the core value of what you're building and not maintaining all of this data. And also, there's risks associated with this as well. So hopefully you don't want your users' data to become hacked or exposed, but also things like GDPR, etc. So we're proposing a system where we build data systems around users rather than applications. So if you see here on the side over here, we've got what we're kind of used to with Web 2.0. Whenever you create a profile, it goes onto like Facebook servers or the government or whoever is running that site, and you really lose control over it. It doesn't really belong to you after you've created it. To move to a system that's more like the one on the far side there, where we actually have your data centered around you, and these applications that can use data rather than manage it. So it's kind of a way to flip how we think about data, and it's quite a fundamental difference in how we architect user data. This has like a lot of benefits for users. First of all, we can create systems that give user much more agency and transparency over their data. And of course, this is very empowering for users. We can give users cryptographic access control. And we can also build data that can be used across platforms and applications. So you don't see users getting locked into sites that maybe have their social graph, or they don't need to recreate the same profile data every time they join a new application. Granular access control, so you can choose what data you give to who. And hopefully this can stop user data being the product, which we see a lot of today, and we can build applications that are of true value to users. So the technology the movement that's kind of powering this is decentralized identity, and this is the sphere that we're working in at 3box. So at 3box, we have a user data cloud, and this can take a lot of the hard work out from you from managing user data. Here I have a very high-level diagram of the technology we're using at 3box. So you can see here that we are integrating with Ethereum wallets, be it MetaMask, Ardis, whichever wallet you want to work with. And then from that, we are generating a 3ID or a decentralized identifier. And this identifier has keys attached to it so that users can encrypt data, they can sign data, and the data is ultimately stored on IPFS for 3box. We're using OrbitDB, which gives a database layer on top of IPFS there as well. And then we can see at the bottom, you can pull this into your decentralized application. So hopefully something you might be building this weekend at the hackathon, and it will allow you to access the user's data if they consent to it within your application. So that's kind of how it all plays together on a very high level. And it's really nice because as developers, we can actually start to see that we can separate out our app logic and what we're building from the kind of data management system. So here we've got, your awesome DApp. We're going to see a lot of these this weekend, hopefully a lot with 3box as well. So you have your app logic. You might be using a blockchain, whether it's for payments or if you're using a smart contract. And then everything on the far side there, which is in a box, this can be managed for you by 3box, but you can actually make use of it through our SDKs. So really, it actually simplifies your life a lot as a developer, and you don't need to worry about running a server or how you're going to create different identities for users and how you're going to manage that. It's taking a lot of complexity away from you and making you focus on what's happening over here, which is hopefully what you want to focus on as a developer, and we can actually build some really cool products that are really going to fit our users' need. Yep, for developers, this is awesome because we have distributed database storage. You don't need to worry about working with IPFS directly. You can use 3box, and it's a very intuitive developer experience. I'll give you a glimpse of that in a minute. We can build data-rich applications, so giving the kind of functionality that users are used to from Web 2.0 into the kind of distributed and Web 0.3 space. And really nicely, you can do all of this using just front-end code. I'm a React developer, so I really like this. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Here's an overview of our web development or dApp development tools. So we have Spaces and Profiles APIs. This is for user storage. Profiles, we made, this is our first kind of storage space, and it's been designed with a view of having profiles and global namespacing, essentially. But it functions very similarly to Spaces, which can be more context-specific and for your app. Both of Spaces and Profiles, you can either store data encrypted and private, or you can store it just public there. So depending on the data that you're handling, it's up to you. We've got our Threads API. So this is where it starts to get a lot more social. You can have groups, you can have members, and you can create collaborative communication. So it's really good for anything that's more sociable. So content feeds, walls, messaging, this kind of thing. We have persistent threads. Persistent threads are persisted to IPFS, as the name suggests. And we also have ghost threads. Ghost threads are making use of IPFS PubSub tool to just facilitate in-memory peer-to-peer messaging. So really good for anything that's ephemeral that you don't need to persist. Great for chat if you just want to have a kind of chat that you drop in really easily. And to make things even easier, we created a suite of plugins. And this is going to be like gold dust in Hackathon because you can just drop these in. These are React components that are using the APIs underneath them to give you like pretty much out-of-the-box functionality. So things like profile hover, it's a way to view a profile. We also have a profile edit component, a comments thread, a chat box as well. So there's a lot of ways you can use these in the hackathon. And very excitingly today, we are super pleased to announce a big milestone in our development. Oh, how's it gone? Sorry, my bad. There we go. We have launched our confidential threads API, which should load in a minute. This is really, really excellent for development because you can. So what's happening here? How's it going? Apologies about this. We've launched our confidential threads API, and this will allow you to create threads that can be encrypted. So you can have messaging, you can have encrypted chat across groups. So there's so many uses for this in a hackathon, whether you want to make a kind of private social media site. We had somebody on our channel joking about, it's Valentine's Day and we're all here, so like maybe somebody wants to make a dating app using, confidential threads. There's a lot of use cases. You can have this kind of encrypted thread messaging in your app. Hopefully, when I click present, it will actually go to the next slide. Okay, cool. So, of course, we're sponsoring bounties. So we've got 5,000 DAI in total, so it's pretty big. The first one we have is best overall integration. So whatever you're using 3box for, enter into that one. We're looking for some really inspiring and innovative use cases there. Most social application. So that's an application that specifically uses our Threads API. That could be the confidential or regular threads, ghost or persistent. It's up to you. But a kind of a social application built on top of 3box, and we've got 1,000 DAI for that as well. And we also have bounties for storage, a use of our plugin, and the last one over here, we have a no-code integration with DApp Hero. So DApp Hero is another project that's here, and they've built a no-code tool which uses 3box and Webflow. So you can work with that if you're completely non-technical, if you're a product manager, if you're business. This is a really nice way to prototype and build in a no-code environment. So yeah, that's our bounties. Cool. So I was going to do a little quick demo. So I'm just going to jump over. Make this a little bit bigger. So I have a bit of boilerplate here, and it's running in the browser here, and we can see we've got just some boilerplate, and it's connected into MetaMask, and it's pulled my MetaMask address, and it's enabled the provider. And I'm just printing out the Ethereum address. Looks pretty ugly. It's a hex code. It's not very user-friendly. So here we have, this is the code that's just enabling MetaMask. And then, if I can just see my cursor, here we go. First thing we're going to do, which is the most minimal way that you can use 3box, is to use our profile hover component. And all you need to do that is just import it. I've already installed it in this boilerplate. Profile hover, from profile hover. And then I'm just going to scroll down to where I was printing out the Ethereum address. I'm going to replace it with the profile hover component, and we're going to see that instead of an ugly hex address, we're going to get a much more user-friendly profile. So scroll down. Here we go. Hover. And it's just taking one attribute here, which is the user's Ethereum address. If I save that and go over and reload, that's npm start. And once it starts, we should see that, we'll see that nice 3box profile. Cool. So we can see that already this is a lot more user-friendly. At the moment, we've still got the hex address, but we can just add in another attribute. I think it's show name. There's quite a few attributes that you can customize it to. It's all documented. Save that. And then, cool. So we've got my name there, Rachel. Where is this name coming from, you might ask, if you're completely new to 3box. You can actually embed the functionality to edit this profile within your application. It's just the global 3box profiles API. But you can also go to 3box Hub, which is basically the app that we built essentially to showcase what's possible with 3box, but it's also like a dog feeding site for us. And you can see that this is where you can set up your profile. And if I change something in here, it will also be reflected in the profile that I'm using in my demo app. So it's actually really nice that users can, once they set a profile up on here, then any app that's enabled with 3box, they already have a username, they already have an avatar, and they don't need to go through the pain of creating it all over again. But as I say, this is like the lowest touch use of 3box. You can see it really doesn't take very long at all to get rid of those hex codes. So like hopefully we're going to see very few hex codes in this hackathon because there's no excuse to. The next thing I was going to show you quickly is just how to authenticate with 3box and how to store some key value data with 3box. So I'm going to pop over back to my code. For this, we're going to need to authenticate, we're going to need to open a box, and then we can work with it. So first of all, I'll import the 3box library. $3. Cool. And then, a second. I'm just going to copy and paste a little bit for this because I don't want to. So in my React app, I'm going to go down to here, which is after where I've enabled the provider that MetaMask injects, and I'm actually going to start working with 3box. Obviously, we want to have our provider enabled, and we want to have the user's Ethereum address before we start working with it, otherwise it's going to throw errors. So in here, what we're going to do is first create an instance of 3box. So we have my address, which has been saved to state. We have spaces. You can see this is an array. So if you had like multiple spaces that you wanted to work with, just add them into the array. We've only got one here. Then I'm going to create the box here. Now I'm just passing in the provider that MetaMask injects. And then I'm going to authenticate it. So here I'm authenticating with the spaces and the address, and then just calling a sync method on it, and then saving it to state. So now that we've done that, we can open the space, which is here we go. So to open a space, it's pretty intuitive. We're just using async await because obviously we're working with some asynchronicity when we're working with 3box and the IPFS network. Open a space. If that space doesn't exist, it will create it. And then I'm setting that to state. So now that's all I need to do to set up authenticating with 3box and creating a space and everything. So this is much more minimal than kind of potentially working direct with IPFS and trying to set up the systems around there. So now it should be ready for us to set some data to it, and I'm going to try and retrieve it as well. And here. So again, we have very intuitive developer experience. So you can see we just have space public set. So that's just setting some data to the public, setting some data in public form to the space. And it just takes 2 arguments. These are key value pairs. So here we have the first argument's going to be the key, and the second one will be the value. So key is test, and the value will be hello world. If we want to change it and store data in a private and encrypted way, we just switch public to private, and we have space.private.set. And again, I can use the same key because I'm in private rather than public here. And I can pass in a different value of shush for private. Cool. So if I save that, of course we want to actually retrieve this. So I'm going to public message equals assigned to await. And then just as we have the set method, we're going to use the get method on the same space. Space.public.get, and this only takes 1 argument. We're just going to pass in the key of the value that we want to retrieve. In this case, it's test. And private message await space dot private get and test. Okay, I'm going to try and console log this out and moment of truth. Hopefully I haven't put any typos in. Okay. Private message. Save that, and then if I jump over to the browser again, open up the inspector, and it should. If I hadn't authenticated with this space before, I would see MetaMask asking me to consent. So everything we do with the user's consent, but if I have already consented, then it might not pop up. And if we give it a minute, hopefully once it's connected to, yeah, we can see it. It's just small. There we go. So we can see it's actually console logging out the hello world and the shush, which are the values that we wanted to retrieve from the user's public and private storage there. So pretty straightforward, pretty minimal way to work with it, and certainly a lot less pain than trying to configure working with IPFS directly and managing user data around that. If anyone is interested, there's actually a whole tutorial which takes you through connecting this up, and you can connecting it up to the front end and creating private and public storage. So I can share that with you. But yeah, we are also, we have a lot of stuff online, so all of our documentation's at docs.3box.io. We have a very active Discord channel, and all of our dev team are on there throughout East Denver, and we're pretty much on there all the time anyway, which you can find at chat.3box.io. Medium, obviously everything we do is open source, so you can check out our GitHub. And also just the kind of typical, we are hiring slides, so if anyone is really interested in 3box, it's a really awesome product and a great team. So yeah, just get in contact. These are the roles that we have open. Yeah, so thank you. We also have a stand just at the top near the stairs on the second floor. So like pop by, we've got a lot of whiskey stones, we've got like some swag, and like we're happy to chat to anyone who has any ideas and wants to figure out how they can work 3box into their hackathon project as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, we got time for about one question.
Okay, so this is a little bit different than the content you presented, but I'm curious about the access control. The access control, is there, so the functions there, the cryptography there, is that all kind of baked into 3box at this point, or can you kind of plug in other options or protocols?
So it's a little noisy here, so I couldn't quite hear. So it's around access control. I'm wondering if it's possible to plug in other systems. To which systems do you mean, like other blockchains or?
Say, of course, I'm blanking on the name in public here. I'll catch you later.
Cool. But yeah, anyone is interested, we are actually blockchain agnostic by design. At the moment, we're working with Ethereum, but we will be integrating with other blockchains in the future because we don't touch the blockchain directly. So it is opportunity to kind of work outside of Ethereum, but this is very much where we are right now. Cool.
Okay, one more question. Can I give you the mic here?
So I saw in the slides identity wallets as well as the 3ID. So what's the relationship there? Do you have to go through, obviously it looked like you don't have to go through 3ID to access an identity wallet. Is that correct? Or how does that work?
Identity wallet. So today I've been showing you 3box.js, which is the SDK that you'd be using if you weren't a wallet, basically, or if you didn't want to. 3box.js works in the front-end JavaScript environment. Identity wallet works with wallets, but it also works in a Node.js environment. So depending on your need, it's just a way for you to embed 3ID directly into the wallet.
Okay, got it.
Cool.
And we got about one more minute. One more question?
Hi. The private spaces, does it mean that the content is encrypted or just not visible?
So does it mean that it's?
Encrypted, the content?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So in the private space, the data is stored encrypted, yes. Cool. Cool. Well, thank you. Come and visit our booth. We've got stickers and whiskey stones.
Thank you, Rachel.
Cheers.
And now we have Victor Grau Serrat from Enigma, and he's going to talk to us about secret contracts, private data in dApps. Woo!
I don't have this.
Oh.
That's an older one.
You have a HDMI?
Yes. I need an adapter because I think my HDMI port doesn't work. Not here. It does work.
Okay, it recognizes it. Let's see if it comes up on the screen.
It says that there's a yes. It's here, but it's not there. So it definitely detects that there's a second screen.
Yeah, so that's all good. So it should come straight up. Let's try.
You tell. I think I might have an adapter for the other ports to
Okay, yeah. We're just trying to get the laptop to show up on this big screen.
Let's try it.
Okay. There we go. Cool.
Hello? Yep. Okay. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this talk by Enigma. I'm happy to be here. I'm based in Boulder, down the or up the road, but I acknowledge that some of you might be traveling from near and afar, and it's always good to see to talk to people in person and be on the same room. So, welcome to this talk. Hopefully, you'll get something out of it. There's this quick link that points to an article where there's a bunch of resources that will be relevant to most of this talk. So I just want to start with a quick comment in that research shows that people attending talks like this usually walk away retaining at most 3 key ideas. So I want to make it really easy for you and explicitly say those 3 key ideas that I'd like you to walk away from this talk. And one is that privacy equals Enigma in the Ethereum ecosystem, and that's about the first third of my talk. Key idea number 2 is that analogous to Ethereum smart contracts, we have this notion of secret contracts where we'll talk about privacy, and those secret contracts are written in Rust. And then finally, in order to develop those secret contracts, we provide a truffle-like environment. So if you are familiar developing contracts in Ethereum, you should feel like a very familiar environment here to hack on Enigma. So we acknowledge that blockchains have a privacy problem in that all information that we commit to blockchains are public by default. And we believe that this greatly limits the potential applications, or limits potential applications in that you cannot compute over sensitive data. So this Enigma is solving exactly this problem where we enable using sensitive data in your applications without compromising on decentralization. So, and we provide these 2 layers. You can think of a sidechain to Ethereum in which we have the Enigma network that runs on nodes with trusted execution environments, which is a special hardware technology that is now fairly commonplace on all Intel machines that enables the network to compute over encrypted data. And then we use Ethereum for verification and reaching consensus. And this separation of computation on one layer and verification on Ethereum allows for greater scalability than what is possible right now. So Enigma Discovery is going to be the first launch of our network that will publicly enable secret contracts, and that happens on a permissionless network. It's economically incentivized, like in a proof-of-stake type of network, and most important to this talk and this event is that it is fully compatible with Ethereum. So you can develop your standard dApp that you might be already working on, but have a privacy need, and you can offload those privacy computations onto Enigma. So first I want to introduce how Enigma works, and I believe that the best way how to do this is by telling the story from the perspective of the different stakeholders that participate in the system. So very much like Ethereum, we care a lot about the users that participate or that use these dApps, the developers that deploy those dApps on the network, and analogous to the miners, we have the workers that execute the tasks. So we start with developers writing secret contracts that I alluded to before, compile them to bytecode, and send them to the Enigma network. And those contracts that live on the Enigma network are registered on a smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain that manages them. So these are the two layers that I mentioned at the beginning, where we have a computation layer and a verification layer. The way that users interact with the dApps is by submitting encrypted data to the network that creates tasks. Then a hash of the metadata of the task is also sent to the Enigma contract on Ethereum for housekeeping purposes or for accounting purposes, and then the task is sent to the network. Then workers in the network receive tasks based on a stake-weighted lottery. The selected workers execute those tasks and disseminate the results across the network, and the worker submits the results to the Ethereum, and once that task is verified, then payment is released to the worker in compensation for computing that task. Let's talk about the execution model a little bit more in depth. So for every secret contract, there's an encrypted state that is maintained in the network. And the user encrypts their inputs to the network, which are only decrypted inside this trusted execution environment. You can think of as a black box that lives within the processor of that computer, that not even a person who has absolute and physical control of the machine can access into it. So it's a pretty neat technology that Intel introduced about 4 or 5 years ago, but we believe that it hasn't really reached mainstream in terms of applications, and this is a really interesting use case for that technology. And I believe that for any laptops and computers manufactured after 2015, 2016, it's already comes in by default to the CPU. So then the worker is able to decrypt those inputs with a key that only it knows, and updating the state, send it encrypted to the network, and then send an encrypted output to the user if that computation produces any outputs. And also you can have Ethereum callbacks where, depending on the output of that task or that computation, you can trigger events on Ethereum. So acknowledging that this is, a hackathon and you might be thinking about what to build, I want to think about or talk a little bit about what can you build here in Denver with Enigma technology. And we are sponsoring 3 prizes, one specific to games, one specific to a coin mixer that we have developed, and then another one that is essentially open to whatever wild ideas you might have. So think about games that require you to hide actions, like in the simplest form, rock, paper, scissors, or battleships, quiz or war competitions like Jeopardy or Hangman, scavenger with secret locations or secret messaging. And I want to highlight, so here in Enigma there are 5 of us here at ETH Denver. I want to highlight 2 people there in the back, Ainsley and John, who are from our business development team and the people who are constantly thinking about potential use cases and applications of this technology. So if you have any ideas, I highly, highly, highly encourage you to run them by them and have a little bit of a brainstorming session, because they will be able to provide a lot of feedback. They probably have thought about similar ideas before and will be able to support you in many ways. So, because this is a hackathon and we want to get our hands dirty with this technology, what I want to do now is guide you through the steps of developing a secret contract, and I might run out of time before I go over the interaction with the secret contract, but so secret contracts, I mentioned that it's in Rust, and we are following the ETH Denver circuit. We were at ETH Boston, ETH Waterloo. Here we are again, and typically developers is like, Rust, why another language? It might not be the easiest to hack onto in a hackathon, but as you might expect, if we are building a cryptographically secure protocol that gives a lot of privacy guarantees, we have to choose a language that is good for that, not that is easily hackable. So hopefully you appreciate that choice on our part. Most important, so Rust is similar to C, but is memory safe. You cannot have buffer overruns, you cannot have memory overflows, you just can't. You don't lose track of pointers. The language doesn't allow it. It has a very good performance, again, similar to C. It has a great package manager and a wonderful community. So, I think it's worthwhile mention that it's the most loved programming, and it must be for something. So if you are getting into Rust over this weekend, I can assure you that you'll find a lot of support through online forums and a lot of documentation and a lot of people on chats and such that will be more than happy to help you out, in addition to the support that we can provide. So I want to walk through the example of building on the millionaire's problem. For those of you not familiar with it, it's also known as Yao's millionaire problem, in which you have 2 or more parties that want to know who's the richer, but they don't want to disclose the amounts to each other, right? So this is a schematic of the problem where we create a secret contract for a millionaire's problem. Bob submits his entry with his wealth encrypted to the contract. Then comes Alice and also does the same, and the contract decrypts those encrypted inputs, computes the richest, and returns the output. In this case, the output is not encrypted, so that each of them know the result. Another good thing that you should know is that we have 9, 10 secret contracts already developed and on our repo. So even if you know nothing of Rust and you are not willing to learn much of Rust this weekend, I can almost guarantee that almost by copy pasting you can get a long way. So just browse these other examples where we have tried to cover most of the functionality that secret contracts can do, and just hack your way along by copy pasting. So this is one of the contracts that we have there, and I want to go almost line by line, demystifying how hard this can be. If I remove the comments, I think it's about 20 lines of code. So I think that anyone can deal with 20 lines of code. So Rust, the version of Rust that runs inside those enclaves does not provide all the standard functionality of Rust. So in the first line, we remove the standard libraries. Then we bring packages into scope, and this is the glue between the runtime and the contract. ENG-WASM allows reading and writing from the state. Then this other package allows interactions with Ethereum, and this third package allows serialization and deserialization of custom data structures in and out of the secret contracts. So these 23 or these lines you just copy paste, don't have no questions asked. So then we're going to make use of the encrypted state, which and we need a key. We need a string that will act as a key to that hash map on the state, and then we declare our data structures, and we do this in this fashion where this struct will have two fields, an address and an integer that will hold the address of the user and the net worth of that user. And there's a one-to-one mapping to, these are H256 is a hash of 256 bits, that's 32 bytes, which is equivalent to the Solidity address fill. And the other one is an unsigned integer of, again, 32 bytes, similar, that maps to an unsigned integer of Solidity. There's a one-to-one equivalency of most of the types in our documentation. Then we declare the public functions that will be accessible on this contract. There will be two. One is to add a millionaire, takes 2 arguments, and then is the compute richest that takes no arguments but returns an address. We initialize the public struct that will contain both the public and private functions. We declare private functions in this way, where we'll get the millionaire, we'll read from the state to get the millionaires that may have been stored in the state, and then we declare that one of the 2 public functions add a millionaire that takes an address and the amount, and we first read into the state, get all the millionaires, if any, that are. We create a new millionaire, and then we push it into that vector that we got from the state, and we write it into the state. So it's fairly logical. You might need some help with the semantics of specifics to Rust, but again, following examples, most of the functionality that you will need is read and write from the state, run your computations, and return a value. So that's a good example. And then again, at the end, we're going to compute the richest. So we make use of some very specific Rust language, where we get the millionaires, we iterate of the array that we get, we find the maximum by the amount key, and we return that in the address. And if we get nothing out of that search, because maybe we are calling this function before we have entered any millionaires, we just return an empty address. So let me see what I'm doing in time. As I said, so that covers writing a secret contract in Rust. Then we provide a development environment, a Docker network that you can launch into your own machine. I mentioned before that Enigma Network relies on these trusted execution environments that are specific to some hardware, but we provide a simulation environment where you don't need any specific hardware, or you don't need to worry about that. You can develop freely without worrying about hardware requirements, and knowing that the privacy guarantees will come when you deploy this contract on testnet or mainnet. So that's what the Docker environment looks like when you launch it by discovery start. And analogous to Truffle, as I said before, you run discovery compile or discovery migrate to compile those secret contracts and to migrate those contracts over the network where you can interact with them. So I'm going to leave it here. I want to make sure that I have time for questions. We have a table up there. Some of us will be there all the time, so if you need any help, come and talk to us. Any questions?
Nope.
Great, all clear. I hope you got those 3 ideas. Privacy equals Enigma in Ethereum. Secret contracts are written in Rust, and we provide a Truffle-like development environment to make it easy for those of you who have been developing smart contracts to start hacking on Enigma. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, our next speaker is Noder Janashia from DeFi Zap. And he's going to talk about composing new financial instruments in DeFi.
Yeah.
Cool stuff, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Check, check.
Nice.
Hi, everyone. I'm Noder Janashia, and this is Sahil. We're from DeFi Zap. We're going to talk a little bit about some zaps. So first, let's start by taking a look at the current state of DeFi. DeFi is difficult to use. To get to certain endpoints, it takes several transactions. Whoa. I'll try replugging this. So yeah, it takes several transactions to get to certain endpoints in DeFi, which to me personally is a pet peeve. So like when I know I need to get to a certain endpoint and I have like 3 transactions line up, I have to wait for one to finish in order to initiate the next one. So I think because of this, some true composability has been largely unexplored in our space. So what is DeFi Zap? DeFi Zap helps you deploy capital to interesting opportunities in DeFi in one click, abstracting a lot of the transactions that go on the back. So for users, it's fast to use, it saves you time, it's easy for you to grasp the concepts. For builders, it's really simple to integrate, and they're not adding on an extra layer of smart contract security risk. So when you're using DeFi Zap, you're minting the same exact liquidity provision tokens or leverage tracking position tokens. It's the same thing as you using the underlying platforms manually by yourself. So where did DeFi Zap come from? Just a quick history about us. So I started myself making DeFi tutorials back in the summer. Like DeFi Zap was never an goal for me. I never like, oh, I'm gonna start DeFi Zap when I started making DeFi tutorials. Like DeFi Zap was born and raised from user feedback. So based on that feedback, I hacked up DeFi strategies, which was like using no-code tools. It was like an educational trading simulator, which helped users see what kind of returns they would get on certain positions in DeFi. So it's kind of like test driving these products without actually putting real money behind it. And from there, we had a survey which basically told us, everything was pointing to building DeFi Zap. So on October 8th, I just reached out in Kyber's Discord channel looking for help. They had a virtual hackathon going on, so it was a perfect opportunity to get started. Within 20 days, we had our first Zap deployed on the mainnet, and we ended up winning the virtual hackathon from Kyber, which obviously gave us a push to keep building. So December 9th, we had a beta launch where we introduced a lot more Zaps, specifically around pooling opportunities on Uniswap. It's one of the things we saw our users having a hard time doing. So in order to provide liquidity on Uniswap, you need to come in with 2 tokens, and we basically abstract a lot of the calculations that go in the background. So far we had 8,500 ETH deployed into DeFi through Zaps via around 1,600 Zaps, saving end users around 165 hours. So these are some cool starting points for DeFi Zap. So how it works, at first you start out by answering a few simple multiple choice questions. This helps you filter out some of the Zaps we have available, because we realize launching more and more Zaps. Now, if you go on the Explore All Zaps page, there's a lot of Zaps there, so it's getting hard to filter them. So this survey helps you kind of filter the top 3 ones that you might find useful based on your investment profile. So once you go through the survey and you're pointed to a Zap, for example, this Chai Unipool one, all you have to do is input how much ETH you'd like to add in liquidity. And basically, as you can see here, what DeFi Zap does in the background, specifically for this Chai pool, is pretty cool. Eliminates 4 on-chain transactions. So going from ETH, the first thing we do is we convert half of your ETH to DAI. And we're not doing it directly to Chai because you would experience pretty big slippage if you were doing it directly within the Uniswap pool. So after getting DAI, we wrap it into Chai using their smart contracts, and finally add the liquidity of the Chai and the leftover ETH into the pool. So as an end result, you are getting Chai pool liquidity tracking tokens back to your wallet. So today we released a new thing. It's a general Unipool Zap. So right now, all the Unipool Zaps we've had available, it was all based on basically it was limited to the options we had available on our website. With this general Unipool, you are able to get into any pool that's available in Uniswap in 1 click. So it's kind of like providing this layer for builders to start initiating these one-click entry points into pools through this general Unipool contract. And now Sahil's going to talk a little bit about how you actually integrate.
So my name is Suhail. I'm an engineer at DeFi Zap, and I'm just going to talk briefly about how you would integrate our contracts into your DApp. It's really easy. Basically, all you need is the address and the ABI. We have the addresses available there as well as the ABIs. This is available on our GitHub page. And you can go to this website, you can download the ABI and the address. And the way you'd actually implement it for developers anyway is to use Web3.js or Ethers.js. And basically what you have to do is instantiate our contract. This part here is the meat and potatoes though. I'm using a set, oops. I'm using the Seth address here. This is for the Seth Unipool, but we could actually use any any Uniswap address. So for example, if you had a So for example, if you have a personal token on Uniswap and you'd like to add liquidity, or you'd like your friends to add liquidity, you can just substitute this address with whatever you want, as long as it's available on Uniswap. But this code snippet basically summarizes how you would implement DeFiZap into your own application. You can use our general contract, our general Unipool contract, which is this contract here. It's called the Unipool General. And that'll let you get into any Uniswap pool at all. We also have general contracts for removing liquidity from those pools, and also for entering what we call leveraged positions, leveraged liquidity positions, which adds liquidity to Uniswap and then goes 2x long on Ethereum. So these are all general contracts. You can use these with any token as long as it's available on Uniswap. And actually for this contract here, you can leverage long for any token that's available on Fulcrum. So that's, I believe, Chainlink, KNC, all those tokens. The only thing you'll need to do is to substitute the addressing here. So if you were to implement this today, you could copy and paste this code as long as you have an address for the user right here. And this can be any address, so it could be some other user's address, it could be the current user's address, it could be a random address if you really feel generous. So substitute the Seth address, put in their address, send off the transaction, and then your UI, your front end or your back end or whatever, can handle the events that occur afterwards, like potential rejections or successful transactions. But I'm more than happy to whip up an API for you guys if you need an HTTP API. So we have some integrations right now through Seb at DeFiSnap, who asked us to whip up a quick API for him for specific information he needed about some of these pools. And we were able to do that for him. So if you have any projects that you're interested in integrating and you need more help, or you need some custom contract work done, or you need a custom API, just join us on Discord. My name's @Cryptonomic, and I'd be happy to help you with whatever you need.
Yeah, now I'm just going to talk a little bit about the people who have already integrated us. So it includes some UI solutions like Pools.fyi, DeFiSnap, Frontier Wallet, who actually launched a native native mobile Zap support today. iEarn.finance, if you guys haven't heard about this, it's a really cool tool. Basically, what we've built for iEarn Finance is like a floor for a pool aggregator. So this product is using Zaps in the background to rebalance your positions from pool to pool, finding the best yield. And there's a couple of other solutions that we are working with currently. Especially excited about things like adding additional pooling opportunities into Zaps. So right now you can only get into pools on Uniswap, but there's a couple of other products that are launching with a similar model for automated market making, specifically Balancer, Curve, and Cowrie. So what you can build with DeFiZap today, first of all, you can create Venmo-like experiences. So each Zap has an ENS registered under it. So you could literally become, say, a liquidity provider in the Seth pool by depositing ETH directly to Seth unipool.defizap.eth. And what you're going to get back are those liquidity tracking tokens. And you could do this, you could set up an ENS for any pool. So with this general unipool contract, you can think, maybe you're going to list a token on Uniswap, maybe your personal token that you want to encourage adding liquidity to. So what you could do is you could create an ENS then for your own pool that you're going to launch on Uniswap, and essentially provide this easy onboarding for new users. Pool bridging is something we're pretty excited about. So right now, we have zap-ins, zap-outs. So if you want to switch pools, what you'll need to do is, zap in first, then zap out, and then zap into a different pool. So if you're always staying in ETH, that's easy, but when you're removing liquidity from Uniswap, you're also getting back the same way 2 different tokens. So you need to reshuffle them for the next pool. And we'll allow you to do that. You could build something that allows you to do that in one click, of course. And then pool bridging doesn't have to stay within Uniswap. You could switch a pool into Balancer pool or into Curve pool. Other ones I'm pretty excited about would be like insured zaps. So what you could do is you essentially think of it as buying prepaid insurance from Nexus and then selling it in pieces through zaps to the end user. So they just check off a mark that says, hey, I want all the underlying contracts that this zap is going to touch covered by Nexus Mutual, sorry. Yeah, I guess I'll just take some questions if you guys have any.
Any questions?
And yeah, like Sahil said, if you guys have any problems or additional questions, you could always reach us on our Discord. We're always there. So yeah. Thank you, everyone.
So our next speaker is about 10 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good.
And the microphone's about the right size, so.
Is it on?
It's
Oh,
on. It's on, yeah. So let's see here. It's one
I
of
think
those
I can.
ensuring.
I definitely have one. Yeah.
There we go. Cool.
So we're a little bit ahead of time, which is great. We have Devin Finzer at stage from OpenSea, building tradable, interoperable NFTs.
I assume I should wait till 4:30, right? Because since it's only 4:20. I'll wait a little longer just in case more folks are showing up. Sounds good. Oh, another question. How long is it? Is it 25 minutes? Okay, cool. Till 4:55, right? Or yeah, 4. Cool. I'll start maybe like 3 or 4 minutes early. I just don't. Yeah. Do you know how to do that exactly? Or is it in the Mac resolution? Oh, here, okay. It was flashing, right? This one?
Yes, and we tried because I saw other people facing the same issue.
Where it was flashing?
Yeah. And it didn't work. For
Yeah,
other people,
it was,
they.
it was weird because it was fine at first. I wonder if it's my
There you go.
Thank you. You guys should come in. It's going to be fun. You guys should come. I'm talking to you in the red hair. And bring your friends. What's your excuse? There we go. And rally the troops. Bring some more. Exactly.
This is where all the cool kids are.
Yes. Yes. If you want. If you don't want to, you'll still be able to learn some stuff. Welcome. Come in. Should I start? I know some other people are coming though. Yeah, so I'll wait. Should we call them? I texted them. Troops. Testing. Welcome, welcome. All right. Is Alex coming? All right. I'll kick things off. How's everyone doing? Having a good ETH Denver? Hello. So my name is Devin Finzer. I am one of the founders of OpenSea. So I wanted to ask a few quick questions to kind of get a read on what people already know about NFTs. Who here owns an NFT? Okay, so majority of people. Who here has deployed an NFT contract? Okay, a good number of people. Nice. Okay, awesome. So this talk will hopefully be just kind of, hopefully be interesting. I'll talk about kind of what has happened in the NFT space over the last couple years since CryptoKitties launched. So kind of a little bit of a history. Maybe some things will be, if you've already deployed an NFT contract, you might be familiar with this stuff already, but maybe I'll talk a little bit about some of the intricacies of NFTs and what makes them a little trickier than just regular tokens, but also what makes them interesting and I think pretty exciting. I think we're kind of just in the very early stages of exploring the design space for non-fungible tokens, whereas we're in sort of, I mean, still early, but slightly later stages of exploring the design space of fungible tokens. So the overview, I'm not sure like how far we'll get into the workshop, since there's not that many people here with computers. But if we do get into that, we'll sort of learn how to build a tradable, collectible conference ticket using an NFT. That's kind of one of the goals of the workshop. Yeah. But first, I just wanted to talk about what is an NFT for folks who aren't familiar with it. So fungible tokens are currencies or things that are interchangeable. So you can think of Bitcoin as an example of this, lumber is sort of another example of this, credit card points, airline points. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum are things that are not interchangeable with each other. This is most things in our day-to-day lives are non-fungible. They're typically relatively unique, and there's not sort of a order book-based exchange for them. There are, however, fungibility is relative, so there are things that are fungible within a class of things, right? So event tickets for the same event are kind of fungible with one another, or a shirt of the same type is relatively fungible with another. So we'll talk about the implications for that for writing non-fungible token smart contracts. A little history of ERC 721. So ERC 721 is the standard that is used to represent most non-fungible tokens on Ethereum today. Who here has heard of CryptoPunks? Okay, so a good number of people. CryptoPunks was actually the first non-fungible token on the Ethereum network. I think technically it was. And basically what CryptoPunks was you owned this collectible item, and they didn't build a standard around it. So it was, you could think of it as just a smart contract that said, this user owns this thing, which is called a CryptoPunk, and then some metadata about that CryptoPunk that was actually stored on chain. CryptoKitties, of course, took this to the next level, and they created this game where the cats inside of the game were non-fungible tokens, and there was actually some sophisticated logic around how these things got created. It was through a breeding mechanic, and of course we had this kind of explosion and excitement in late 2017. We witnessed the CryptoKitties bubble, where these cats were selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then everything kind of came to a crash, and people realized that there wasn't really a good reason to buy cats for that amount of money. That being said, CryptoKitties inspired, for a lot of people, sort of excitement around what other sorts of assets could be built on using non-fungible tokens. So there were sort of the CryptoKitties clones, people who looked at CryptoKitties and said, let's build another game, another breeding game, and maybe people will buy these things because they're on blockchains. Some people were interested in that, but it was a much smaller group of people than the people who played CryptoKitties. But in mid-2018, there started to be real companies, sort of within crypto and outside of crypto, that got interested in like these types of assets. So the MLB actually partnered with a gaming company that launched a game around the MLB IP. And then above MLB is a game called Gods Unchained, which is a trading card game that's built on top of NFT technology. And in 2019, actually, this slide isn't fully updated, but we're seeing a lot of growth of the space. Formula One came on recently and launched a card game, and just a lot of really exciting things happening in the NFT space. This is a graph of the number of NFT contracts deployed on the Ethereum network. It is cumulative, so it's definitely gonna go up. But you can see that there's a lot of early activity, right? So this only goes up to December of 2019, but people are iterating on this and deploying lots of new experiments and ideas. Here's another chart. So this shows the overlap between owners of different NFTs. So for one, this chart kind of demonstrates that there's now a broad set of asset classes that are represented as NFTs. You can see things like digital art, domain names, obviously games, collectibles, sort of miscellaneous things that it's unclear whether they're a game or just kind of a experience of some sort. But you can see that CryptoKitties kind of has the broadest ownership distribution. And a lot of people played CryptoKitties and then never came back. But there are these sort of pockets developing between, especially in the art community, in these sort of virtual worlds with NFT-based land, that is sort of attracting a new set of enthusiasts in this early technology. So a little bit about our company, OpenSea. So we're a marketplace for, or who here has heard of OpenSea before? Okay, so a good chunk of you have heard of it. So we're a marketplace for all of these types of items. We allow games to instantly spin up a marketplace where users can buy and sell an NFT as long as it conforms to either the ERC 721 or ERC 1155 standard. The NFT market has grown significantly, so we do around $1 million per month of volume. And we also provide an API that makes it easy to grab collectibles from the network and display them to users. So if you've ever used Coinbase Wallet, Trust Wallet, Opera Wallet, and you can kind of go in the wallet and see your collectibles, that's using the OpenSea API. Our trades are wallet to wallet, meaning that you can sell items directly from your account instead of having to escrow them either in a smart contract or in a centralized exchange. What's interesting about the non-fungible token space is there aren't actually really any centralized exchanges or centralized marketplaces. In cryptocurrencies, of course, we have a plethora of very lucrative crypto exchanges, obviously Coinbase, Binance, Kraken, all of these. In the NFT world, it seems that we're taking a slightly more decentralized first approach and building decentralized exchanges from the get-go. We support eBay style bidding. So this is a car that was sold for 415 ETH. And it was done through what's called an English auction, which is the kind of auction you see on eBay where you have bidders and then the item is sold automatically to the highest bidder. So I think the most relevant piece of this talk for all of you is sort of what can you do with OpenSea. The OpenSea is really a tool for you to build marketplace functionality for all of your many NFT ideas. So instead of having to sort of build everything from the ground up, you get an instant marketplace for all of your items. You get all of these kind of interesting features for auctioning things off. You can customize it. And then interestingly enough, you can actually set your fees for when things sell. So if an item sells on OpenSea, you can take a cut of that secondary sale. So this is something that is allowing a lot of game developers to monetize the secondary market. But I guess why would you want to build a non-fungible asset on a blockchain? We've had digital assets for a really long time. So why? Was that something that I did? Oh, sorry. Okay. So why use a blockchain to build these things? We've had game items, we've had event tickets, domain names, all of these digital assets since the dawn of the internet, but what does blockchain sort of bring to these things? I would argue that it's essentially, it's a lot of what we've talked about, the difference between closed economies and open economies. So with centralized digital assets, of course, we do have really big gaming companies. Fortnite makes billions of dollars selling skins. We are familiar with how they work. The UX is smooth. Users are familiar with these like login-based systems, so they work decently well. But we also know that closed economies are inefficient and sort of locking your economy, preventing exports, preventing imports, sort of having to manage all of the supply of resources can be very difficult and ultimately results in a smaller economy than what could be had with an open economy. So blockchain-based digital assets allow us to transition to an open economy where you don't necessarily need to control everything, and you can rely on these open markets for a lot of the economic efficiency and essentially that leads to really interesting experiences. Of course, the problem is that this market's really small right now. It has the UX is lacking, but it's gradually improving, and you do lose a lot of control, right? Your assets can kind of move across different types of ecosystems, and for some folks that could be worrisome. So how can you use OpenSea for your dApp? Well, we talked a little bit about this, but here's a slide on our tools. This is the Formula One Delta Time marketplace. It's essentially a sort of white-labeled marketplace experience that has powered the initial sales of this particular game. I think I talked about this already. And let me skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, so to kind of demonstrate why this stuff is interesting, has anyone here heard of crypto voxels? Okay, so a few fewer hands than other projects. Crypto voxels is a virtual world where you can own land in this world and build experiences on top of it. It started in, I think, early 2018. It was a single developer at the time. And he basically came on to the Ethereum network and said, I'm going to tokenize this virtual land, and I'll just go and sell it on OpenSea. And if anyone buys it, they can build stuff on top of it. So this is the world right now. Actually, this might be an outdated screenshot, but as you can see, it's grown significantly. So there's a lot of really interesting areas of this, and the market for land has actually approached, I think it's over 4,000 ETH of volume today. This is from a single developer, and he's actually been able to build a business just by selling this virtual land, and also taking a commission from secondary trades on the market. And then the things you can do inside of this virtual world are actually pretty interesting. So you can build museums of your CryptoKitties or really any NFT. So this is a CryptoKitties museum that someone has built inside of CryptoVoxels, and those are actual CryptoKitties that that particular user owns. This is a recent project called Meta Factory. I don't fully understand all of the things they're doing. It's part of the Meta Cartel project, but they, I believe, are tokenizing physical assets as NFTs, and they have but I think they come along with wearables inside of the CryptoVoxels universe. Oh yeah? Yeah. Yeah, so what's cool is that, you can imagine, say these folks or, maybe even a bigger brand tokenizes their physical asset, you could show off your physical asset inside of a virtual world. And you would have, as long as there's definitely some trust involved in the custody of that physical asset and all that, but you could imagine showing off physical assets inside of virtual worlds, which is pretty interesting. Then there's the Ethereum name service. So this is, I think, one of the most exciting non-game assets. The Ethereum name service, for folks who aren't familiar, are essentially domain names that are decentralized native. So at a basic level, Ethereum name service names provide a mapping or a way to send to a human readable address, such as alice.eth, without having to use a hexadecimal address. And of course, these are tradable NFTs. So we partnered with the Ethereum name service and sold around $1 million worth of short names. So these are the 3 to 6 character ENS names, and the secondary market is also starting to become pretty interesting for these names. As a special announcement, we're partnering with a company called .cred to issue domain names that are both ENS and DNS compatible. So what this means is that if you own a .cred domain name, you can send Ether to alice.cred if you own alice.cred, but you can also host a website on alice.cred, and you could go and sell your domain name on OpenSea versus having to go through GoDaddy or whatever other auction sites. And I don't know if any of you have done that, but it's not always the easiest process. It's not kind of interoperable native. So that's coming up on March 20th and should be a pretty exciting sale. As another example of why NFTs are interesting, so this is a project called Decentraland, and they decided to issue wearables. CryptoVoxels has this as well, but Decentralands are, in my opinion, a little nicer looking. And these wearables, of course, can be traded on open markets. They are traded in the Mana currency. And you can customize your avatar with these wearables. So this is my avatar, and I bought that pumpkin head for 85 Mana, and it was worth every penny. And I also bought those strange pants. Social tokens are kind of a new phenomena that are intersecting with the NFT space as well. Who here has heard of social tokens? Okay, yeah, so I think they're becoming pretty hot in the crypto Twitter sphere. So social tokens interoperate with NFTs. So this is an artist named Connie Digital who issued a work of art, I guess it's some sort of floppy disk, and listed it inside, I actually believe it's a he, although they're anonymous, in his social currency called Hue. So you can see there that it's on sale for 40,000 Hue, and you can imagine these currencies being things that you earn, and then you can redeem different types of NFTs natively on marketplaces. All right, so now I'll just dive into kind of the workshop. I don't think we have time to actually have people necessarily write code or follow directly along, but this will give you a sense of what it takes to actually build a NFT and deploy it. So first things first is sort of what is the NFT contract actually representing? So if you've delved into the inner workings of ERC20, you know that ERC20 is actually a really simple contract. It just maps these addresses to balances of it says how many coins does this address own. Now, ERC 721 is a little bit more sophisticated. It basically has these unique token IDs. In the case of CryptoKitties, for example, you would have kitty number 1 or kitty number 2. And it says this address owns this particular CryptoKitty. And so that's sort of the record of ownership that it maintains. Now, things get pretty interesting when we talk about something like ERC 1155, which is an upcoming, or it's a available standard, but it's a little bit newer, and in my opinion, actually has some really interesting benefits. So 1155, who here has heard of 1155? Okay, so some folks. So 1155 actually combines, in some ways, the best of both worlds. It basically sort of considers that there are actually assets that are roughly the same as each other. So for example, imagine a fighting game where you have golden swords or something. And really those golden swords, you could identify them as golden sword number 1, golden sword number 2, golden sword number 3, but they're really actually kind of interchangeable. And you could save a lot of space and make things a lot simpler by just saying this user owns 20 swords, this user owns 30 swords, and then have a separate class for shields and say, this user owns 5 shields. What this allows you to do is actually kind of merge together the fungibility of something like ERC20 with whatever kind of non-fungibility you need with ERC 721 all together in one contract. So what's nice about ERC 1155 is the functionality is a superset of 721. If you want unique items, just create a new class, a new type of shield. But if you want some degree of fungibility within classes of items, you can have that too. So I think it'll be interesting to see other chains, how they decide to architect these smart contracts with some of the learnings from the Ethereum chain. I know Tezos, for example, is considering just having the 1155 standard and not even really having a token standard, just because 1155 can kind of encapsulate all of these various use cases. So this is what the ERC 721 contract interface actually looks like. So as mentioned in the previous slide, the main method is kind of looking up what user owns what token. So that's the owner of function. And then the other kind of important asset here, important method here is the transfer method, which allows you to transfer a token from one user to another. And that's pretty much, all this other stuff is kind of fluff in a way. Really, the checking ownership and transferring are kind of the bread and butter of what makes a non-fungible token. The thing that a lot of people don't fully understand about ERC 721 is, so you have these unique token IDs, but how do you actually represent, so you have kitty number 2, but if OpenSea is going to go and display kitty number 2, how does that actually know what stuff to show? How does it know what the kitty actually looks like, right? So that's where the token metadata standard comes into play. The token metadata standard is essentially a way for the token to tell someone who's reading the smart contract what data is associated with this token, and it does it through a URL. So this URL, so this method here takes in a token ID, returns a URI, and that URI just returns a bunch of JSON. This URI can be a IPFS hash, it can be a centralized server, it can, those are basically the only things it can be, unless there's some other file storage service. I guess it could be like an S3 thing. But this basically allows us to map these metadata things to the actual look and feel on something like a marketplace, right? Or some other application. So here we have in the upper right corner the contract. It's returning a URL which returns metadata. And then we ingest that metadata and display it on OpenSea. And we've actually, at OpenSea, we've extended the metadata standard. So if you want cool looking properties like googly and jelly, you can add those. Or if you want rankings, you can add that. And we have a bunch of kind of interesting things you can play around with, like dates, boosts, and stuff like that. And then, of course, this is what actually allows these assets to be available inside a virtual world. So the fact that you can look up that metadata, in this case, this CryptoVoxels developer decided to use our API to grab all the data for a particular asset, but they didn't necessarily have to use our API. They could go and get it from the chain and display it inside of a virtual world. So that's kind of the underlying mechanics of how these things actually interoperate. So I think that's the wrong. Oh, anyway, there's a starter repo, but we can not go through that. I thought I had a slide. Well, I guess I must have forgotten this slide, but I had a slide on, there's a conference on February 20th in New York City for anyone who lives in New York, and I wanted to give everyone here a promo code. The promo code is ethDenver, and the conference is called NFT NYC. It will feature a lot of people who are building interesting NFT projects, and if you're kind of looking to get deeper into the space, it's a pretty good way to do that. I think I'm actually right at the end of the time, but happy to take any questions.
Yeah, actually,
people might have.
you are right at the end, so you'll be here all weekend, right?
Yeah, I'll be here all weekend.
So people can come up to you and ask all the questions they need.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Check 2.